full understanding of how that rhetoric fits within the ball paradigm. I think that's what I've gained this week between you two guys. Kudos to you both. Generally, that's we've all heard of these titles and that, and I think none of it, maybe from just apathy or laziness, because we're confident in our position, we've not needed to look them up. But like I say, from this point, we're well equipped to deal with that thingy now. So no, but yes, John is this.
No, but definitely yes.
Oh yeah, but
I remember a Como virus. He was begging for you to tell him what are the two movements.
Right. Yep. But that was a while ago, right? Because he was the ones that brought it up. Before him, it was R.C. Meisty back in the day. Because he just began, conservation of momentum. I said, can you define that? Bloop. Right out of the call. Right? I knew it. And it.
Well,
go ahead.
I'll say I doubt they'll understand which momentum it is if they don't even know what inertia is in the first instance.
Right.
Centrifugal force. Sorry.
Yeah, that brings us to another point of Newtonian mechanics. Even though it's all bunk, that I'm working in their paradigm, folks. It's so convoluted. Right? If I talk about Newtonian mechanics, I'm talking about Newtonian mechanics in their paradigm. Just hopefully everyone's got that clear, right? Because Newtonian mechanics is debunked. We already been over that. But I have to entertain it to listen to their other nonsense and to bring these topics up because you're going to hear about them, right? And Newton's laws, even if they did exist, are invalid in a rotating reference frame. Didn't anyone know that? The ballers, do you know that? I don't think you do. Now, the condition where his laws are valid in the paradigm is in an inertial frame. So, you guys, it's like I said, it's so muddied and muddled, and it's a tangled web, and everyone gets confused because there's so many cross currents. I hope that helped some people. If it didn't, just raise your hand and say, Huey, that was a bunch of nonsense. Can you say that again? Go ahead.
We can't hear you, Paul.
Yeah, robot then dropped out, dude.
Yep. Hopefully everyone got that. So it's ridiculous on many, many levels. And I pointed them out. Like I said, make sure you're listening to the numpty clips because they're not just a thumb in the eye, right? It may seem like that superficially, but if you listen closely, you're going to hear their arguments. And then I'm going to systematically deconstruct them for you. So go back, rewind. It has a rewind button or start over and go through it. Hey, I didn't catch that. Let me listen to that again. Stop it, start it, rewind, go back through those things again. You'll get it. This stuff is not that difficult at all. It's only man that gets in there with his grubby little hands to try to make things difficult. It's not, especially with angular and linear momentum. Not at all. And you want me to I'll put another little, there's another little problem that I didn't bring up because I thoroughly deconstructed it and I didn't want to add anything else. People would just go, oh God, there's another thing. There's a very special condition that must exist for the conservation of linear and angular momentum. And it depends on what system it is. It has to be a isolated system. Well, we got a big problem here because according to Georgia State, or I think it's Georgia State University, it's hyperphysics.edu. According to them, there are no isolated systems in nature. So that's just another layer, right, that just crushes it. So it's crushed on many different, from every angle that you come at it, you can just deconstruct and eviscerate it. So I shouldn't even brought that up, by the way, but I like to do it because it's fun. Right? And it has it right in the definition, by the way. And guess what they call it? With all conservation laws, there's a catch. That's how I'm telling you, it's in part of the definition. There's a catch. The catch is that it has to be an isolated system. Think about it. Yeah, but we ain't going to go down that road. I think we thoroughly destroyed it.
Well, I do want you to clarify on one bit, because I'd like to have it summarised. I've mentioned the bit that I liked, which is the kind of just 1 second. The missus wants me. Just 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead. Take your time, Al. We haven't heard too much from the QE cutie on the panel.
I'm going to tell him. You know what? You know what I was getting interrupted for there? She claimed I'd nicked her nuts. I mean, genuinely, live on air, I got my nuts nicked. There was a point what I wanted to ask. That's why I've come back. I've kind of highlighted that what we've suffered is this acceptance of a misdefinition that they've used, and we've now got the full definition, so we can debunk that. But the bit you added on, the kind of the cherry on the top, the icing, the sprinkles, the little sprinkles, yeah, on the top is what you've said, which is the reality that all of this is within the reference frames. And I kind of get it, but not to do it justice. So will you just reiterate that point, because that's double devastating. On top of, you can't apply this here. It's not even within the physics that you're suggesting. That to take it out of the realm is double slap to me.
Well, let's get the official. I don't want to butcher it or paraphrase it. I'll have to go track it down. Give me 1 second. Go ahead, QE cutie, while I'm looking for this.
With what?
Ah, there she is. I said, haven't heard too much from the QE cutie, and then Adam just comes.
I get noticed anyway, so that doesn't matter. And I'm listening to the big guys here, and I'm enjoying myself listening to this.
Okay, I just wanted to say hi, and we hadn't forgot about you.
I'm still here.
I know you are.
Sorry if I rumpus you, but that's a demonstration that a man can't multitask, trying to hold two conversations at once.
Well, it demonstrates that men have a sort of a button that can sort of switch off women's sounds.
Now, it shows you that I might play the big man on here, yeah, but as soon as the missus turns up, I shit it.
Well, you tune her out as well, right? I mean, that's the thing that you guys do.
I could turn it around if she was listening and saying that she's more important than anything.
Unless she's making an hysterical sound, that's sort of like the alarm bell with you guys. And then you know that your yes and no didn't do a good job.
I told you what she came up for. She thought I'd nicked her nuts. Genuinely, she thought I nicked her mixed nuts.
When I heard that first time, I thought that you said something totally different, and I was sort of like shocked.
This is a just a reminder. It's a family show.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm not going to say what I heard. So I think people get it.
All right, I tracked this down. That was hard to find. I need to put this in a better spot. Like I said, the concept of momentum conversation. Do we have momentum conversations?
Yes, we do. We just had one.
The concept of momentum conservation comes from and is in direct consequence, obviously, of Newton's third law. However, from Boston University Physics Department, listen to this closely, folks. A good question to ask is, do Newton's laws apply all the time? In most cases, they do. But if we're trying to analyze motion in an accelerated reference frame, that is the non-inertial spinning reference frame, while we're spinning around, like he said would be a good example, that is a non-inertial reference frame, then Newton's laws are not valid. A reference frame in which Newton's laws are valid is known as an inertial reference frame.
Can I ask the question? Can I ask the question? Can you hear me, QE?
Yeah, I got you. Go ahead, ask it.
I've been starting to ask this question to the baller. How could you ever prove Newton in eccentric paradigm that things will be at rest until acted upon by a force? Is that everything's accelerating? How could you prove that? You can't, right? You understand that? Because the inertial reference frame does not exist.
You were chopping for me, Paul. I'm sorry. Can you drop out, pop back in again?
Yep.
Thanks. Yeah, so folks, when Hillbilly Blue Ball said that there's only one reference frame, the non-inertial whenever you hear non-inertial reference frame, that's the rotating reference frame, if anyone was confused with that. Right? So as soon as he said there was only one reference frame, then you don't even need this definition that I just gave you that told you that Newton's laws are not valid in the rotating reference frame. But you don't even need that. It's intuitive that if you have only one reference frame, let's say a rotating reference frame, that which is in that, you can't leave that reference frame, so everything in that reference frame is rotating, according to him. Just think about that now. Go ahead.
Andy said the ball leaves the Earth's surface.
Exactly.
I mean, really?
Yeah, that doesn't. It's meaningless. If you say there's only one reference frame, then is it leaving anywhere? Because it's still in that rotating reference frame, right? It's non sequitur. It's hard to get your mind. It's hard to even argue it because it's so stupid. Oh well. Hey,
can you hear me now, QE?
Yeah, go ahead and make it quick, Paul, because we're gonna move on to actual substance of the show for today.
Sorry, just real quick. I've been asking the ballers, like one of Newton's laws is things will stay at rest unless it's acted upon by a force. I said, how would you ever prove that in a heliocentric Einstein paradigm? Because everything is accelerating.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that.
Geodesic.
Yeah, I see where you're going with that. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and which means the inertial reference frame does not exist and cannot exist in the heliocentric paradigm.
It's worse than that because they're actually. I've had a couple of them claim that inertia is not caused by weight. So when something is weightless, it still has inertia. How could it resist an acceleration or have any resistance to an acceleration when it doesn't have weight?
And what's weight?
It's like it's them bringing mass into it. It's like mass without any weight, which means mass out in the middle of space in their world. Still has inertia. It has no weight. You need weight to have inertia.
What's weight?
Well, it's a calculated amount of matter within.
No, it's not.
If you want me to get into it,
this is the bullshittery. Weight is what we experience, what we know, everything. The trouble we have, and the way they have us, is they have us upside down. What we should struggle to explain is what the thing we experience and know to be true, how it would be experienced in the fantasy realm of space with no apologetic G there, which is supposedly its cause. That's how they have us. That we try to explain. We know what weight is. Yeah? Pick something up. What's its weight? You know what it is. That's reality. Stop misconstruing that you need G to define it. There's no G. There never has been a G. There's always been weight.
Yeah, weight is just simply a unit they gave for a measurement on that's force pushing onto a surface. It's easy as that. It's not actually anything other than just density.
Something's weight creates its inertia. We know what weight is. Stop trying to redefine it in some mathematical construct or something other than what works as a convention, which is sticking on the scales. It works. That's what a weight is. It's what it weighs. Don't try to be pseudo intellectual.
Yeah, but the gig is up.
That's the mugging off.
Adam, the gig is up. They had to define it because weight in their paradigm is W equal mg. Mg love you long time. They can't get out of that. So
that's
go ahead.
That's my point. Don't be pseudo intellectual unless you can define it as something other than what you experience, as I know and can use in everyday life. Unless you can define it as something else, don't try and mug me off and pretend it's F equals MA or anything. Any of this nonsense mathematically. Weight is what it is. It's what something weighs. Yeah, we can use a convention of scales to kind of quantify it in a way. Yeah, but as to try and describe it as the effect of some pseudo force, it's just nonsense. And that's where you end up when you try and place yourself in a place that can't exist because of the second law, and then describe the effects of something that doesn't exist and how the removal of that effect would affect you.
Yep. Any direction they go, Adam, because this has all this weight mass thing. Any direction they go, because they're pigeonholed, there's nothing that they can do. You got equivocation fallacy definitions for all the terms, and it's nothing but confusion. And that's okay, because if you go that route, ballers, you're finished. This is what we're doing. We're deconstructing everything you discuss because your pseudoscience priest has pigeonholed you with contradictions, and you can't get out of them. Right? Here's another one. This is really funny. So we all know that F equal MA is false, right? But we're pretending we're in their paradigm. So it's one of Newton's laws. And like I said, we all know all Newton's laws are bunk. But anyway, F equals MA. But some of them define M as the resistance to acceleration. So F equal MA now becomes force equals the resistance to acceleration times acceleration. Do you see the silliness in that? That's what it comes.
So what is inertia? What and mass?
Wait, now think about it.
Yep.
F equal MA, right? Newton's law. And if you define M in that equation as the resistance to acceleration, then F equal MA is force equals the resistance to acceleration times acceleration.
So it's moving and not moving at the same time. Wow.
That's what happens when you have contradictory definitions.
That shows you the maths is wrong, doesn't it, for reality? Yeah, if the two things are very different in reality, yet their mathematical description is the same, then from logic, it tells you that the mathematical description is either wrong for one of them or both.
Yep.
Yeah. But what it can't be is correct for both.
Yeah, you got it. Yep. Yeah, Flatzoid liked that one. I can see a show on that coming up.
Yeah, that was actually, that's why I asked the 3 questions that Katz is even avoiding to answer.
Listen, I nicked that off somebody. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm usually really good with that, but I didn't catch that one. So somebody in my comment section underneath the video put forth that idea. I gave him kudos there. I said, good job, looking at something, paying attention to detail. So whoever that was, I should have got your name. I should have wrote it down, but I didn't do it. But you know who you are. Thumbs up to you. That's exactly what you do. Way to pay attention to detail. All right, we ready to roll into another fiasco, right?
Before you do, let me shout out a super chat.
Oh, we finally hear from a QE cutie.
Yeah, I'm here for the admin, of course.
Thanks for gracing. Thanks for gracing us with your presence. Go ahead, ma'am.
No, for talking me, right? So we got one from Unitox Penu, Sasha, and he says, if I mix Newton and Einstein in double-blind experiment, then conservation of momentum is achieved.
That's way over my head.
I think so, yeah.
Thanks,
Even
Sasha.
over mine.
Oh my goodness gracious! I got blown out again.
That's Sasha.
All right, who was that?
That was
I don't
Sasha.
know even what I wrote.
Sasha. Okay, I got you, Sasha. Now you're okay. You blew my eardrums out.
I want it to be more, how to say, nonsensical.
Yeah, it is nonsensical. I got you, Sasha. It is all nonsensical. Yeah, and once you tear apart, and it comes from, like Adam was saying, from their mathematics. But see, they misdefined their terms. Any mathematician will tell you, all variables in any formula or equation must be defined rigorously. It's self-evident. I don't need to say that. You know, I shouldn't have to say it, but I'm going to say it just in case anyone's unsure about this. That's where the problem lies when you start defining them, because within the same conversation, people will change the definition on you. And just to let everyone know, that's fallacious. It's called bait and switch. It's an equivocation fallacy. Just to let everyone know. It's often done with gravity. They'll switch back and forth between Reverend John Michel Cavendish, C.V. Boys, and Einstein. They'll switch back and forth, force, no force, right? That's the one that stands out. But be careful. Mass, inertia, weight. You're in prime time real estate for equivocation fallacies to run rampant. And if they speak real fast and throw the formulas at you, if you're not familiar with the topic, you're through. Okay? Good. All right. I think we're ready to go. We want to get done this century. Go ahead. Somebody else wanted to say something good.
Just to clarify then. So if I threw a weight and use Newtonian mechanics to figure everything out, it's inertia, where it land, etc., the impact, etc., etc., that's great. But all of those mechanics are based on a non-rotating reference frame after I throw it, yeah?
It would have to be an inertial reference frame.
Just one.
Yeah.
So when Newton worked all this out, his presupposition of everything that was working out was that the Earth wasn't rotating underneath him. When he threw the weight.
I don't know. We'll never know. Dave,
I'm just saying the mathematics makes that assumption, John, not Newton.
Listen,
Yeah,
there's so much adulteration with Newton. Right now, I'm a little dizzy with all the convolutions. That's why I don't say Newtonian gravity. I make mistakes just like everyone, because that we've heard it over and over and over again, right? I try to step back and take that away from him because of what he said. It's so convoluted, Adam. I really don't know what to say. I don't know what they were thinking.
Necessarily.
Go ahead.
I'm not saying I want to ascribe that to him, John. Yeah.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is within the purported mechanics, it doesn't account for it.
You're talking about Newton's. You're talking about Newton's debunked laws.
What I'm saying is when I did A-level physics and I dropped it after a year, which is that year in the photo, funnily enough, because it was getting nonsensical. Yeah. When I was doing a calculation back then for throwing a weight and how far it goes a distance, that was based on those basic mechanics. At no point in those mechanics was there a rotating reference. Yeah. Was I on a rotating reference frame?
Sure.
Yeah? And at no point was I releasing it into a different reference frame, the object. Yeah.
Right.
So no point in those mechanics when I was calculating as a kid was that in there. Yeah.
Right.
It wasn't in there because it wouldn't be calculable, simply, and it therefore would mean Newton was wrong.
It would be non sequitur because it
Yep.
Yep. You got it down.
Yeah, but like I was saying, even even, I mean, if you have to look at any physics that's taken in today with anything that's even got to do with planes and whatever, they have to work also on a non-rotating platform. Otherwise, it won't work.
Yep.
They need the maths to be on a non-rotating platform.
Exactly. You got it.
But if I, as a high school kid, took that same mathematics and threw it towards an American football goal, then I would have to consider that mathematics, wouldn't I?
Not if you're not rotating.
Well, suddenly we are, and we're told that these mathematics are worthy of consideration when taking a field goal, but not when I'm at high school figuring out how a weight flies through the air and how that distance relates to the force I've applied and its mass, right? So to calculate how far it would go, that's what I have to take into consideration. At no point am I deciding which way I'm orientated to consider secondary reference frames and the effects of when I release that weight into it and I'm on a rotating one. Yeah. Well, that is important to Newtonian mechanics because everything we calculate relates to that. I.e., when I drop a weight and I time out it's 9.8, the Earth should have moved underneath. Shouldn't be catching it directly underneath, should I? But none of that's calculated or explained. It's only then put in later. But it's not Newtonian. That's the point I wanted to raise, which is that none of it that you raised, none of this is in there. Yet they want it later on when they need it. But they can't because the mechanics they are espousing denies it. All the numbers they're going to use. Yeah. I'll finish rambling, John, but
no, keep going, man. I'm halfway through the banana. Keep going.
I knew you. I could tell you, man. But I'll reiterate the point then. Yeah, they're trying to deny something and then use it. Yeah, but all the proof we had is all the mechanics we did, all the stuff you can do and test. But then they're trying to claim there's an extra force later on that isn't detectable in all this stuff. But would be on a field goal.
That's why they are pushing like Neil deGrasse with Coriolis, where he's trying to show it as physical when it's not actually physical. All because of this cluster screw. Because they have to make it work for them, even though he knows it's not possible using their maths.
If the Earth had rotated the field goal to be scored, yeah, then the Earth would rotate under planes, yeah, blimps, yeah, and flights would be shorter in one direction to the other. As simple as that. It's either there or it isn't. Whether that effect is 1.5 inches during the flight of the ball is irrelevant. They're either claiming it or they're not. You can't have picky choosy, can you? Can't have it one way or the other.
I mean, I used to do long jump, and I can swear I would jump to where I'm intended to jump to. The floor did not move away from me while I was jumping to my intended spot. Definitely not.
Well, that's a good point, isn't it? If what Neil claims is true, then it would be imperative that all Olympic long jump runs face the same direction with regards to rotation of a ball, wouldn't it? Because otherwise they'd be, you were going one way or the other, surely. As Neil claims, if the ball can be subject to it, then you, once you've launched yourself, would be subject to it too. So it would be unfair if at one Olympic Games you were running in favour with the rotation and the other Olympic Games against. That's surely would have been figured out by now and would be boldly stated. We've aligned the long jump to make sure it's fair with regards to rotation.
Good point.
Another scenario that I discussed yesterday, I was in one of the VCs on Discord, and this goes back to the planes flying backwards deal. Flat Earthers, you want to kill this thing quick? and have some fun with it, let me give you a scenario. I think you guys heard this before on a Numpty clip. So here's the scenario. You got a plane taking off in Charlotte, North Carolina. It's going to fly to Los Angeles. Straight flight. Now, Charlotte and Los Angeles are roughly the same latitude line, and it's going about 860 miles an hour. What we're going to do, we're going to round the number. We'll round it to 800, make it easy. So the Earth is spinning from west to east at 800 miles an hour. Now, a plane on takeoff is about 170, it gets up to about 175 miles an hour, wheels up, right? So we'll just round that to 200. So we got 800 miles an hour and 200 miles an hour. You got those two figures, right? So we're in Charlotte, North Carolina, and we're going to head down the runway. The runway is facing directly west. So there's no other problems. It's facing directly towards Los Angeles. So with the Earth spinning from west to east, that plane starts chugging down the runway. And it gets up to 200 miles an hour. And at 200 miles an hour, it has wheels up. Now we're going to stop. We're going to stop frame right there. So the Earth is spinning from west to east at 800 miles an hour. On wheels up, the plane is going 200 miles an hour. If somebody is in the inertial reference frame, like in a helicopter hovering, eyes on that airport, watching this plane take off, then according to the Baltard spinning space monkey religion, that plane has to be flying backwards at 600 miles an hour. Are you tracking with me? There is no way around that scenario must be true in their paradigm. There's no other way around it. And that's the conservation of linear momentum, by the way. So that's how stupid it is, folks. You can kill it just like that. Bring it up at parties. People will love it. But I just killed the whole heliocentric religion, imploded right then, right when I finished that statement.
It's a tough one to swallow. The way I got that one is one way, you've got all the aerodynamics we understand in terms of plane lift. The other way, you've not got that understanding of aerodynamics. You've actually got a plane that's being blown backwards at 600 miles an hour, but luckily it's been blown in such a lucky way that it feels like it's going forward.
And it looks like it's going forwards in both reference frames.
And they can control it like they're going forwards, but actually,
yeah,
they can speed up a bit and only be going 550 miles an hour backwards.
You know, the spot that I want to see is the transition. When it overcomes that linear momentum, the conservation of linear momentum, when it overcomes that, right in between that and going forward, that suspended animation part, I want to see that.
No, that's like that transition you always get with space flights between things going up and then suddenly being in space. You'll never see the transition because it's magic.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hope you enjoyed that, right? Because that's what it boils down to. And if you remember, I took Danny T, truther, right where he wanted to go. Yep. That must be true if we're living on a spinning Baltard. That's it. It's over right there.
I've seen these videos of people that are driving in a car next to an airport and something, and then they see a plane, and then they think that that plane is standing still in midair.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen videos of that actually. Somebody in a plane, and then they fly past the plane, and it looks like it's standing still.
Yep. And that's amazing, right? But that's of course the same thing when you're in a train station and there is a train next to you, and you're in the one that's standing next to that one, and then you think that you're moving, but that other train is moving. right? And then you see that you're still there and that other train is. And that's the same with that plane. When people see that when they're driving in their car, that plane seems to be standing still, but it's because of their perspective, right? It's just drive by in a certain amount of speed, and that plane is looks like it's standing still in midair, but isn't.
Is that my suspended animation stage?
I think so.
All right. At least we pinpointed it.
Maybe I can find some videos for you.
Okay.
You can, yeah. Quite amazing. Yep.
All right. We ready to roll? We've been talking for an hour, over an hour about before the presentation. It's gonna be a long day. Maybe I'll just highlight certain points. How about that?
I think that's the best, huh?
Yeah, I think that's the best. Adam, if I just stop at 5A for Adam, he'll be good. He'll say thank you, have a nice day.
I need to shout out this super chat, by the way.
Okay, good.
It's from James Mays, and he says, "Hello, Betty, QE. I'm working, enjoying the show. Shout out to Try Thinking and Flat Earth. Great content. Sorry about the interruption, sir. Proceed."
Thanks, James.
Good super chat.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, James. Go ahead. I rumpushed you. Hold on, Adam. I rumpushed you, Betty. You said I didn't catch a couple things that you said. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's a rad super chat, so that's a good one.
It's a rad.
Thank you, Jay.
It's a rad super chat, is what you said?
Red.
Oh, red. Oh, thank you, James. Appreciate that, sir. Thank you very much. Adam?
No, just other than 5A. I love it. I really do love it. There's things that I'd put bows on top, and that's one of them for me.
Yeah. I knew if I just do 5A. Hey, James, if I just do 5A for Adam, he's good for the rest of the week, man. I didn't have to say anything to him.
And next week.
I could tell when we went through the presentation the first time. I could just tell in his voice. He said, "You just wait a cotton picking minute." I loved it. I like Adam for that.
I was going to say something blasphemous, but it's like the Pope saying something blasphemous. Yeah, it's like the complete antithesis. Everything you have suggested. Here's your high priest saying, no, that doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, he gives the whole story,
the way,
and then
let me tell you about this other parable where I disprove the way we describe the thing that's impossible, and point out that the way we described it was wrong. Not that what was happening was impossible.
Well, he tells you the whole story, right? And it's exciting, and everybody's on it, and it's great. And then right towards the end, he says, "Well, it's all not true."
What's not true though? What's the bit that's not true? That's what I'm saying. The bit that's not true is array.
Betty, I hear typing.
Oh, sorry about that. I wasn't on mute.
You cutie, you. Make sure you mute.
Can't believe she rumpuses me all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Shut up. Get stuffed.
Get stuffed.
I got one back.
Yeah, I hear click, 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 click in the background. Is Zanuck in here? All right, yeah. So we'll just highlight some things in here. I wanted to go back through it, and I'm going to do it a bunch more times. I didn't do it last week because it seemed that everyone got it. But on my travelings through since I did the last presentation, I've heard the lack of holding ballers to task with it, because they've brought it up, and they've been walking on eggshells, doing it cautiously, saying refraction. And there's a lot of people out there, I give a lot of people thumbs up, you know who you are, that have stopped them. But a lot of people, I think maybe they're just not feeling comfortable with it just yet, and that's why I'm going to keep on doing it. I may not go over every single thing, but we'll do something like this. We'll see how this goes, and maybe just brush it, and then take any questions if anyone has. If you got a question about it, don't hesitate. You can either, put your question in chat. Make sure we see it. Put some type of super chat on there. It can be minimal, right? Or jump into VC. All right, because if you have a question, I'll bet you there's a lot of people that have the same question that I'm just not seeing. Okay? So like I said, here we go with refraction. Again, I'm not going to say again and again and again every time. It's again because I'm doing it again. So with any topic, you must define terms. It's the Socratic method. Now, I'm not talking about is and and. I'm not talking about that. But if you're bringing up topics for discussion, and this is one, refraction, you best define it and right from Jump Street. Don't wait. What is it? And provide citation for it. There's nothing wrong with asking people to provide citation for it. I don't want to know what you think this is. I want to know what it is, if you guys are following me. So, since we're talking about refraction, let's define this monkey. Well, we go to the physics classroom. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave as it passes from one material to another material. Sounds pretty important right there. I highlighted it in red for you because that's really important as part of the definition. The refraction occurs at the boundary. That's you know what? I should highlight this whole thing, but it would make it, I can't do that because everything's highlighted, right? But every part of this definition is important. This part is really important. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Well, you have to have two different things for a boundary. There's no boundary in one thing. And is caused by a change in the speed of a light wave upon crossing said boundary. Makes sense. So to have refraction, you need two different things, and you must have a boundary. You have to have a surface, an interface. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent upon whether the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. It's pretty, and it's diagrammed or related in the formula. N material equals the speed of light in a vacuum over your reference material. Now, what is that N? Remember I said you had to define all your variables? N is the index of refraction. That's where they get the number from. So it's the speed of light over the speed of light in your reference material. It's a ratio is all I'm trying to say. It's got to be this because that's what refraction is. They just defined it for you, right? You can't make something up. And we got the refractive index here. This is the first introduction to Snell's law. It's over to the right. That's okay. I'm just going to show you how equivalent it is. You actually don't need Snell's law because you're going to get the same index of refraction with the known speeds of light going through each reference material. They're just different ratios, right? The first ratio, or N21, is the index of refraction in reference to material 2 versus material 1. That's all it is. And it comes from epsilon 1 over epsilon 2 right here. Or you can just use V. It doesn't matter. We can use V as velocity. It's not a big deal. So V1 over V2. Well, where's that formula? Well, it's right up here. I just showed it to you. That is also equal to the right side of this equation, which is Snell's law, which again is another ratio. It's just a trigonometric ratio. It's sine of the incident ray over the sine of the refracted ray equals a constant. That constant is the index of refraction. Hopefully everyone's getting this. I went over this a few times up to this point. That's not that difficult. Go ahead. I hear somebody click off.
Yeah, only to point out that you're not decrying this.
No,
you're supporting it. You obviously we point out that we can't measure the speed of light. But what you're saying there is this is a ratio of the two-way speed of light. Therefore, we're not making a referral to the speed of light per se as that means something. We're just saying that the two-way speeds have a ratio, and as you'll go on to validate, those ratios match the signs.
Yes.
So, I say, that's all I want to say. You're not, just to reiterate the point, that you're not decrying the speed.
No, I'm not. Not at all.
The speed of light is irrelevant to this at this point in terms of the determination of a refractive index.
Yes. As long as they're using the convention two-way speed, I have no problem with it. The most important thing is, I'm not debunking this. This is what refraction is. I'm just trying to point it out to you. What I'm trying to show you is that the people who are begocking refraction have no idea what it means or what it is. That's what I'm doing. So I'm just showing you what it actually is. From the experts in the field, not the numpties begocking refraction. Because that, we have to get down to defining terms. Once we start using the Socratic method, the Baltard numpties are through. It's over. They don't know what they're talking about. They're just making stuff up, as usual. So, the 5-dagger fistful of dipshittery. Like I said, I'm going to stop here. My favorite is obviously 1A versus Adam's 5A. But mine's quite deadly, and it just stops the discussion in its tracks. There's no way around this, so we'll get into it. Number one, whenever Baltards begot refraction, they're unwittingly invoking terrestrial refraction. There is no question about this. That's what it's defined as. I mean, if you read anything from Andrew Thomas Young, he discusses this in depth. There's no question here. And we have Andrew Thomas Young right here from San Diego State Astronomy Department. He's going to give you the description of terrestrial refraction. The atmosphere is also curved as it follows the shape of the Earth, and the calculations below will adopt the rough value of 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature to make the calculation simple. Now, you see, I've highlighted these two, right? To have this, these two conditions have to be known. This one and this one. Simple as that. Or it's not this, right? If I have a definition of a banana and it has, a banana is this color and this color, grows on trees. It's chock full of simple carbohydrates, potassium, and B6. If B6 is missing, let's say this is B6. If B6 is missing from the banana, then guess what? It's not a banana. Follow? Hopefully you guys got that. So, for terrestrial refraction to exist, like I said, two conditions that is necessary antecedents must exist. You must have curved gases, the atmosphere. And as we all know, atmo means air, air is a gas, sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. Right? If you think they do, you would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Literally. From Christy Bodak, Southwestern University. Grade level. I will use this lesson with a first grade class. If an object is in a gaseous state of matter, it will not have a definite shape or a definite volume. So it's over right there. You can't have curved gases. So one of the necessary contingent facts up here is non-existent. It's a fairy tale, making this a fairy tale. Not refraction. Terrestrial refraction's a fairy tale. Hopefully everyone's got that. All right. So like I said, this is 1A, and I could follow it up with Chem Libre text. Anywhere you look, they're going to tell you that gases have no definite shape, even though you know it intuitively. If you ever been around gases, like the air, they have no definite shape. It's all over right here, folks. Exhibit 1A, they're finished. All right, you can stop it there. Now, you don't have to. If you want to have a little fun, you can keep on going. I'm just giving you the ammunition, to put in your depot or arrows in your quiver. Okay? So, like I said, here we go with the definition again. It has 6,400 kilometers as the radius of curvature. Well, you need the radius of the Earth. Well, demonstrate the radius of the Earth. How'd you get that value? They have a begging the question fallacy radius wrapped in a contradiction in terms, paradox. The atmosphere is a paradox, folks. It's a contradiction in terms. Simple as that. Now, to the big guy, Snell's law. They must invoke Snell's law. Why? Well, because it's the law of refraction. What is it? It's not going to be too much different than that refraction that we defined above. It can't be because we're talking about refraction, right? You're not going to get too far away from the original, overall definition of refraction. So Snell's law, also known as Snell-Descartes law and the law of refraction, is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through a boundary. Remember, we've seen that term before. Remember, I stressed that above. So it's the same thing. We have a boundary here between two different isotropic media. The other definition said between one material and another material. This is very easy. Two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air, right? Every depiction that you will see with Snell's law will have a reasonable facsimile to the one that you're looking at right here. You'll never see Snell's law without it designated as two different isotropic media. Why? Well, because it's in the definition, right? You're never going to find it with just one media. Why? Because that's not Snell's law, right? It's in the formula. You can't get around. You have the index of the incident ray with Ni and the incidence of the refracted ray. You ain't going to get around this. You got two angles here. You need two different media. It's as simple as that. In here, it has the air and water. Hope everyone gets this. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Now, I like to circle back and just remind everyone that you can get there another way from the original definition of refraction. Like I said, it's just a ratio. Just like Snell's law is a ratio itself. It's just a trigonometric ratio, right? But same thing. N, index of refraction, right there. C is the speed of light in the vacuum, and V is the speed of light in the reference medium. So there it is right there. It's depicted right here and is equal to Snell's law. So I just want to say those are interchangeable. You can use either or. You're going to get the same answer. And here's an equation. I'm not so much concerned with the equation. What they're doing here is they're giving you the indices of refraction, right? And they're asking you to just solve for the refractive angle. I'm not all that concerned about that. It's Mach's next. What I wanted to show you here, right? You got the sun, and it's going, you have light traveling through air. You have a surface and water. You see the two different media and the boundary, the surface. Huh? They put that there for a reason, right? Because you have to have it. It's part of the definition. Can you give me a surface for gases? Gases have no surfaces, folks. Unbelievable. So, the married bachelor paradox atmosphere is only one medium. They're finished. Can't invoke Snell's law. You got to come up with something else. I don't know what you're going to come up with. You'll have to sidestep the law of refraction, right? And that's what they do. Andrew Thomas, I don't know if it was Andrew Thomas Young who first did it, but somebody conjured this, right? Their only recourse is to tie Snell's law to a tree and start to just feebly adulterate it, with their Tootsie Roll decks. Right? And then they get laughed at. They have to snatch a baseball bat and proceed to Bob Euchre flail blindly at the demobilized damsel and invoke the married bachelor paradox, curved gases atmosphere. They have to do that. That's how they do it. That's how they get rid of two mediums. They invoke a paradox. You think I'm kidding. From the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Snell's law, right? Snell's law gives the quantitative change of the direction of a ray of light in passing from one medium to another. We just read it above. He's not going to give you anything different. He can't, because that's the definition. He continues, the product n sine z is the same on both sides of a plane interface. See that? Interface between two media. Right, because you can't have an interface between one media. It's non sequitur. Where n is the local refractive index and z is the local angle the ray makes with the normal to the interface. Like everything right here, this whole thing is correct. It is Snell's law. He has to tell you that. But what's he going to do now? He has to get around this. He has to get around those two different media. And the way he does it, it's non sequitur in itself, even without the paradox. So it's a paradox wrapped within a non sequitur. And he does it right in front of your face. In the curved atmosphere, well, gases don't curve, Andrew. You would fail first grade intro to gas behavior. But he introduces the paradox, and presto magico, Snell's law becomes, drum roll please, NR sine Z equals constant. That's not Snell's law. Where'd you get the R from? That's not in Snell's law. Let's go up here. Where's R? I don't see an R up here. Do you? No, because it's not there. It's not a part of it. Right? But that's how he does it. NR sine Z equals constant, where R is the distance from the local center of curvature. See the page especially devoted to this refractive invariant. Yeah, it's an invariant, all right. It's a zombie. It's a paradoxical zombie. That's what he does, folks. There you go. Abracadabra. Same thing as Tinkerbell. He abracadabras you with pixie dust from the curved Atmo in Gondor. That's it. That's the trick. It's hard to believe, isn't it? Go ahead. Somebody wanted to add something there?
I did, John, because there was bits that I wrote notes on, and they are the tricks. First is to make that statement with regards to boundary layers and the application of Snell's law. Then is to, after that, is to convert it and then derive a formula. And derive a formula which is fundamentally no longer based in reality. It's no longer based in what we'll discuss, which is this non-boundary layer that doesn't exist. But even if we pretend it was this boundary layer that doesn't exist, that it did exist, and we pretend it, and this boundary layer is not actually based on atmospherics, it's based on R. Yeah? The one that's non-provable.
Yep.
And that is the filthy bastardization of good observations and science within all the point of getting to here. And as you say, the Sideshow Bob Act, as they flim-flam those two things and get you to that point that you're prepared to accept that equation.
Yep.
Right? And the second you are, you're done. The second you accept that, you're done.
Yep, because I'm going to compromise you.
Good. Good.
Good. It's, yeah, like I said, yeah, thanks, Adam. Yep. So it's just an abracadabra with a paradox. It's so funny. It's not funny. It's pathetic, is what it is. I don't know how anyone can be fooled with this. How can you? You must not have read through these things, baltards. That's painfully obvious.
Here's another thing. Am I coming through okay, QE?
Yeah, you're starting to robot a little bit, but go ahead.
Something else I was thinking. I've been thinking about when I used to play with the ray tracer and the refractiometer, whatever you want to call it, on that you can play online with.
Mm-hmm.
And there's one setting that you can look at. It would show where, if you're looking at how the ray tracing is going, if you're the observer, where you would see the light, and like where it would be visible, where it would look like you would see it. And a lot of times when the angle comes in, you might, even though the light may be off to the right, but you would see it as if it was higher, right, than it really is.
Mm-hmm.
If the ray tracing, as they would argue, or if it's the light is following the curve of the Earth, then things would always look higher because it's having to curve over. So when you're looking at it, it would be more like an angled up in your observation. So it would always look higher than it really would be. You understand what I'm driving at? Does that make any sense? I was trying to find a picture where I can illustrate it, but I can't download it on my phone. But if anybody knows what I'm talking about, maybe help me unpack it.
Nah, I don't want to unpack that. We're going to unpack it with the rays down below.
Because the rays will help, I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yep. The rays down below will kill that. And you're already assuming a sphere and curved gases, so it's fun to go down there, but I don't want to play. So, like I said, they introduced the paradox. It's a bastardization. It's pathetic. It's done by religious zealot retards. Another tiny little problem. Like I said, I'm I'm picking at it now, but I think justifiably so. If you're going to put a definition of something, especially in science, this is supposed to be science, right? It has to be highly specific and accurate, right? In this definition, even I think this is a great definition. All they would have to do is put the caveat in. I'm going to show you what the caveat is here, and it would be good to go. I'm just nitpicking a bit, and I think I'm justified in doing so. So let's take a look at this. We're going to compare the definition, all the antecedents, necessary antecedents, to a refractive scenario and see what we get. Again, refraction is the bending of the path of a light wave as it passes from one material to another. Okay? We have one material, air, and we have another material, water. That's satisfied. The refraction occurs at the boundary. Do we have a boundary in between the two? Yeah, the surface of the water. So that's good to go. Caused by a change in the speed of a light wave upon crossing the boundary. We have all of it so far is good to go because the light's coming through here. It's going to cross from one medium to another. It's got a boundary, a surface, an interface, and it's going to change speed. The tendency of a ray of light to bend one direction or another is dependent on the light wave speeds up or slows down upon crossing the boundary. All the conditions are satisfied in our depiction right here, but guess what? There's no refraction here. What did they forget? The incident ray has to be greater than 0. It's just right there for you. Refraction is 0. I put everything in here for you. There's no way out of this. Like you could say I'm being pedantic. I don't think I am. It has to be accurate. It has to be precise. It lacks both. All right? It's a small issue, but an important one. Here's another. I put this. This is a big one for me. I usually don't go here because it's way over with 1A, and I usually don't get down this far. This is just for background information. But it's important.
It's not a small issue, John. That's genius what you just said there. Yeah? Because even if I take a crystal to my eye and look through it and look at the world through it, the world's there. It's a bit blurry, a bit different, yeah? But it's there in the same way. And if there isn't an angle of incidence, and that's what we're talking about here, and the refraction doesn't occur, and that's another factor that's crucial. Because how does air and gases have an orientation? Yeah?
Yeah.
There isn't an orientation. So you can't use gases, surely, unless I'm being wrong here. It's fine when you're passing it through another medium, a crystal, a solid, a liquid. Yeah, fine. Because they do have orientations. They've got a lattice to work with.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, gases don't.
Nope. Again, they don't have a surface. It's as simple as that. To have an interface, you must have a surface. Gases don't have surface.
The word keeps coming up. There is no boundary when you encounter the gas.
Yep. That word keeps on popping up. I tried to stress it earlier, right? But you're going to see it everywhere. Boundaries, and interfaces. Yep. Like I said, some people might think that it's pedant. That's okay. I think I made my point. The next one, again, I usually don't get this far. It's important, however, because it's in the definition. To establish the efficacy of Snell's law, please show photons as friggin' waves. Why do I say that? Well, waves are all throughout the definition. From Wiki, you got waves. From the physics classroom, there's light waves. There's 3 of them. Light wave in a single definition. Light wave here, light wave here. We got waves everywhere. You got a big problem, Shaggy. Because if we talk to Richard Feynman and Professor Shanker, physics at Yale, light photons aren't waves. So there's contradictions upon paradoxes upon contradictions. See it right here. He tells you. Feynman, the first thing Newton believed light was corpuscular. Turned out that it had very strange properties from that point of view. And it was then explained that many of these strange properties were because, in fact, it was a wave, which was wrong. He just comes right out and tell you you're wrong. Turns out he was right. It was a particle. Nothing you could do about this. There's no linguistic gymnastics that you can do to convert this. He sounds pretty confident, too. So does Professor Shankar. Everything is really particles, all things, electrons, photons. Protons, we don't care about the other ones, just the photons. All are particles. So let there be no doubt about that. Pretty confident. You don't hear that confidence too many times. Not like this. I mean, this is right in front of your face. Well, he's confident because he knows it for a fact. That's why. So they have a problem. There's another problem. All right? So show photons as friggin' waves. Best wishes. It's not going to happen. Now, Adam brought up another point, and I bring up this point. Like I said, I always caveat it because if they're working within the convention, the two-way speed convention, I have no problem with it. I just wanted to make a point of order, Your Honor, about the speed of light. They do not know the one-way speed of light. It's forever illusory, never, ever to be discovered. Won't happen, right? But it, like I said, if they're using the two-way speed in convention, I give them a pass with it. So I can just pass this one by. If you want a more thorough explanation, go back to the original presentation and I go through it. Okay? One-way speed of light. They must know it. This has other ramifications for their other fairy tales, light years, measuring distances and stuff. It's a train wreck. If you've listened to the Numpty clips, you know why. So even if I play, I be kind of dumb animal, Baltard Booger Eater Week, and grant them all of the paradoxes and contradictions we just went over. If I just say, okay, to heck with it, I'm going to give you all of it. The curved gases, the Snell's Law, Tootsie Roll Decadulteration, waves, catastrophe, one-way speed of light, Bubby Baruni's fairy tale radius. I could give it all to you and say, okay, I'll grant that to you. There is no way your paradoxical refractive phenomena that takes the geometric horizon and jettisons it 10 times further than it should be. Not even in all your paradoxes and all your contradictions can you pick up and move, jettison the horizon 10 times further than it should be. You can't do anything about this. It's over. Somebody told me and stopped me right here and said, you know what? This is killer. On this one right here, even granting them everything. That's how bad it is. We can move on. This is a good one right here, man. Oh, and now on the Rays. 5A. Now we're into Adam's realm. He's going to quickly take over here, folks. I'm telling you.
All I want to do is when it's on screen in YouTube is read the quote. Because I've been quoting it for a week or so. A week now, haven't I? And it was something I quickly scribbled down. So
okay.
I'm lazy. I'm not bothered to go back and see it. But when it's time to read it, can I read that, John?
Yeah. You know what? It's time. No, it's not time. You're right. I have a couple other things to go through. When I get there, Adam, I will stop and let you do it. How about that?
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
I figured that, man. I knew you were hyped up for it. Fair enough. So I want to bring up Rays. Now, why do I bring up Rays? Well, there's a good reason for it. I'll bet you can't guess what my reason is for bringing up Rays. That's rhetorical, by the way. You don't have to answer. Well, because it's in the definitions. From Hyperphysics, Georgia State University.edu. Refraction is the bending of a wave when it enters a medium where its speed is different. The refraction of light when it passes from a fast to a slow medium bends the light ray towards normal, towards the boundary. See the boundaries again? We have the boundaries between, here we go again, two media. They can't get around this. The amount of bending depends on the indices of refraction of the two media. Two. And is described quantitatively by Snell's law. But we're focusing on rays. Even the subject matter expert, right? Rays. He's got it all through his definitions. Rays, everywhere. Where's Ray? Adam.
So, rays is one that bugs me. What you were talking about earlier with regards to the nature of light. How do you conceptualize rays interacting with crystal lattices, with gas, and how the difference occurs? This weird mixing of what we see is a ray. Okay, how we perceive it, how we perceive the way those photons are, we call it a ray. But to conceptualize the behavior of the light as a ray is, I think, something you have to step outside of like teenage sci-fi for and realize it is a 60s word that doesn't mean anything in the slightest, and to me is confusing. And I think that's the admission here, isn't it? However, and that I see you've called it up now, John. This is the bit that, for me, allows you to ignore the previous stuff and go and say to your baller, I'll give you curve gases, yeah. I'll give you gas pressure without containment, yeah. Curve. I'll give you your R, the rate at which it's going to curve, yeah. I'll give you Snell's law. I'll give you another. I'll give you the one thing I will accept. So I won't give you. One thing I want you to accept is what refraction is. What John stated at the beginning, with regards to all of this, and this is refraction, and we'll come back to that word. Refraction occurs at the boundary layer, and that is a point of principle of Snell's law, which is what's then stated later, yeah, and used for this. But what Mr. Andrew Thomas Young, is it San Diego State University astronomy department, there's some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law to such a horizontal ray of light, because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. In general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of Earth's surface, but here we are only concerned with the rays bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. The simple solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are unrealistic mental constructs. In reality, we have always have a beam of light. Infinite rays don't really exist. And that last bit, I think, is lovely, because it's total flim-flam to take you away from the point that he's saying what we're saying happens. It doesn't happen. But let me talk about something else. It's a bit like a politician, isn't it? At the point of something really crucial that they're going to go down for, it's better to go down for something less. I did not have relations with that woman. It's probably a better thing to go down for than the truth of what he did. Hence, let's ignore the beginning of the what I've just admitted and focus on me admitting that rays don't really exist, instead of what we've said the effect of rays are and the impact of that with regards to all the things I'm previously happy to concede, not in reality, but just for the sake of this argument. And it's enough to destroy them. That's why, John, I got excited, because I think it's fantastic. It's their priest, it's their guy, it's their statement telling them that what they say happens. It doesn't happen. I'm rambling.
No, that's okay. What I was going to say is I can rest. I don't even have to present my case. I can just let Andrew Thomas Young present his, and it destroys the entire fairy tale of terrestrial refraction with this one sentence. The first sentence. We didn't even get to the ray part yet. This sentence right here. Some people have worried about that. That cracks me up. Worried about. Well, why are they worried, Andrew? how to apply the refraction law. Well, what is that? That's Snell's law to such a horizontal ray of light. But this is the important part because it does not cross any boundaries. Get back here. Horizontal boundaries. Well, that's
there's no need to worry, is there?
Yeah.
It's absolutely. If it doesn't cross a boundary, then you don't have to worry about Snell's law because it's not applicable.
Exactly. You got it. Yep. It kills it right there. I don't have to do anything. It does it itself. Now, back to the rays. Now, he goes on to say the simplest solution. This cracked me up. When I first read this, I said, the simplest solution. Solution to what? This problem? How can this below that I'm going to read be a solution to this problem up here? It's not. I don't know why this statement is even in here. I sure wish somebody would explain it. Andrew, can you come on here and explain what this means? You didn't offer. Now, you said simplest solution. There is no solution. I'll read it. Please, somebody tell me what the solution is. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we always have a beam of light. Infinitely narrow rays don't really exist. Anyone? What's the solution? It's lost on me. I don't see a solution here. What I see here is a statement that's relieving him the responsibility of his volumes of horseshit prior. That's what I see. Because that doesn't make, this is non sequitur. The simplest solution, this part right here, it's non sequitur. And then the horizontal ray paradox, unrealistic mental construct? Really? The rays don't really exist? They must exist. They're in your definitions there, Andrew. So what you're doing is you're conjuring, like you conjured the curved atmosphere. This time you're conjuring rays. It's a conjuring squared. You're like a witch. But at least actual witches, they have physical substances in their brew, like bat pee and frog's legs and Winchester shells, right? You don't have that. You have concepts. You're conceptual witch, right? Because you have to have rays. This is a physical effect in our reality you're attempting to describe, and you're telling everyone that they don't exist. It's over. It's all over. It was over with the first sentence. Like I said, we're just dancing on the graves. And then this final one, if you're unsure, if you think he made a mistake in this reference, we'll go to another reference. From Andrew Thomas Young. Astronomy Department. Thanks, Adam. In the diagrams below, heavy lines represent rays of light. If you're not familiar with this conceptual fiction, what? You have conceptual fictions as descriptions in your definitions of physical effects in reality. It's preposterous. It's a reification fallacy at the very best. Please check the Optics for Beginners page before continuing here. We don't have to. Ballers, what you have to do is check his Optics for Beginners page before you continue. Well, you didn't even start, so you can't continue. You have to start first. So once you start, make sure you check out this reference right here, Optics for Beginners, right? Unbelievable. Now, let's now take the terrestrial paradoxical Narnia refraction to its logical ends, right? We've got all the pedigree information. Now we want to see if it follows. You know it doesn't because it's a train wreck of all the contradictions and paradoxes. You know where it's going to end. But let's go ahead and do it and show everyone. There's nothing hidden. We're going to practically show what happens when you extrapolate from a multi-layered, paradoxical, adulterated, fictional, foundational fairy tale. And their poster child, I'm going to use it. Terrestrial refraction is looming. Everyone knows it, right? In this genre, everyone comes out. Bagac's looming. They don't know what it is. They've never known. I've asked people for almost 5 years now what looming is. I have never received this definition. Not a single time. And that's from Andrew Thomas Young. It's pretty concise. You'd figure it would just roll off their tongues. Right? But you'll never get the definition because they have this conjuring in their mind what it actually is. Right? Even going against what their pseudoscientists tell them. Like I said, we have right-wing factions of morons, right, that just make stuff up. But let's use the actual definition that he provides, right? Looming, the appearance above the horizon. This is Andrew Thomas Young, by the way. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it, right? That's his definition. As you can see in the definition right here, it's talking about the objects in reference to the horizon. Not the horizon. Not in his definition. Right? So now we have his Huckleberry quantum eraser that says that that's a load of crap right here. His definition. It's not lining up. Why not? His definition's not lining up. My definition of looming is nothing more than an optical illusion produced by the sky being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving the appearance of said objects floating above a false horizon. So, I'm saying that my definition is complete and is demonstrable. Judge, I will now demonstrate how my definition is correct and Andrew Thomas Young is smoking shrooms. Exhibit A. This is the quintessential example of looming in their paradigm. As I said, if you use off-center vision, you can see where the horizon, I can almost see it now, just not because I've looked at this photo so many times, it just plainly I can see it. I can understand in YouTube land that it's probably not good enough detail for you guys to see it. I can appreciate that, but I'm telling you, if you ever look at this photo like in a magazine or on some other media, you'll be able to see it. But yeah, I can see the actual horizon off the bow here, right? So, my definition is, remember, that the sky above is being inferior mirage underneath this object, giving the appearance that the object is floating above a false horizon. And that's exactly what's happening here. If we're unsure about this, then we have Mick. Here he comes to save the day. There's a fever in the funk house now, West. To make sure everyone is on the same page. There he is. Old Mick. October 2017. Now, to give credit where credit is due. Mick brought this out, and it's the same photo from above. We already went over that. He brought this out because the tabloid, he said in the caption below down here, the tabloid media called this a mirage, right? So Mick was right in calling them out and saying, hey, listen, guys, this isn't a mirage. All right? Obviously, it's not, because that's not the definition of mirage right here. So he depicts it, not a mirage. The real horizon is near here, right? The one that I told you was there. You can see it plainly now. All Mick did was color contrast this. He said the false horizon was due to fog. Now, it's a false horizon. His claim due to fog, his cause is, that's a false cause fallacy. Why? Because if that was fog, you wouldn't see the boat. But that's why we love you, Mick. Your meticulous attention to excruciating detail. But, like I said, credit where credit's due. He called it out. This is not a mirage. Thanks for proving my point, because the sky's being inferior miraged underneath an object, giving the impression of the object floating above a false horizon. That's Exhibit B, Your Honor. Exhibit C, 2014 Scottish Open. Just look at the left photo. It's readily apparent that the real horizon is right here. Right across there. Everyone can see it. What's happening here? Well, the sky's being inferior mirage underneath this boat, giving the impression that the boat is floating above a false horizon, which is down here. Now, they color contrasted it and makes it very easy to see. That's Exhibit C, Your Honor. This is a landslide. The jury's laughing now. And I haven't even brought out the big whopper just yet. There she is. This is QE Cuties' favorite photo. Can I hear a shout out from QE Cuties?
Yay!
This is Betty's favorite photo when we first
Are you
looked at.
calling me?
No. When we when we first seen this, but the first words out of her mouth was, "The boats are being raptured." I'll never forget it. Right? Because it looks like that. But this is the quintessential example, Your Honor. This is the quintessential example, demonstration of my definition. So we have the sky being inferior miraged underneath these objects, right? You can even see some of the white clouds in here. There's a collage of the clouds in the water. You have the real horizon, the actual horizon right across here. I can see it plainly. These objects are floating above a false horizon. Folks, you can't get any more delineated for a false horizon than this one because it's fragmented across the entire transverse dimension of the horizon, of the false one, right? This is over. It's over. My definition is correct, and Andrew Thomas Young's looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it, he can't make that claim. That's not what this is, right? But more importantly, he would need a second photo of these objects below the horizon, even to make his definition coherent. It's a comparison. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object. This is the important part that would normally be hidden below it. So show us the normally part. That's how stupid this is. Right? This is over, folks. Terrestrial refraction does not exist. They can't appeal to it. I just showed you why they can't do it. Now, I didn't say refraction doesn't exist, did I? I did not say that. I am saying that terrestrial refraction, what they appeal to for their ball-tard spinning space monkey religion, they can't appeal to it anymore. It's just that simple. I hope everyone gets it. I'm going to go over it about 10,000 more times. You guys are going to start puking, including ball-tards, right? Everyone is going to know this. Everyone in the genre, anyway. Comments, questions?
Yeah. Is that Andrew Thomas Young a real guy?
Yes.
How do we know?
I think Rumpus and another guy, I don't know his name, had correspondence with him. And if I'm not mistaken, I think 10th Man also had correspondence with him.
Okay. Because we can't find any pictures of him, huh?
No.
He's sort of like a hidden guy.
Yes.
Behind the scenes kind of guy. Don't mind the guy behind the curtains kind
yes.
of guy.
Yeah. Yep.
Is he right about anything?
I don't know. I'd have to go through all his material and find something he's right about.
Is he an astrophysicist? What is he?
He works for, I don't know his degree. I'd have to search out. All I know is that he works for the astronomy department at San Diego State University.
Okay, so who is he to make definitions of terrestrial?
He has. He's the subject. He is the.
He doesn't have a face. How much of an importance is this then?
Well, like I said, he is the subject matter expert on the topic.
How? Why? It's just a guy with a name.
Yeah.
Okay.
The most extensive literature is by Andrew Thomas Young. And he is even cited erroneously by folks like Mick West.
Yeah. Isn't that strange, huh?
Yeah.
These people seem to find one another.
Yeah.
But if you would want to make a paper about this, then they say, hey, what's your degree? Which university are you sort of from? And whatever. And we can't do that, right? When we have a statement to make.
Yes.
Yeah, these guys, they work for these universities. And I think, well, who's funding them? And what sort of outcome do you want from these universities?
That would be very different. See,
conspiratorial for you.
Yeah, you want to go deep into like their personal lives and what toothpaste they're using. I'm just on the outside taking.
Yeah, the thing is, I like truth, and I like and I think that usually the truth doesn't come from sort of democratic sort of institutions. Let me say it that way.
I understand what
where the most people are shouting that it is so when there is one speaking the truth.
I understand what you're saying. We just have two different missions on the true side. I like to take the established words that they say. You want to get into what shampoo they're using.
No. Making it dirty, right? No. I want to know what is their foundations, basically, right? What makes their foundations any better than ours? Why are they sort of established? What's that word established mean, right? That's sort of what I sort of get at.
It's a good point.
Yeah. I mean, we sort of revere that science and that the scientists and these people that with degrees and stuff. But come on, I mean, I think if you have a scientist talking about farmers things, right, and you have a farmer talking about things, who would you rather talk to? Right? I would rather talk to the guy that is the farmer, because I expect him to know more about how things work than the scientist.
The organ player at the church?
Yeah, well, yeah. Whatever, right? I mean, I think we are sort of prone to listen to these high voices we think that are high up, but who put them there and with what reason and what causes?
Can I jump in?
I have a quick question.
Just a minute, please. Who do you want to go first, QE? Me or him?
Hold on a sec. Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. We're gonna go through everyone. So just relax. We'll just go right down the list. We'll start. Betty, you want to take the con and go down the list?
Well, if you insist.
Thank you.
We got almost exactly at the top. You have anything to add or to?
Hello.
Oh,
I just have a question.
Hold on a second. Wait 1 second before you offer your question. I gotta find you here. You just blew my eardrums out. My fault, not yours. Go ahead.
Oh, I thought my mic was really low actually. But can density layers be considered? I mean, the differences between them. Could that be considered as a boundary?
No. Density layers of what?
Of the atmosphere.
No, atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmos, air,
Yep.
airs. Yeah, you already know that routine. Go ahead, Adam.
I'll quote Andrew Thomas Young. With regards to rays, it does not cross any horizontal boundaries. A light ray when it's coming in between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere, and I use that with permission here. So Andrew Thomas Young is clearly stating that the stratified atmosphere does not constitute boundaries with regards to Snell's law. That would justify, which would be there, yeah? Otherwise, they say there might be some differences, but no, there's not that with regards to a stratified atmosphere. That's what I liked.
All right. Is that the question? Is that now resolved?
Yep. I'm
Okay.
satisfied.
Okay, you have something else you want to add?
No, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, good. Then we got Drace. Drace, you're off mute.
Thank you. I got nothing really yet to add. It's just excellent. I always enjoy these presentations. Very good.
Okay, thank you. And then we got John P. Ryan. You're off mute.
Yeah, same as Drace. I really appreciate you guys going over this, even though it's ad nauseum at some points, but it's good to hammer it back in, because I kind of mentioned after show last week that I've been out of school for over 25 years, and so having to dig back through my really faded memory about all the lessons that I had to learn just to pass the school to begin with. I was kind of a slacker back then anyway, but having to remember all these details and then apply it to reality. And that's one thing I never really did, was apply what I learned to reality. And so, like, I really appreciate the details that you guys put into these breakdowns to kind of help break down the arguments and then, help me understand it, the simple mind. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks. That was it? I think so. Okay, we got Lino Tomo. I'm taking you off mute. You have anything to add or questions? No? Okay, we got Neil Constantino. Neil, are you there?
Neil Constantino is very busy right now. Sorry, I can't talk.
Okay. Let me skip you and go to Phoenix Rising. Take you off mute now. You have anything to ask? To add?
No questions. I did miss the start of it though. I had to get out of work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paul? Paul, are you there?
I'm coming. I was coming. I was trying to find the mute button. I was on mute. I dropped 2 pictures into the live stream. I think Huey just deleted one of them, but I was going to try to point out something. The first one is the actual Snell's Law bending light picture, and there's another one I actually showed the fish tank, but I think Huey deleted it. But I was actually going to make a point showing, like, on that one picture, there's a green dot on the picture, and it would show where if you was looking at that light from the position where the light is hitting the bottom of the tank or whatever, so to speak, that's where the light would be.
Oh, you're nodding.
Paul, you're roboting. Go to the next one.
Okay, we got Rob Keen. Take you off mute. You have anything to add? Questions? Hello, Rob. You there? No. Okay. And we got Grat, it's flat.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just a quick question. Doesn't infrared knock out like 99% of all refraction?
No.
Oh, really? Okay,
It's the least refracted wavelength. But your statement, it knocks out? No.
Okay. All right. Well, then that answers my question. Thanks.
The higher the frequency, the more refraction. Follow? So the lower frequency, like infrared, that's going to be long wavelength, right? The less refraction.
Okay.
But you follow that one?
But I mean, yeah, I think so. But shouldn't it like clear? Never mind. I think I understand what you're saying.
You got what I'm saying? Okay.
All right, we go back to Paul. He's back. Paul,
Can you hear me okay now? Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Okay. To make a sum up, in both the pictures I posted, there's there's one in a green dot in the actual Snell's Law simulator, and there's one in the fish tank, and it's a yellow dot. What I was trying to represent with the dots is what where the position of the light you would see it at, right? If you were looking at the light from the point where it hits, if you was looking at the light, and they always say the light is curving around the Earth. Well, if that's the case, visually, everything would have to be lifted up when they argue that. Because visually, that's where you would see it lifted up, risen up. So you would never see, even in their own paradigm, from their own argument, the geometric horizon. You can never see it. If it's because it's always, you're visually looking at where the light would be hitting you. It looks like it's going to be higher than it really is, if you understand what I'm driving at. The pictures are trying to illustrate where you would actually see the light, where it would look like the light would be. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? No, yes, maybe. Did I drop?
No, you didn't. No, sorry, I was on mute. What's the point?
Well, I'm just saying is even within their own paradigm, arguing that the light is bending around the Earth's terrestrial refraction.
Yeah.
Well, that means the horizon or everything would always look higher than it really is. They always use the fish tank as the illustration of how it bends around. Well, visually, it would look higher, always look higher. If you're seeing when the light hits you, if you understand. That's why in the fish tank, I put a dot where you would see the light. If you were looking at it from the point where the light on the other side of the fish tank, you're standing there looking at where the laser's coming from. You would visually look like it's higher in the tank than it really is.
I'll refer you to 5A, and I'll also point out that that's water with shed loads of glucose in it.
I agree, Adam.
Whether you want to use it to destroy the ball, is fine, but what you can't do is use it with regards to the atmosphere, which we talked about liquids, and this is a liquid bordering on solid point of view because of some of the saturation points within that, which is why you'll see the rate of bend is much lower, greater lower down than higher up. This is not analogous to anything with regards to light behavior in the atmosphere.
And I get that.
It's bad for us to use that because it defeats our point, doesn't it? It defeats our point. We're saying when they bring this up, that's nonsense. It makes no sense. So we shouldn't use it in the reverse because that's in a very rich glucose liquid, yeah, which is not in any way analogous to the atmosphere. So whatever it shows benefits us naught in our understanding of light in the atmosphere.
No, and I agree with you, Adam. The only point I'm making is if light is bending around and it hits your eye, it's going to appear higher than it really is.
Why is light bending around?
Well, I know. I'm talking about in their paradigm. In their paradigm. That's all I'm arguing.
They don't have a.
I don't agree with it.
They don't have a paradigm.
Refraction.
Yeah. Well, I know you destroyed it, QE, but I mean, they always say we always do the Muppet vision, the side view. But what will you visually see if that was true? And that's what I'm driving at. If it's true what they're saying, then you can never see it because it's going to be always higher than it really is. That's the only point I'm making if their argument is true. I'll leave it there.
That's why that doesn't. All right. So light's supposed to bend in their world at 7/6R. Number one, there's no R on that flat fish tank. Yeah. All you've got is some nonsense density gradient and then a light beam introduced at an angle. All it shows you is refraction. And not much, really, considering all the perversion you've put in there. Look how it straightens out. It's of no benefit to us, to me, right? That and using it, and there's enough demolition. We don't have to presuppose what their bullshit would turn out like, where we would presuppose their bullshit would turn out with our bullshit corrections of their bullshit. It's just bullshit.
I mean, I agree, though. I guess all I'm saying is if they start invoking refraction, they just shot themselves in the foot. And that's what we've been saying for a while now.
Yeah.
Ultimately, as soon as they do that.
Well, you're right. We need to tell them what refraction is, because in their world, refraction is that thing bending to your yellow dot. In reality, because of stuff, gravity, whatever, you know what I mean? That's why it's not worth entertaining anymore, because we didn't have the knowledge before to just say, don't be silly. Yeah, this is what refraction is. Unless you want to go away and define your terrestrial refraction, yeah, which is what's required for you to make this outlandish claim, then stop it, because you've got no backing otherwise. We don't have to, like in the days of the Isle of Man. Yeah, put up with the nonsense. We understand it now, and we don't have to humour it. And not the nonsense, they're ignorance in a lot of cases. They're complete ignorance. We're able to demonstrate and enlighten them. And that's what hurts them the most. Flat earthers are now enlightening them with the truth. The science in some cases, yeah? And also the bloody obvious in a lot. Why we can't get a decent conversation out of them anymore.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand. Do they actually say that everything we see is not where we see it? Is
Yes.
that what they're claiming?
Yes.
Okay, so if that was true, how would a sniper hit anything?
Listen, you're preaching to the choir. I already told them this hundreds of times, that if what they said was true, that Adam called it bullshit, then all the world's militaries would be rendered null. That it'd be academic. It would be non sequitur.
Tell you what, let's have a war with them. Let them use their way. We'll use our way. And let's see who wins.
We can't be having wars, Neil.
Paintball.
Paintball. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Scrat. You're right on it. Yes. Good. Anything else?
I just don't understand how they can actually think. I don't get it. I mean, they completely abandon logic and reason, and I don't know. It's just frustrating for me.
No, you're all over it. You're exactly correct. It's frustrating, right? Because that's what it is. So all we can do is just show it in spades, and then guess what? A little later this afternoon, guess what I'm going to hear? Refraction. Did Betty do it?
Yeah, I
might hear it now.
Two voices.
Yeah, Scrat, you're all over it. Thank you. All right, did we miss anyone, Betty?
Well, Shines came in. Maybe she wants to chime in and has something to say. Let me see if I can unmute her. Hi, Shines.
Hi, everyone. Just
great.
presentation as usual. You are amazing. And I'm just tired of them claiming that this is just semantics and that words don't have any meaning. And we don't know the difference between bending and divergence. And it's so silly. And I know that this is just going to continue for a long time on. And I don't know if a lot of people will ever get it, because we are in that, anti-flat earth community. Like, they just refuse to listen to what's so obvious. So yeah, more great information, and hopefully maybe some people will become sane and come into reality. We'll see, though.
That's wishful thinking. I like that, Betty. Can you invite more people to come in, and then when they come in, say, "Hello, I'm here."
It seems that you have a sort of a hearing problem, in the sense that everything is too loud for you. Huh?
Yeah, it's showing everyone that comes in has their volume turned up a lot. So this is good.
That you have your volume for the income of the how do you say that? How your sound is transferred to you. That's too high up, maybe.
Well, there's a balance, cutie. Between
the balance, you crossed it.
Yeah, there's a balance. We're going to get into shop talk. Nathan will love this. There's a balance between what goes out to YouTube and then what comes to me. And I want it to what goes out to YouTube as reasonable. And
Sure.
if it is reasonable, I have to turn you up because I can't hear people.
Yep.
So my speakers
No,
are
but everybody was too loud.
yeah,
Usually it's too low, and now they're too loud.
yeah, every single person that could. So just start inviting people in, Betty, because you like it. And make sure QE hears you.
Oh, let me see what I can do for you.
Oh, it doesn't matter with you, Shines. You could turn it down. It doesn't matter. If I have you cranked, I'm toast. And you weren't the only one. Every single person today. So it's been a lot of fun.
We got some other person, but he's on deaf and mute. But you don't want
Yeah,
to hear him.
yeah, that's where he's gonna. That's where he'll stay.
All right. Okay, well, I think that we had all the people in here that could talk and have tried to talk, except for a couple of people. Oh, there we got Rob. Hi, Rob.
Sorry, I can't talk. I got a really bad mic.
So
Oh,
how's that sound, Quantum?
yeah, it was loud. I was struggling to get him. Of course, I was right in the middle of a message to somebody. I'm struggling to get him, and he just stopped. But that's all right. I got him. I got you, Rob.
Sorry.
You should be good to go.
You want to add something?
Not really. My mic's really bad. It was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it.
All right. I got another super chat that I wanted to shout out. It's from Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. And he says, thanks, QE. And
Thank you.
He said admit presentation, but I think it's good at the end.
Thanks, Lump. He said, what's the name? Lump. I can go look 1 second.
Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum.
Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum. Love it, man. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Well, it was a long run this time.
Yeah, it was a longer one this time. Everything's going really good. It might be about 3 or 4 weeks, to get everyone in sound line, but I think that this was a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You have said yourself anything to add? What's next Ballbusters about?
Next Ballbuster, I forgot to tell Adam and Nathan. That was I was gonna say something and I got it. It was in the morning. I wasn't thinking straight. They requested for Ballbusters that we, because there's a lot of new people, according to them, that's on the scene. So to go back into the science presentation, they wanted something, specific, and I'm not going to do the science presentation without doing the whole thing. So Adam, I'm going to do the whole thing, man.
Fair enough. If you want to, no, it's fair enough. I understand. You want to present something properly. Sometimes you have to. So
yeah, I'm going to present. Yeah, we'll go in for the next 4 or 5 weeks, and we'll just be talking science on Ballbusters. No problem. I don't have an issue with it.
On science now?
Say again?
Are we camping out with science now?
We're going to drop anchor in science again. Yes.
Drop anchor.
Yeah.
Or camping out.
Drop an anchor in natural science. It's a heavy anchor. It's going to be hard to lift up.
Mm. But didn't we do that hundreds of thousands of times again?
Yes, but it appears, like I said, we have new people in. It's not a bad thing to go back and review those principles and concepts. It's not a bad thing at all.
Right. Yeah, because you can sort of apply it to all kinds of other different things that they are claiming to be true right now in this minute.
Yes. Yep. So I'm looking forward to anything talking about the scientific method and anything, the one that I created. I enjoy talking about that.
Oh, yeah. Your scientific method, huh?
That's right.
Yeah.
Might as well take ownership of it since
nobody else does.
Yeah, they're saying that it's mine. I've heard a number of times that it's mine. I appreciate that. Yeah, Drace is saying the same. Drace is saying the same thing.
Variable?
Oh God.
Is it with the independent variable or the independable variable?
According to you, it's the independable variable.
You can't depend on it.
Yeah, so even Drace in the chat, he's saying that, yeah, they keep telling us it's my method, QE's method, so I might as well take ownership of it then.
Mm. Maybe you can put out a paper as well then, like that Andrew Thomas Young did. Everybody, Bagak, you.
Bagak, you can't do the Bagak right. You need practice on that.
Oh, the hell.
Well,
I
if
want
it's
to
your method, if it's your method, couldn't they just say you're just wrong?
They do.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, they just say it. That's the difference between them and I. I don't say it. I support it. And demonstrate it, by the way. That's very important. Anyone can say anything, right?
I got another super chat for you.
Go ahead, Betty.
It's from Peter Clark, and he says, Rumpus is an utter moronic sophist.
Who's Rumpus?
I don't know.
I don't know either. All right, let's wrap it up. Adam, any final thought?
At least he super chatted for you.
Say again?
At least thank the guy that super chatted.
Well, yeah, I thought it. Didn't I thank him?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Hey, well, thank you very much. And I didn't see it. Why that didn't pop up on my... Oh, there he is. Now it popped up. Peter Clark. Yep. Appreciate it, Peter Clark. Hope you guys got a lot out of the presentation. Let's go ahead and wrap it up. Let's get Adam any final thoughts, and make sure we get Adam shouting out his channel. He's got a couple good videos on there. Adam's starting to ramp things up, right?
Thank you, sir. That I did plan to do that. I'm going to post it in chat in a second. Yeah. On tonight, yeah, I've enjoyed it. Like I say, 5A for me is beautiful. You can seed all you like and then take them to 5A, and the priest says what they're claiming does not happen. Nonsense. So we can forget all about the supposed terrestrial refraction and concentrate on what we understand that's validated with regards to refraction. And I'm more than happy to accept proven understanding of refraction and what it is. Even if it includes the two-way speed of light.
Yeah.
As a ratio.
Yeah, that's a stumbling block. I knew it would be, and I knew I had to go over it. Yeah.
I'm happy. That's why I gave the prefix, the as a ratio. We're not invoking it. We're just using it both ways for everything, and then defining that ratio that we've applied to everything. So I don't have a problem. Like I said, that's why I interjected. I don't have a problem with it. It doesn't involve me questioning measuring the speed of light. It's a ratio within a device.
Yes.
Okay, so whatever that thing's doing, whether it's the speed of light, whatever, it doesn't really matter. It's a ratio within a device. That's cool, as long as it's each thing that we define the ratio's got the same parameters, and that's how it's been derived.
Yes.
The validating thing is that the angles
correct
have a similar ratio. So.
Correct. Yes.
So that I like it. But like I say, 5A for me. That's all I'd say on this evening. Other than that, yeah, if I could shout I've obviously got my channel, the Adam Meakin. I've had for ages, but what I've wanted to do is I've started a new one. What ? Is the world? And Nathan, all of that is in lowercase now. I've changed it thanks to Nathan's bequest. So I'm just kind of putting my thoughts down there, kind of trying to do episodes, just covering certain topics. The first one was kind of the instigator, really born out of what Brian was doing with regards to Wolfie and certain flights and stuff I've done in the past. The next one's a little bit more considered, and hopefully kind of highlights the two sides, what we've learned over the time, what we know, what's demonstrable, what's provable, and what the high priests of the globe spout as the rhetoric that's the reason you should think it's a bull. And it's a kind of a juxtaposition of those two things.
Cool.
Need to make your own mind up. Yeah, so that's what is the world, and I'll stick it in chat now and spam it a sec. Thanks, John.
That was perfect timing, honey.
Finish another banana.
No. I'm talking to my wife. She just came in and tore a piece of paper off the door in here. That's too funny. Perfect timing. Yeah, thanks, Adam. Everyone sign up for Adam. Adam, are you spamming that in the chat?
Done it once, I'm going to do it again. There you go.
Please, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, guys, and watch and please sub and share if you could. I'd appreciate it. I'm still on low numbers there.
Oh, we'll get that going, Adam. No problem. Everyone should be subscribing.
Yeah, I liked your last one, right? Where you sort of put Neil deGrasse Tyson, that other guy, what was it? The physics guy, Bill Nye, the physics guy.
Right.
I like it when you sort of let them talk and other people talk, and it's good. It's kind of nice to hear these people having these stupid representations of a boat going over the curve of the horizon on a table. It's so stupid.
As QE said, sometimes the best response is to just let them talk.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. Betty, take us home.
Yeah, I want to thank all the super chatters because there was some amazing super chatters here. Please don't be shy for super chatting because I will shout them out, unless it's vile language, of course. But I think the Rumpus guy was a little bit over the edge, but okay. So people, thanks for that. And I usually have to shout out Nathan with his channel, so with Nathan Oakley 1980. And then to a debate, but I haven't seen him yet. So has he been here, guys?
Yeah,
so
I seen him earlier.
Yeah, but he didn't spam his show, did he?
I did not see it, so I'm not sure about that. He might have gotten busy. Let me check one more time.
Yeah, maybe if he has a show, go and check it out. If he has a show, and subscribe so that you never miss one.
There's it's premiering now, Nathan Oakley channel, Flat Earth Debate 1467, uncut and after show. So that's on now.
Okay. So he's running it now. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can, when this is done, go over to that one.
I'll check if he's in the chat, but yeah, I'll have a look.
You ever wondered what actor?
Yeah. So everybody, thanks for being here, and see you next time at the Ballbusters. Over to you, John.
Over to you. Really? All right, I guess I'll take it. All right, I want to thank the panel. Appreciate that. For the folks that are listening in, yeah, we're getting the sound squared away. Sorry for the initial ones, but I'm usually pretty sharp on that, pretty quick to get the audio squared away. It'll take a little time, but just be patient. We'll get it squared away. With the refraction or terrestrial refraction, hold these guys. If they say refraction, hold them to it. Have them define it and have them show you. Listen, I said the easiest one was 1A, but you could take any of them. I don't mind. But as long as you take it to them. Okay, don't let them get away with refraction. Don't do it. Right? Go ahead and hold their toes to the fire. Thanks again, guys. So, take no prisoners. No quarter will be asked. None shall be given. And remember, I'll be back.
Dang, you guys can't talk that stuff. Imagine not being voice verified. No.
Hey guys, welcome to the show. Got a great one lined up for you today. Ball Busters, episode 77. Exposing some of those tools of the trade the ball-tards use. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. I know we got one ball buster in the chat because I talked to him right before I came live, and it's the distinguished Nathan Oakley. How are you today, sir?
I'm very well. How are you? To be here?
Yeah, only us two. All the other ones abandoned us. I knew it.
That's okay. We can have just as much fun, just you and I.
Oh,
and a live
yes.
audience, of course.
Yeah. We could do some of the audience in there. It's good. We're gonna make it snappy today. For a few reasons. Like I said, we'll go over some of the tools of the trade, logical fallacies, because they're steep. The ball-tards are steeped in them. And something that I did see this morning when I went into Skype and I was looking in the war room and somebody popped the video in there. I usually don't. I'm usually too busy. I won't pop them up, but this time I did, and it was pretty good. It was a really short video, and it's going to be a shout out to Taboo Conspiracy, Ben over there, and P Brain. And it's with that. Did you by chance catch that video, Nathan?
Maybe. What was it about?
It was about the shadow. I think it was it off Mount Rainier? You know, the old thing they, wheel out.
Yes, I've seen that. Yes.
Yeah. I just started laughing. Let's see if I can't pull that up real quick so we can get right.
Yeah, let's debunked it. I think it might have been Brandon. Brandon? Or was it Chris?
Chris.
I remember.
Yeah, it was
He did
so
it with the-
it was so long ago, right? But I still see them wheeling this thing out. But I like their take on this. This is pretty good. Hopefully everyone will get it. How many will get? Wait a second. Let me make sure we got some people in here. Hold on.
Oh, are you doing that? If you do join as a live member, because this is going to be a relatively both Q and I have got other things, prior appointments and such like. So we will open your mic relatively quickly if you do join as a public member. So we will have a public interaction as we're going through some of these fallacies. Because Chris Berry, he's the guy who had the light stand and tray and a car or something like that.
Right. Yes. Yeah, that was a while ago, but they still wheel this disheveled monkey out. I've been seeing it the whole time. I just snicker and just move on because there really wasn't anything here for me. There's no science here. I mean, you're not going to do an experiment on this, so I just chalked it up as just another empty claim. And then I came by the video today. I knew it was a train wreck because the Earth's flat. We already proven that. So there's got to be an angle. And P Brain, I guess, found this out a while ago. I must have missed this video, through my travels, but caught a hold of Ben at Taboo Conspiracy go through, and I kind of snickered at the take. And here's what we're talking about, people. You guys all have seen this before. 1 second, let me go back, Nathan. Let me go ahead and. Are you watching the live stream, or do you want me to stream through Discord?
I don't want you to do either. I can follow along without watching.
Really? All right. So here we are again.
I'm all right.
Good.
I'm just saying how ace I am.
Yeah, I know you're ace, man. That's why I wanted to check. Just in case some other people come in, they'll just have to watch the live stream. It's no big deal. So, like I said, we've all seen this before. They wheeled this disheveled monkey out and say, "Her entered the Earth is a globe," right? I don't think so. You're kind of missing something, right? Let's go back. Essentially, what they're saying is this is the actual diagram of what's going on here, right? You got the sun, shining on this mountain, and it's throwing a shadow up on the clouds. Get out of here. 1 second. Take over, Nathan.
It's shining up on these clouds, and then as a result of this observation, which does exist,
all right, I got it. That was too funny. I got it. My cat was behind me. Oh, I got it, man. And then you just repeated what I said. So that was pretty cool. All right. So, like I said, this is basically a visual representation of what's going on here, right? Giving you this little routine. And if you look at this, and when he pulled it up at first, I said, I started laughing because I knew where he was going because it was Wild Da, right? And he's talking about it, and then he goes, well, what if you take the mountain away? What should happen? You know, if the sunset is going down behind the curved Earth, right? Sort of like this type of deal. This is what I seen in my mind's eye, you know, when I seen his first diagram. What should happen? Yeah, you should see that when the sun sets. So ballers, you got some big problems. You need to explain this. Now, I know every single one of you have parroted this nonsense, right? So you're going to have some explaining to do. You know what I mean? Does everyone get it? Right? Now, technically...
Yeah, I've never thought about it.
Go ahead.
I've never thought about it like that. But yeah, you just think of the natural consequence without the mountain and suddenly you've got a Terminator line on the ceiling.
Exactly. You got it. Now, technically, you shouldn't see... It should always be this way, is what we're saying. You should never see that shadow from the mountain because the shadow should be overcome by the curvature of the earth. How about that little twist? So all this is a train wreck of epic proportions. I hope everyone got that. We'll talk about this more on Tuesday for the live show. So I just wanted to bring it up now. Go ahead.
One thing to add.
Good.
What was supposed to be blocking? What's supposed to be blocking it? If you remove the mountain in that scenario, would it be a physical geometric spherical horizon formerly known as Earth curve debunked by the Black Swan that would be causing that Terminator line on the clouds?
Yes, sir.
We debunk that with the Black Swan, and they'll need after it, and they'll need a flat plane to measure how to get it.
Yeah. Too funny. Like I said, I just wanted to bring it up just for kicks and giggles. Because we'll deal with this more on Tuesday just to laugh.
It's a fallacy, though. It's an affirming the consequent. That's what I said when you jumped away after the cat.
Oh.
Affirming the consequent at its heart, isn't it? Yes, Nathan, I totally agree.
I'm trying to think of how they could form. What's an affirming the consequent?
Earth's sphere, then we'll see.
Hello? Is my mic still working?
That's the sun. Sorry.
Go ahead. Do it again. I didn't hear you.
If P, Earth's a sphere with a geometric limitation and orbital motion, then the sun will be blocked by the orbital motion of it dipping behind the mountain. It does dip behind the mountain, and shadow is created by the orbital motion. Therefore, you have Earth as a sphere with orbital motion. If P, then Q. Q, therefore P.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah. I'd have to take a closer look at her. Make sure all the P's and Q's are in order.
Off the top of my head, I'm sure they would round it off without actually using the affirming the consequent bit. They never actually state it. I mean, their claims get shorter and shorter. Just check any of the comments under the QE or my videos. You'll see that their claims are like half a sentence long half the time. They don't have a conclusion. So in an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy, they don't formally state the fallacy. They just give you a half fallacy and they let you argue against the conclusion that they're implying. I like to do that myself now. I've stolen that. I like to think, but without the actually summarising what your point is with the end of the fallacy, and obviously without the fallacy, you know. So elevation angle proves Earth is flat. There you go. Like one of those throwaway comments you can just chuck into someone's chat feed. This is a nice, concise statement, not a fallacy, unlike the example I'm giving in this case. Go ahead, sorry.
No, they'll never complete. Because if they do complete it, you know, as stated by modus ponens or affirm the consequent formal logical fallacy, if they state all the P's and Q's, you know, consecutively, then it's apparent to everyone. So they'll just go to half of it, and the second half or conclusion is implied. Right? Yep. That's what they do. All right, let's
pause in case you wanted to introduce Mitch. Hey, Mitch.
Oh, is Mitch in here? What's up, Mitch?
Hey guys, how are we?
Excellent. I'm chuffed that you, for some reason, you trimming out that bit of 10th Man presentation has ended up netting you about 10,000 views, which it definitely wouldn't have done if I'd trimmed it out. So I'm elated because it was a good presentation. Took a while to get going, like half the live show. But when 10th Man finally put that presentation together, well worthy of someone trimming out, and I didn't have the time. So when I saw you'd done it, I was like elated.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I watched
that presentation was one of the best. He is really on point. It deserves 10,000 views. That's all him. That was fantastic. It was slick as too. You wouldn't even know that it took half the show for him to get into it.
I like the conciseness.
Once it got going, once we figured out it was just a slide issue, you know, on PowerPoint or whatever he was using. He just couldn't get it to do it on the live stream. And yeah, sometimes it's worth the faff. I hadn't actually seen the presentation prior to it going out live. I don't know 10th Man well enough to know how good the presentation would be. So check that out on Mitch's channel. It may not have 10,000 views, but you know it's getting there. In case someone goes, yeah, hasn't it had 8,900? I don't care.
Hey, Mitchell, if you can, go ahead and spam that link in the chat.
Yeah, will do. I'll grab it out and put it in the chat.
Appreciate it.
Obviously, subscribe to Mitch when you go and check out the video. Yeah, I've taken go to 76 or however you say his name off mute. So if you did want to join in the conversation, because it's going to be a relatively short show today, feel free as we're going through some logical fallacies.
All right.
Before we get into the
panel,
go ahead.
Go on.
Full panel today. Where is everyone?
I think Adam went to. I think Adam went to a bris.
You went to a burned supper.
Yeah, he did.
It burns night tonight, then.
Yes, that's what he said.
Okay, I'll be singing "Old Lang Syne" right about now.
He said he was going to have to serve haggis to the lassies.
That's right, haggis. Yeah, they have haggis on Burns Night.
Yeah, he could have probably told me, 2 weeks ago or 10 days ago or 5 days ago or 3 days ago, but nope. He waited till last night and said, hey, QE, I'm not going to be there. I got Burns Day. I'm like, what the hell is that? But that's Adam. All right.
That's a Scottish thing.
Go ahead. We ready?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, let's roll into logical fallacies. We'll stop and everyone can add what they want because it's pretty funny. So, like I said, the tools of the trade, and we all know this. Let's point some of these out. The first one on the docket is the argument from silence, or argumentum ex silentio. Love that. Argument for silence. See, also, this is the overarching fallacy. It comes from an argument from ignorance. So this fallacy, its sources remain silent or say nothing about a given subject or question. This in itself proves something about the truth of the matter. So let me give you an example. This is Shamalama Gamma Ping Ding Dongs. I forgot the llama. That's not right. Shamalama Gamma Panda Ding Dong. This is his favorite argument. Now, that's what he said. Is he still alive? I haven't heard from him in a long time. I digress. Anyway, I remember this many, many years ago, and then just recently, he's done it a few times. It's on the Numpty clips. But this is his favorite argument. You ready? There have been hundreds of thousands of people who have studied the second law of thermodynamics, but nobody has caught on to the problem of the atmosphere next to a vacuum. Guess what that is? His favorite all-time argument? Fallacy. It's an argument from silence fallacy. It's as simple as that. He's a numpty dipshit. Any comments on this one?
Oh, but there's another variant of it, which is all the people in NASA would have known or said something, which is the same thing.
Yeah, it's more or less the same thing. Yeah. This is one of those creepy fallacies. It'll creep up on you, and if you don't know what you're looking for when they say it, you'll be convinced there for a second. So I like putting this one out there. It's really easy to catch on to it. Like I said, once you know what the fallacy is, then you catch it, man, and just rub their noses in it. Pretty silly if you think about it. Here's, I would say these two are slowly becoming, I wouldn't say number one, because they're definitely circular, begging the question to Fermi the Consequent will come before these. But these two are running a quick second and third. So we got the fallacy of composition, also known as a composition fallacy, exception fallacy, or faulty induction. Goes something like this. Description: inferring that something is true of the whole from the fact that it is true of some part of the whole. Obviously, it's the opposite of its twisted little sister down below, fallacy of division. We'll get to that one in a second. Example: observational science. We all heard that before, right? That's a fallacy of composition. That phrase right there. Why? It's not only painfully redundant, it's fallacious. Because we have a hypothesis in there. Not only that one, but I picked out the hypothesis. The hypothesis, the queen of science, is not observational. Everyone say it? Give you another one. Empirical. You see, empirical means observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. Not just observable. So if they use empirical in the context of just seeing something or observable, it's a fallacy of composition, right? Because it's not true of the whole, right? Because the whole is testable, repeatable, falsifiable, and observable. So it's got part of the whole, but it's not the whole. Get it? So whenever you hear this or observational science, there's a million of examples of this that I haven't put down, but I think you kind of got it, right? It's twisted sister, fallacy of division, also known as false division, faulty deduction, or division fallacy. Description: inferring that something is true of one or more of the parts from the fact that it is true of the whole. So it's just the opposite from its other sister, twisted sister, fallacy of composition. Example: atoms are natural. Everything is made of atoms. Therefore, everything is natural. This comes from every dumbass baltard you know. Everyone got this one? Any questions on these two?
Oh, but the first fallacy is the somebody would have said something fallacy. Anyway.
Yeah. Hey, Kiwi. Hey, Mitchell, Nathan, everybody. Yeah, it's like the first one is like well, no pilot said it wasn't a globe, so it must be a globe. It's that kind of thing, isn't it?
What's going through QE's head right now is just literally finished the section on fallacy of composition and division. You want to go back to the first fallacy? Rightio.
I thought you were talking about boredom because he mentioned boredom. I'll talk about the second one if you want.
We're doing the second and third one.
All right. Well, I just shut up then. That's the best thing to do.
Those two fallacies that you've just detailed typically get used with science. So they'll extract a part of the method. You've named the best ones already, but I'll just be repeating them. But yes, they'll just take one section of the scientific method, be it, well, I've got an observation of a natural phenomena, therefore science. No, you've got to have all of it.
Exactly. Yeah. And to be empirical, a lot of the numpties think empirical just means observable. No, observable means observable. Empirical is a little more detailed. It's got a few other parts to it. So just be careful with that.
One more thing to add.
Go ahead.
Just because you've said it now. Also, when you say repeatable, right, that does not include looking at something, looking away, and then looking back at it again. That's not contextually what repeatable means. It means repeatable by way of a hypothesis test.
Yes.
Repeatably performing the hypothesis test, not closing your eyes and then go, look, there it is again. Repeatable.
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? Yeah, that's right. That's right. Too funny. Yeah, so the testable part right here, the repeatable and falsifiable is contexted with this big guy right here, not him. Obviously observable. If you looked at it, you've seen it. You don't have to look at it again. Doesn't have anything to do with. Too funny. Sometimes people will get these confused, but that's okay. They'll say fallacy of division. You know, you just got to root it out. They're just the same fallacy, different sides of the same coin fallacy, right? I know what you're talking about if you say it. Yeah, they're a good one. One of our favorites too, reification fallacy. This happens all the time. However, I'd like to make a couple caveats with it. If you're telling a story, right, whether in text or in voice, and the way we tell stories, we like to use rhetorical language, and it's a great storytelling technique, and it provides a lot of backbone, cowbell to the story, so everyone can see it. It's not fallacious if you're using these things, like this one down here, calling a storm cruel, right? That gives a mental picture. You know what they're talking about. This isn't fallacious if it's in a story, right? However, if you're using it as proof of something legitimate, then it's fallacious. So it like everything, it's context based. So reification fallacy, when an abstract belief or hypothetical construct is treated as if it were a concrete, real event or physical entity. When an idea is treated as if it had real physical existence. Example, gravity bends and dilates and warps space-time. That's a classic reification fallacy right there. On a couple levels. Space-time, that's concept. And so is this delusion. So you got two concepts here. It's like a reification fallacy sandwich. Another one in the same family, and there's a few in here under reification, it's the anthropomorphism fallacy. This is the error of projecting uniquely human qualities onto something that isn't human. Usually this occurs with projecting the human qualities onto animals. But when it is done to non-living things, as in calling the storm cruel, the pathetic fallacy is created. So it's quite pathetic. And the shining example of this, science says or explains, right? It's not, science isn't saying anything. Right? This is a classic pathetic fallacy. Any questions? These are all self-explanatory, you guys. You know, you could fog a mirror, you could see this. Right? Good.
I like the ones that slip in and out of context on whether or not they're actually being reified, and the level of understanding of the subject matter defines whether or not the person's reifying the notion that's being discussed. A good example of this is light as a wave. So a good understanding or a good grounding in the way that light's being described in terms of maths. Well, that maths giving you a probability distribution can be described in maths as a wave function.
Right.
And you can get all sorts of useful conventions derived from that to describe wavelengths of light and various other things. But light is not a wave. That's just the way it's been described in terms of the probability distribution that you have when it's diffracted. Doesn't mean it's actually traveling through a medium or making a wave or going up and down or oscillating or doing anything like that. It's just a description. So the moment you describe light, for example, needing a medium to create a wave, what the hell are you babbling about? That's your reification of the mathematical description of a probability description, also known as wave function, into an actual physical wave. You've just reified it through lack of understanding.
That's a little bit higher level reification fallacy.
One. It's a fallacy show. We've done a lot of fallacies.
Yeah,
I like the reification. Hypothesization. There you go.
Oh, what is it again?
Hypothesization.
That's not. Say it one more time.
Hypothesization.
That's close. The first one you were shaking. It's that one.
Oh, I don't want to say that word. But the fallacy of misplaced concretedness, which is to say, to take something that has no physicality or concreteness and give it concreteness, physicality.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's our next one. So reification. It's not the next one. It's an overall general description of what it is. Like Nathan said, also known as concretism, hypostatization, or the fallacy of misplaced concretedness, is a fallacy of ambiguity. When an abstraction or abstract belief or hypothetical construct is treated as if it were a concrete, real event or physical entity. In other words, it is the error of treating something that is not concrete, such as an idea, as a concrete thing. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. And this is from your alma mater wiki. Let me say it again, baltards. A common case of reification is the confusion of a model with reality. The map is not the territory. And by the way, when we charge you wee knobs, sack-sniffing cretins with reification, when you conjure, then appeal to a model that you never had or ever will, you don't even know what they are, we're not charging you with living on it or in it. That wouldn't be a fallacy. It would be a paddy wagon horse tranquilizer, rubber room, emergency lobotomy scenario. We're charging you with treating your model, like I said before, that you'll never had or ever will have, as proof of reality. See it? Yeah, I know you don't. You'll just appeal back. We don't live on a model. That's not what we're saying. Right? Oh, get the straw man. Anything more on this, Nathan?
Just another one that's to sort of lean back onto the side of the useful nature of models and descriptions, so long as they're not being reified. Example being an isolated system. So in the second law of thermodynamics, you've got isolated systems being utilized to simplify the descriptions that are used for things like gas behavior. Very useful concept. The idea of an isolated system is useful for description. However, if I then take the second law of thermodynamics and use that description of an isolated system to infer that there is, in reality, an isolated system in existence, then I'm reifying what was, up until that point, a useful tool for description and abstraction into something physical, where there is no such physicality in existence.
You're like a PhD. You're giving PhD level examples, man.
Hardly.
That is a high level example of that, of reification.
Fair enough.
Damn. But you're correct. You're right on point. That's exactly what it is. So, Baltards, make sure you understand this one. I left it up there for a time and colored it differently so it would burn into your retinas. But I'm still gonna hear this. I'll probably hear this evening, right? Because you're always model, right? We call it reification. You think we live on a model? No. My word, I can't tell you how many times that happened. It's in the thousands with me. Straw man fallacy. This is it's really going. Everyone kind of knows what this is. It's kind of intuitive. A straw man fallacy. You attribute an easily refuted position to your opponent, one that the opponent wouldn't endorse, and then proceed to attack the easily refuted position, the straw man, believing you have thereby undermined the opponent's actual position. If the misrepresentation is on purpose, then the straw man fallacy is caused by lying. Oh, by the way, for most of these, this is IEP.edu. This is a peer-reviewed fallacy, logical fallacy education site, by the way. Just so you know. Claim, let's give an example. Scientific experiments are conducted to reveal the cause of natural phenomena. The fallacy? How are we supposed to conduct experiments without man-made objects? It's an incoherent straw man. Nobody ever said or will ever construct a scientific experiment without using man-made objects. You slobber knuckle draggers. What we're saying is that the natural phenomena you observe, the dependent variable, must be natural, not the physical apparatus set up to test the natural phenomena, the dependent variable, the effect, with the potential cause, the independent variable, crayon munchers. Next block of instruction, how to open your eyelids. On vacation. Any comments on this one? This is pretty self-evident.
Definitely. There's been many a track laid to avoid the charge on our opponent's side. That's the anti-flat earth side of strawman fallacy. And the tracks that have been laid are the path you will roll down when you first get here towards things like a model. This is going to get a little bit complicated, but hopefully QE will rein me in if appropriate. So in the case of a straw man, we get offered up something that would typically be a straw man, which is the flat earth model. Whichever one you want to ascribe your faith to. Doesn't matter really, whichever flat earth model you want to pick. Because when they would have held up your belief in this model, it would have been a straw man fallacy. You don't ascribe yourself to any model. What are you talking about? I haven't made a model and I don't believe in any models. I understand that that's reification if I start attributing the effects of this model you say I claim when I don't to reality. So no, I don't have a model. But then they're burning a straw man. The road's been laid out, or the tracks have been laid down for you to roll towards an adherence to this model so that they can then hold that model up rather than a straw man as a false dichotomy fallacy. So I think that's probably where I'll rein things in because I'm deviating onto a different fallacy at that point. But the point I want to make, the overriding point in terms of the straw man fallacy, is that a lot of the things that you might, as flat earthers, I'm talking directly to the flat earthers at this stage, hold on to as things you need to defend, you might not necessarily need to. And if you drop them, suddenly you're in a much better position to just call straw man because you haven't claimed it and you're not defending it. So they're burning an argument you're not making if you recognize what a straw man fallacy is.
Yeah, Nathan, what you're basically saying is they hand us a model that we didn't claim, and then they go about debunking the very model they made up for us.
Yep.
Yeah, but they've handed you the straw man in an elaborate way. So in a debate, it's just on the fly, the person on the other podium starts attacking a position that isn't a position that you'd ascribe yourself to, or might even be vehemently against. As
I pause the bot. Thanks for playing that, Adam. It's usually the fallacies that people don't really recognize when they're in a conversation with somebody. And hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, I'm just popping in once again every single day. Usually I come in for a little bit anyway. Got a job here now, so can't spend too much time. But on the time that I do spend, I think it's kind of cool to address a few things. And they were QE and Nathan were addressing a couple of things that people usually do, which is kind of the thing that I always usually say when people come in here. If you don't make the argument, why are you defending it? You know, the claim for the globe or the case for the globe has already, it's the burden of proof is on them. And they don't recognize that. So there's a lot of ignorance when it comes to how they're representing a position. And so you didn't make one either. They're coming into here trying to reverse a burden of proof onto you. And it's usually the case. So I think a lot of the times people don't recognize a lot of the fallacies that they start to do whenever they're having a conversation with you. So it's kind of good refresher to like listen to what their explanation of those fallacies are, and then because logical fallacies within the context of this debate or conversation, however you want to frame it, is important, and they're not really sure if they're committing them or not. So when you point them out, they're kind of confused. Well, I would say they're mostly confused at the most time. That every time they start speaking about the globe, they're confused. So it's good to point things out. I like the way they go through it. So, but if you are still thinking the Earth is a globe after all of that, I think you have to really kind of dig in why these things are these fallacies that they're being called out. So, I really like the one about the map. You know, the globe, and that's a reification fallacy. Well, it's the same thing for flat Earth, you know. But because you've made a claim that the Earth is whatever you're saying it is, it becomes a reification fallacy because nobody can verify any of that information, and you're just giving it some arbitrary, like, look to it, some style, so it doesn't have that. And so usually winds up being that you're defending something that doesn't have any standing within our natural known reality. That's what we try to do. It's like a gentle way of like telling people in here that you don't use that, but it takes time. Old habits die hard, don't they? And I think that's what the case is with these reification fallacies. I've been going over with them for a couple, it's been in like 2 years now. And new flat earthers that come in here have kind of a really hard time digesting the fact that they can't use the AE map or the Gleasons, or because it's so ingrained in us. The way that the globe was taught to us, given a concept or model or some kind of idea to look at, has been so ingrained in us that we have to like attribute what the flat earth is to something. So that has been what has been bringing us down for the most part. So if you guys are listening to the fallacies that we're giving out right now, I think that's important, because are you committing those? And you should start thinking about that. It's like a bit of cleaning house, go through the things that if you've been in flat earth for a while, you should already know, like, the topic should be something you can relate to, because you could be using something right now and defending a point that no one's ever made. That becomes a reification fallacy. I think that's one of the biggest ones, I think, for me talking to people in here. Being is that like we're the thing that's so important, like you don't have to be someone who knows, complicated philosophy, in order to talk to these types. These characters that come in here. They want to sound highfalutin with all their knowledge, and they want to scare you away with some of their the words that they're using, so that you won't have a conversation with them. But they're committing these fallacies, and I think if you get to know those logical fallacies, I think you're better off with not committing them yourself, so that you don't have to attribute those fallacies to yourself also, because people can call those out when we're in here. If we listen to you and you're saying fallacies as well, doesn't matter if you're a flat earther, you will be like, hey, you can't use that. That's you're committing fallacies. So we'll let you know. But yeah, it's great to be here. It's been the morning time, so we got some more people actually watching the live stream. That's good. That's good. We got some people. Well, with 7 people watching now, there's a bit more. So welcome to the show.
Thanks, Miggy.
We got Fishman 101.
Yeah,
what's up, Fishman?
What's up?
What's going on?
I'm new here, but I'm loving it. I've only been in this Discord for a few days, but man, I'm eating it up.
Welcome. We I was talking to Indio, who's the server owner. We've had this server up for a while, but this is the second iteration of its type. So we've had the previous one that had like about 30K members. I think we're about that right now, if not close to it. But yeah, this is the biggest flat earth server in the world, I would say. So we are a collective of intellectuals at the very top, of people who have curated this forum to be what it is. This is unlike any other forum. I'm always mentioning this because I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of the people who have managed to be like the pillars of this community, which is one of the things I wanted to mention to everybody here for the live stream and for people, Fishman 101. For anybody that's joining, we do want to offer you guys a platform to have as a secure place to speak about truth. So it's most important, right? I'm just going over this so anybody who wants to join can do so. And know that this isn't just like something that we have a very biased look on. This is something that we're standing for, and all the levels of people holding office in this particular forum have an adherence to the truth. So there isn't anyone holding office that's like leaning towards like a globe earth or something. Like, this isn't a place where it's like fair. This is a place where truth is being spoken, and that's different. So a lot of people would say, well, hey, this is not fair. What's meant to be? Truth is being spoken, and that's what's upheld. It's upheld because like we can't allow for people who are speaking nonsense to hold office, because that isn't what this intellectual discussion is about. It's about people sifting through what is real, what is able to be put forward as true, and not as something that you're going to be looking to as nonsense. So, and we're all different levels too with education and such. So, but you have a lot of people who have been in the discussion for a while, so you can glean a lot of information from these guys. And we considered, like I was going over with the server admin, or most of them, and I was talking openly about like having a legends role, because most of the people in here are icons at this time. They've already been in the server. They've had numerous debates under their belt. They've talked to many characters that have come in here and have upheld a standard for how truth is spoken. And of course, QE is a part of that too. There's legends, and we would consider them legends. So there's going to be a legendary status, hopefully. My request for that to be made, and probably a bio that would go along with that. With a legendary status, there would be a bio about like the person, so you get to know who they are. These types are. I'm one of them, but there's a few more that we can say are legends in the flat Earth realm. And the reason I say that is because there is people who would stand out amongst the rest because of what they've done and contributed to this like movement. And it's not easy, okay? At being at the level where you have to handle a conversation with these, like, I would call them like these iconic anti-flat earthers, or people who would want to make channels for themselves and stand against them. Like, you have to go fearless into the lion pit with these guys, because they're ready to tear you to shreds. And if you're an unsuspecting flat earther with just, you have like, let's say you have 7 years under your belt, but you've never been in a discussion forum like this, you'd get ripped to shreds with these fallacies and the way they commit them. So flat earth is not offense defense. It's supremely offense. And I go over this. So Fishman 101, yeah, you're welcome to the to this forum. And if you have any questions, like, definitely let us know. Like, we are live streaming all the time, so we always got an audience. So we're always mindful of that as well. Go ahead, Fishman.
Oh no, yeah, that's great. I've been a flat earther now for maybe 2 years, but I didn't know about any of this. So, you kind of feel alone, and you're like trying to find any research and stuff. And you know how it is. We all start as globers, and then you're trying to rid yourself of the fallacies, but you're also trying to talk to the people you love, right? And it's so hard. So this is great. I just love hearing the conversations and the logic and
yeah. I think it's important for the newer people. We view ourselves as an academy here. with different levels of people. And usually the roles that are attributed to the person are kind of like the levels of where they would be at within the context of a conversation. So if you click on someone's name, the roles that have been given to them are because they've like moved up a rank, or it's like an office that you hold, a position you hold. And with that position, it comes with a great responsibility to uphold like logic and truth, and be able to be in a conversation and not. There's a lot to deal with, like you, like, okay, so in this particular forum, Fishman, when you talk to somebody, it's not like you're talking to the next guy. You're actually in front of an audience, because the audience that we have is on YouTube live stream. So they are listening to you have a conversation with somebody, like the way I'm having one with you right now. So if you're not willing to be able to be exposed and have every single thing that you say kind of pointed out and articulated and maybe told back to you in a live stream, because it's all recorded, and we do it for good reason, because we have everybody coming in here saying things. Sometimes we need to recall what they've said and then point it out to them. So yeah, this happened many times, and it's okay to be corrected, like that's natural. But the thing is, we always have to be mindful at this forum. It's always like we got people coming in here and just treat it like it's another forum to talk whatever they want, and it's not. I've come in here when sometimes people are having like this weird religious kind of like a off the topic kind of discussion that hasn't been prefaced with what it's been to talk about. Like if we haven't said, like, we usually have, check this out, we usually have what's called Speculation Sunday. And Speculation Sunday, we just get into it and we go into all the speculations we talk about, so that we don't have to like really bring speculations up, let's say during the week. So during the week, it's business as usual, right? It's we're buttoned up, we're talking about what we need to. The live stream's kind of like what it needs to be. But in the Sunday, you can listen to what we all of us in here, the legends and just the regular people, often we have our speculations as well, and it's good. It's healthy. You can have speculations.
Yeah, it's fun
for it. It's just not all the time, and you can't use them as matter-of-fact statements. You can't do that. So, but yeah, we tend to go into that, and we reserve ourselves. We're a bit more reserved, I think, and it's great to be that way. We're not like these guys who can't like sit still, like in a debate, or Witsit had a debate with these other clowns, Plainer Walk and some other guy, and they were going through their questions at the end, because they get like their super chats, and usually the moderator would go through the super chats and kind of talk about them, and the people from the Glowbird side, like Plainer Walk and the other character that was there, couldn't even wait to like have Witsit, which is the Flat Earth side, and Jeranism, like answer the questions that were given to them on the super chats. They had to say something, and that like there's no respect, throughout this whole thing. There's no mannerisms, and it's disgusting. It's disgusting because they don't know how to speak. They're interrupting. You know what I mean? Like it falls apart. We need to rise above and become, a shining example for those who want to be in an intellectual discussion. This isn't going to happen in a place like this. We're going to be able to have our way to speak, but we have to understand when others are speaking, we have to have the courtesy. At the same time, the person speaking needs to say, hey, does anybody have any questions? Or if you want to jump in, and offer that opportunity also. So it's a speaker and listener kind of obligation for you when you're in this forum to be mindful of all things. And, so it keeps the conversation, because we have tons of people, Fishman. So
I love that, man. I just think to my journey and my friend who red pilled me. I don't even know if you guys use that kind of term, but like the guy who
you can use anything. Yeah, it's
kind of showed me flat Earth. When I was an ignorant glober, I didn't know any different. We were all indoctrinated in kindergarten, and I really loved this guy, but he very carefully brought me into it, and I was just like, oh man, you're crazy, But he just had so much patience with me, and I think it must be hard to tell the difference. Maybe it's not. I'm so kind of new to all this, but it must be hard to tell the difference between somebody who's like a shill or whatever, and somebody who
Yeah, somebody who's LARPing, you mean? Like who says
LARPing,
that
right?
they're
And, or somebody
who
who
says that
maybe
they're
is-
a part of the movement, but they're really just like acting or being somebody who's just trying to infiltrate. And we
right or yeah, whatever, you know, or trying to, you know, whatever they're trying to do, like dishonest, right? Or somebody who's really actually honest, but just has all those dumb questions, because I had them. God, I had so many dumb questions. I love listening to some of these because it's like, oh man, I was totally that too. I'd ask those stupid questions. Why can't I see to China? And it's like, oh man, it's so ignorant once you realize. But you know,
the issue is, Fishman, is that we've never been taught how to use our eyes. So The movie The Matrix has so much relatable content. Like it is unreal. It's like the part where Neo was actually brought into the real world, you know, existence out of the Matrix. And he was asking that question to Morpheus, you know, why did my eyes hurt? And Morpheus said, because you've never used them before. Which is kind of like, you know, when people say the thing when you're speaking to them that their head hurts. That is a real kind of like assimilation of what happens when somebody starts to understand truth. Like it starts to hurt their brain, like because their brain has never been used. It's never been that they've never really, critical thinking has never been employed because of the fact that they've always been taught how to rely on others to give them whatever their worldview paradigm is outside of their perspective.
Yeah.
So you see the earth one way, but the guy will tell you, okay, that's fine. But the earth is actually moving, even though you don't feel it. Or it's actually curving, even though you don't see it. So outside of what you see, there is a other perspective to gain from by these other guys. So you've been taught how to not to rely on your eyes because they're not trustworthy. That's what they usually say. And people,
and it's funny how that causes, like they see what they believe. Like, so I was telling my really good buddy he's still a Glober. I was telling him, like, look, the sun isn't actually going down. It's just going out of your perspective. And I showed him some different videos and everything. And he's like, there's no way. And he just couldn't believe it. And I was like, the next sunset, just watch it. It just goes away. But like, you know, because of his paradigm, he can't see it. It's so interesting, the psychology.
Oh, let me tell you, like the psychology is what I'm here for. Like that has been, if you start to make yourself a regular here, you'll start to see how I deal with people. And it's usually that. I deal with, like, there's many ways. It depends on what type of flat earther you want to be. Because there's many ways you can actually look at it, like how you address the argument. Everybody's different, right? But my personality is more of addressing the ignorance. I'm always stating these things to be sure of that the globe is not something of an intellectual viewpoint. And some people might see it that way with all the points that are being brought up with like Newton and Einsteinian, you know, gravity, and like you start getting into like the minutia of all the different types of arguments that you can have, right? I don't view it that way. I view it as the person is lost and they're confused. They're lost and confused, and you are a person to help guide them out of this confusion. If you're not doing a good job of that, you're just going to lead them to more confusion. That's what's going to happen. So you're either going to be a great advocate for the truth, or you're going to be a very poor ambassador for one. So that's up to you. Because it doesn't matter if somebody says, well, I've been a flat earther for 10 years. That doesn't matter. How have you been arguing or your discussion? Because if it sounds like trash, you're not going to help the next guy out of his ignorance. You're just going to keep pushing him back down into it. And I've heard it. This forum is, like I say, like you can actually get better with how to address the psychology part when you understand that they are ignorant of the truth. That is what's stopping them. It's not that they have something to argue about. It's that they don't even know what they're arguing about. They've been filled with, you know, this nonsense, and this talking head has told them something. No matter if it's a professor or a teacher or whoever they are, doesn't matter who, or they read it in a book. They know that somebody's given them this information, and it must be true. But when you point out to them, Fishman, just like you did, you know, this is perspective. then they don't know what to do with that. They're like, yeah, but that's what you say. You're just a person. Like, who do you think you are? I'm looking at academia telling me this, and you're just,
Say
where are
that,
you?
yeah.
Like, so, your credibility is like put to the challenge, and that's the thing. One of the things that I often say in here is the truth is the truth, no matter who speaks it. I don't care who says it. Doesn't matter. Joe Blow, who works at Walmart, from like a professor in academia, and I don't care who it is. If it's true, it is true. Doesn't matter. That doesn't change the fact. Truth doesn't like move because of the person, like the character. Like it doesn't. It's if the person's speaking truth, it's truth. That's all. The world with our perspective. Yes. Go ahead, Fishman.
I heard a saying that said, "The truth isn't afraid of being investigated."
Oh yeah, it was. I've seen somebody coin that, and I often use that. It's like the
That's a
truth
good
is
one.
never, and the truth
like
never fears
that
the
one.
fullest of investigations. So
Yeah.
go ahead, Ether.
I was just saying I like that one. That's a good one. Because the truth has no fear, and the wicked run when nobody pursueth. So the truth stands strong. It doesn't care. It's just going to be there regardless of our opinion.
Yeah.
So good.
And also, we're always going about how to deal how to deal with the psychology. I'm very good at kind of helping people with that, because like there's a lot of things in this conversation. Depends on who you're speaking to. It's a case by case basis, right? Let's put it that way. Every case is different than the next. You address each case accordingly. You can't address each case like a method that's just going to stick to everyone. So you kind of you're agile in the discussion. So you're able to like, okay, this person's being respectable. I'm going to address them in this way. Okay, this person's being pretty rough with the way he's speaking right now. I'm going to get a little more stern. So every case by case that you have to deal with, you are able to address it, and you're agile in how you address. You can move and shape your argument to like able to suit the person that you're speaking to. You know, with somebody that's calmer, you can speak a bit more calmer. You don't have to be over the top every time. But it's usually like a person comes at this thing, and the Glober might say, "Well, how do sunsets work on a flat Earth?" And the flat earther will come in there. Are you stupid? Are you an idiot? Like, don't you know? Gosh, you're so stupid. Like, that's not. You can't do that you're over the top. You can't do that.
Yeah, and I'd also
to be
add,
helpful
like
to
in my
anyone. And it's
experience,
not-
like
go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, in my experience, the only reason I even came to the truth is because somebody had the patience with my ignorance. Like, to your point, Miggy, like, my buddy. I mean, I can't imagine the dumb things I was saying, right? In ignorance, like you're saying. And so, but he had so much patience with me, and he just kind of like, he never retorted with like, "Are you an idiot?" Or like, he never showed me any like disrespect like that. And he just kept challenging me though, in love, and in kindness, and gave me a lot of grace, to the point where I had no way out. I had to like look at it, and it opened my eyes, and I just so appreciate him for treating me with respect, and almost like calling me like, "You're smarter than this,"
right.
Like, "You're smarter than this, and I know you're going to find it." But then I'd keep resorting back to my programming.
That's fine. Listen, old habits die hard, and it's been the case for a lot of flat earthers as well. It's just because people have the flat earth tag in here doesn't excuse them from the fact that they will be scrutinized just as well as the Glober will as well. So the flat earth tag doesn't make you immune to being scrutinized in this particular forum. What happens is we all start to understand how to address on a case by case basis. And I say this very strongly because everybody that comes in here acts differently. So you have to be able to adjust the way you have a conversation with whoever it is you're having a conversation with. If somebody wants to act like a jerk with you, sometimes they get served what they're serving, So it's not the fact that we're going to take a very staunch approach in how we're going to do this. Is we adapt to like whoever's speaking. And so we try to be reasonable as much as we can. But when the person is being very unreasonable with us, then it's time to get a little more stern. You know, that we have to tighten up a little bit. And so it just depends on who you're speaking to. And I always listen to conversations, so I'm always listening. Even if you don't see me on here, I'm listening on the live stream, or I'll pop in here and I'll just be lurking. But I'm listening to the way you say things. Everybody that's in here, I'm always putting you under a microscope every single time. And the way you're speaking to somebody always matters. If you're not an advocate for the truth, if you like just saying whatever things you feel like you can say because you're a flat earther now, no, that's not how this works. You're going to have to realize that as an advocate for the truth and in this forum, if you're not adhering to like the things that everybody should, like as mannerisms and like how you're supposed to be representing, then you become somebody that's an issue, that's a problem. There's the people that like flat earthers that would, just because they got titles, they entitles them to like say things. No, it doesn't mean that. People have curated this forum to be specifically for others to come in here and enjoy listening to like what it sounds like for somebody who's at a level that can speak to someone and thoroughly debunk them and understand what that means. It doesn't mean like, oh, you just said the earth is flat. Okay, you debunked the globe. No. You have to lead them out of ignorance. And the only way to do that is to point things out to them that they don't understand. Just like your friend was talking to you about, like how you're better than this. Like you can do this, right? Like encouraged you and led you to a place where it was easier for you to transition a little bit of your thinking, right? And I can say there's a lot of residual baggage, Fishman, that I would say comes from the globe earth. Lots of it. Like how we teach people about how to see the world, right? You could say when you start to teach somebody about the flat earth, well, let me get a hold of the AE map. Because I can show somebody something, right? That's something I can point to. I can like, well, we live here. But that's what the globe did. We're using reification fallacies to teach them just like we did with the globe. And that's wrong. I've been telling people this. That is wrong. You can't use that. That has been an old way. Flat earthers have been using this and well, there's nothing wrong with this. It's just me showing a concept and they're trying to justify the reification fallacy. And I've been on here as an advocate against that because it only is going to do harm, because what happens is the person takes it on. They're like, okay, sure. I'm going to use this as a concept. That's it. No, the next time they speak to somebody else of these characters of anti-flat earthers, the anti-flat earther was going to say, well, you represented this model that you're showing me. Didn't you? The AE map? That doesn't work. And you're like, yeah, it does. And they're going to be like, how? Because flights work. And you get into this ridiculous, redundant argument that you have no knowledge of. You haven't verified AE map. And you're arguing from a standpoint of ignorance, which you're using a reification fallacy, and which is what I told people, don't do that. You don't know that that's what the earth looks like as a whole. So for you to say that this is the best thing we got, it's exactly what the globe earthers say with their globe. This is the best thing we got. You don't realize that because as a flat earther, you're coming into it like, kind of half-baked, kind of wanting to know more truth. So this is something you're just like, well, yeah, we got to give them something. No, we don't. That's your idea. And QE and Nathan Oakley were actually going over the fallacies of, you trying to put something in there, a replacement, for what they've had.
Like replacement theology with
replacement theologies,
new graphics, new models, all the toys,
right. If you don't identify that's what you're doing, then that's probably, that's when you start to realize, oh crap, man, I've been using the AE map to show people. Well, you can turn around and say, okay, let's drop that. Let's figure out what can work. And it's very simple, right? Somebody says, well, what can we use then, right? What are we lost? Like, how are we going to represent flat earth? It's very simple. All you got to do is relax. Like how would you teach somebody if you're going to tell them, let's go and naturally observe a phenomena? Well, let's go out into the field. Let's go see. Right? Isn't that easy? Let's go out there and go see what's going on. Let's go see. And that's it's so simple. But people are like, duh, that was easy. Like all I had to do was go out into the field and show them. And then you know what? It makes it real. I don't have to show them on a piece of paper or a drawing of a cartoon flat earth. Then be like, well, that's the flat earth. No, it's not. That's your idea of what you think it is, or you're advocating for an idea of what you think it is. But that's not what it is, because we don't live on what you're pointing at or that drawing or cartoon image. That's not the earth that you live on. Go outside and view the earth you live on, because that's the earth you live on. You're pointing to people with reality, what reality is. And it's so easy, right? Because now we start to get into, okay, that what I see, how does it represent itself as a globe? You start to show the person who wants to know if the earth is flat or a globe. Then you're able to show them, because you're taking them out to what it really is versus a concept, what you're showing them on the internet. Does that make sense, guys?
Yeah, that's really good. Wow.
It's so easy, right? But see, I'm telling you, the indoctrination of how we were taught the globe becomes something of a stumbling block for people who are getting into flat earth. So for flat earth, they're trying to adhere to the same teaching methods that you did when you got from the globe, what you got from the globe. So you're trying to get somebody in the learning position from the flat earth in a style of the globe. Because the globe, we're taught the same way with these concepts, models, ideas, like, well, ice ring goes all the way around, all these things, right? Like, so we're brought into, and that's why this forum is like separate from the others, because the others are like, yeah, you can use an AE map. What's wrong with that? Like, they don't see the error in doing that. So I'm pointing it out as a great way, because see, I was in that error myself. And the reason why I say this is because I was doing it. But we can be better, guys. And that's why I'm showing you, like, yes, I did. I was using that. I might have, you're going to have me on record where I was pointing to those ice ring and all that good stuff. Like, I was saying these things, but I want to understand why I was saying those. And it's easy to see that the way we were being taught was the same way we're trying to teach with flat earth. And you can't do it that way, because no one knows that important question of what the earth looks like as a whole. What does the earth look like as a whole? No one knows. So that is true. That statement, it's a matter of fact. Because if we had a true gold standard version of what the earth looks like, we would be able to be representing that thing all the time. But we don't have it. So anyway, does anybody have anything to say? Because I'm kind of going into like a mode where I want to show you guys where we came from, and if there's any questions about that, or because I was listening to the bot that was playing with Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley. They were going over fallacies, but yeah, it was important though, because I'm bringing this information up to you guys. I want us to be a better forum and represent truth better. We can do that every day. We can get better every day. There's never a need to like feel like you've arrived, or there's something maybe you can get better at. So go ahead.
I got to split, but I'm going to be back after this call. But this is so awesome. Thank you.
And good morning, guys. Andy, hold my beer. Ball kicker. Effie Batman, what's going on, bro? Lino Tomo's joined us. Morvis, what's going on? Perceptive Owl. The Leon's kind of, is he muted, deafened? And Ethergrass, what's going on?
What's up, man? Perceptive Al's got a good point with this too. It's just kind of choosing what hills are worth climbing up and dying over. There's no reason to argue with people over things that are irrelevant or can't be proven either way. Especially if people are argumentative types they're not trying to hear.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's difficult is that we've been in this topic for a while with flat Earth. So it's time to make a better advocates for the truth. So you're upheld to a greater standard in this forum than you are in any other one. Yeah, you could make another forum or join another one. They're not going to have the level of adherence to the truth as we do here. Because here it doesn't matter. You don't just get away with just being a flat earther and saying what you want. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
You're going to be scrutinizing like how you tell people the truth. So, and it's good. It's healthy because you don't want to be left to however, forums that just say, hey, you're a flat earther. Go ahead, man. Tell them whatever you feel like. No, you can't do that. Everything you say is going to be like, so that's why this shapes people into a better advocate for truth. It helps people grow in that way.
Yeah, if we're not holding each other accountable, it's just kind of a random chaos generator. Everybody's just opinions and imaginations going wild with no facts or anything.
And always remember also, if we call somebody out for something, like let's just say you were, I don't know, being rough to somebody that was in there. If we call you out for something, it's not that we hate the way that you are. It's just like we want to like get you to be a better advocate so that you can convey that message that you want to over correctly. That
I agree.
There's a way to do things. It's called tact.
If I ever get out of hand, I want you to, because you can be like, hey man, you need to okay, all right, yep, I'm a little bit too loud, a little bit too excited, need to calm the hell down. Like, people can't take criticism like that they need to calm down and grow up, because we're supposed to be our brother's keepers like that.
Yeah, I'll give you an example. Says who popped in after the conversation I had with Mr. Sensible yesterday, saying that I was advocating for, I think it was a scientific method on the water boils at sea level. And I didn't say that. I was talking about, if you were listening, on things that we know, because that was a question and it was put to me. Well, what things can we know? And I told him that we can know that water boils at sea level at a specific temperature. And then he took it to, well, if you're raising elevation, we know also as a fact that water boils at a different temperature. And I was like, yeah, that's what I'm telling you, things we can know, because you didn't know things we can know. And you were giving us examples of things we can't know. So, you can rewind the stream that I had. I know exactly in the argument, I know exactly where I'm at and how I'm going to address the person, because he's lost. Mr. Sensible is completely confused and he's lost. And he's more confused than just your average person, because he's bought into the lore. He's fully invested in becoming one with the lore. Like, he wants that lore to be his truth. That's his truth. And it's subjective right now because, of course, his viewpoint of the truth is malleable. It could move, it could change, because he only knows it true 99.9999% of the time. Yeah, you coined it, CB, so that's why I'm using it. I'm gonna keep using it.
When you were there at the time, Miggy, do you remember the kid who was like, "Why do you lore? Why do you keep saying lore?
Yeah, why do you keep saying?" They're confused. Really, you know why they're confused? Because they don't know how it's lore. We're saying it's lore. They're just like, what do you? Huh? I don't understand. This isn't lore. We're talking about the earth. I know.
Yeah, I think he had a slight feeling that like he knew it was lore, but he's like, yeah, you can't call it that,
Here's one thing that I say a lot, though, is anything that happens to happen is canon to the lore of the earth. They get offended by it, and it's like, but it's literally the story being told. Just like it's part of the narrative being told.
Simcord, thank you for that meme. That is exactly what he said. Everybody was gasping in this call yesterday when he said that meme that Simcord just put up. He said exactly that. Like, no, wait. Let me see. Oh, he said it this way, Simcord. You might want to rephrase the top part. I believe, no, because I asked him, are you sitting in this chair? I know. I asked him what the question, I think, was that, right? Are you 99% sure that you're sitting in that chair? He says, I believe I'm sitting in this chair. He used the word belief. And everybody's like, what? How do you, what? Like, a person is, okay. So now I don't care what you're doing right now, but whatever you are doing, you're standing up, sitting down, whatever, talking on Discord, it doesn't matter. Any statement that you make, that you say that you're doing right now, you believe it? No. How is it a belief? Your reality has to be understood as, like, how are you communicating that to somebody, a logically, critically thinking person, right? I'm eating a sandwich right now. Are you eating that? Are you 100% sure you're eating that sandwich? Well, I believe I am. Like, what throws it into question? At what part of your reality is that going to be like, well, I'm not eating a sandwich, I'm actually flying the plane? Like, what?
Right.
How is this not the reality that you know to be true? Like, is it? Yeah. Something else could be happening. Freaking hell! Like,
I didn't notice that door creak open where you can start sliding absurdities in there. Oh, well, you might just be flying. It's like, wait, what?
I'm really intrigued by it. I'm intrigued by it because it's like, you guys have the mindset that 99.9999%. It's a mind virus. I'm trying to tell you guys, it's a mind virus. And when it latches onto a person, it doesn't care who they are. Doesn't care if you're a flat earther. It'll latch onto you. And it'll make you feel like if you're certain about things, you're in a freaking cult. You know, it's like, no, you're not. You're just identifying what's happening in reality. Yeah, I'm sure that I'm eating a sandwich right now. 100%. Like, it's a bologna sandwich. You want to see? Like, I mean, I can show it to you. But the thing is, you know, getting to that level where people are like, well, I believe I'm eating a bologna sandwich. Like, I don't know if I'm eating a cat or this is a penguin. Like, what? How are you? This is crazy. This is madness. Like, why do you say things like these? Like, you know, Mr. Sensible, you know, after all, was very confused, right? Like in the end. So we understood that much. And I don't know what sound bites he was going to get and put it to his channel that was going to be like, his listeners were going to be like, Mr. Sensible, you're making sense. No, he's not. Freaking nonsense, dude. Like everything he was saying. And I asked him, he's like, well, in cosmology, we can know some things and we don't know some things. I'm like, oh, really? All right, let's go through a few things that you know. Well, we know we can know some things. Okay, what things do we know? Point them out.
He knows you're in the bologna cult.
Oh, hey, India.
Yeah, you're in the bologna sandwich cult, maybe because you know you're eating a bologna sandwich.
Friggin' reality has been with these guys. It's malleable, Indio, and I think it's so absurd, right? Having a conversation with somebody who's confused, and then proposing idea like okay, so the things that we can know. One of the things you brought up, or you probably were listening, spectroscopy. We can know that spectral lines 100%. Wait a minute. Yeah, but his whole stance on the conversation was we can't know things 100%. That's not how science works. Then he made a 100% matter-of-fact statement with spectroscopy. That's nice. That's really like you take somebody from, I don't know, is there a point after you're confused going into like complete insanity? Like what is it? Is that the next level? Like, you just made a matter-of-fact statement that science works as a 99% chance. Like you have to leave that sliver of doubt. Then here you go telling us that the matter-of-fact statement, 100% assurance, is spectroscopy? Huh.
Oh, there's a lot of, like, remember I was saying yesterday, it's way more complicated than he's making it out to be.
Yeah.
He's making it out like they just look through the thing and it just like matches whatever. It's just not like that. It's nothing like that. The actual so-called science of it and looking at the solar spectrum. So, you know, Pierre Robitaille, the Sky Scholar dude, he has videos on the solar spectrum. There's something like 13 videos just breaking down, and each of them are like 30 minutes. Just breaking down the entire thing. And there's actually, what I found out today, watching one of his videos, is that there's a second solar spectrum. There's a secondary one that they can see beyond the first one.
What's
right?
his?
I'll post the link.
What's his degree? Like, because, like, here's the thing.
He has a PhD in chemistry, and he's also a medical doctor.
Because these guys, you know how they are. Like, yeah, you're posting some dude, some random guy on the internet. Like, how do I know he's not? And so if he's got credentials, I think for their mind, it's going to be like, oh, crap, I got to at least look
at he's a double doctor, right? He's a medical doctor, and he has a doctorate in chemistry.
Yeah, so he's legitimate in the realm of, like, he can say things.
He has the world record for the highest resolution magnetic resonance image. Yeah, so he figured out a way to take a magnetic resonance image that is, it's the most detailed magnetic resonance image of all time. At that time when he did it, I don't know if it still currently is. They might have refined the technique he used, but at that time, it was. So obviously, he's not even an expert. He's more than just an expert. He's at the leading edges of his field. You know what I mean? He's not just like some guy with a PhD.
Yeah, he's some guy,
a highly competent person with a PhD.
He's the guy with a PhD. So like he's the I guess you could say
nuclear
the expert.
Magnetic resonance imaging is fucking complicated.
Yeah.
Like because they pulse an electromagnetic field and there's something called So you have a proton, and the proton has kind of like has a magnetic field and kind of spins like a top. When they pulse it, this proton flips back and forth. But how it flips back and forth in the precession it's called Lamar precession. And how big of a circle, like you know how a top wobbles, the wobbling of a top, how much that thing wobbles will it tells you how much, like the properties of whatever it is you're imaging. Then they have to take that signal of all these magnetic, wobbles, and then turn it into an image, right? I've seen some of the mathematical papers to do it. Do you know how much shit they have to actually calculate to fucking make anything sensible out of that? Because not only are they calculating a bunch of frickin' spheres and waves, right? They're calculating the wobble of all that shit and what it's going to look like at the end when it comes back out. It's super complicated.
It's like a predictive. It's got predictive values, like we're
predicting like a mess, and that's also kind of like the reason magnetic resonance imaging is not super high resolution, because you're reading a perturbation in a magnetic field, right? And plus they have to when they stick you in an MRI machine, right? They say you got to get rid of all your metal and shit. They have to use so high of a field to even get it to work at all. A super high magnetic field. That if you had a titanium fucking rod, it would be ripped out of your leg.
Damn. Well,
it's like something like a 60 Tesla field in like a newbidium magnet that the strongest little newbidium magnet you could ever buy is 100,000 to 1,000,000 times weaker than that.
Yeah, well, so these guys coming, back to the guy who's coming at Mr. Sensible.
Well, the point I'm making is the guy knows what he's talking about. He's not just, like I said, he's not just some guy, right? I got a PhD at Podunk College, and I'm just saying nah. He's highly qualified. Not just qualified. I'm not talking about qualified as in credentials. I'm talking about qualified as in he's done work which proves his competence beyond what he's talking about.
So he's basically an expert in the field, in the subject matter. So he's not, he'd be somebody that you'd lean on.
At the theoretical and actual making it work in frickin' reality. Not just I'm going to write stuff down on a piece of paper. No, I'm actually going to take what I wrote down on a piece of paper and I'm going to make it work in reality in the physical frickin' world.
Right. And to that, I would say there's somebody was talking about it yesterday. They're making a correlation with what is going on, because that's even another leap. I even told Mr. Sensible, when we talk about cosmology, are we working with leaps of logic? No, we can know some things. So he was taking a different standpoint than Michio Kaku. So Michio Kaku and the astrophysicists, and science communicators that they are, they usually say things in the statements that they make. Oh, this is leaps of logic. He's on record saying this. So there's things that we can attribute to how we describe those guys and what they're saying versus people like Mr. Sensible. These characters in the anti-flat Earth movement are so enamored with information of what their arguments are that they lose touch with information like this. Where an expert in the field would be having a very difficult time trying to discern how he can get to the best way possible. If this isn't a science that you could say would be, you could stand on it and be 100% sure of it, because their predictive values that they would have are still kind of they're working with them they're not solid things,
Making any testable predictions.
Right. So
you know what I mean? All this shit is post hoc, right? We observe this, make this shit happen. So we'll use this presupposition and we'll make a bunch of mathematics and say, well, the mathematics match our post hoc freaking hypothesis.
Right. After the and then you can't with the way they're describing things then attribute because I even like, okay, so fine, like you want to say this specific color happens whenever this specific gas acts with like the Atmo, and then we get like whatever color we see. But then what you're doing is you're looking through the air that you're like looking up from the sky, looking at something out there, who knows where it is, and then on whatever atmosphere that it's in, like let's say whatever place that it is in, there might be something else going on.
That's the main problem, Iggy, is that they're saying it can only have if we make this observation, this can be the only cause of that, and only this cause.
Right, and
which is utter horseshit, and he knows it. But it's not Mr. Sensible or whoever says that, they're full of it.
Bill, but check out the lawyer speak, Indio, yesterday, and I pointed it out because like a lot of people, they don't hear the lawyer speak, you know, and I have to point it out because it's that magician style kind of like sleight of hand, and I like that people kind of put attention to it when I was pointing it out, because like, so what he does is like, no, what I'm saying is it is true because it's damn good evidence. I'm like, nah, you can't say things like damn good, and no, you're giving somebody the idea that you're making these like these pseudo matter of fact statements, and like, they're not.
Make these qualified. They add these qualifiers to their statements, right?
Yeah,
perfectly matches. They'll say stupid shit like that, or accurately. They'll throw the word accurately in.
Yes, that's another one.
I had this one. There was this one kid in lobby. He literally used. He posted a message talking about, you know, the Kepler's laws of planetary motions, blah 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 blah. He used the word accurately 5 times in a fucking paragraph. 5 times. It's like, are you trying to condition me by saying the same word over and over again to give me the impression that it's accurate? Then I posted a thing which showed it's not accurate, and he disappeared, and he hasn't posted anything since. Anyway.
Yeah. No, I mean, okay, so repetition is part of their vernacular. So as long as you repeat things, that will make it so. Like Mr. Sensible repeating, that's not how science. This is how science works, or that's not how science works, or this is how science works. This is, and he would always say, and the way he would end it would be like, "This is how science works, isn't it?" Like he would leave it with like a question, like, "Well, I don't know. You're the one saying it, so it's like, why would you leave it up to like, well, isn't it? Like, yeah, you are saying things that are making nonsense. Like it's the point. They have to keep repeating that this is how science works. No, it's not how science works. That's how you say science works. But whoever told you that's how science works, that's not how science works.
Knowing things works differently for different people. So when one says this is how science works, it's like that's a very ignorant statement. For one, it's really putting science itself in a box.
Well, no, it's putting science in whatever conditions they're actually framing it in. So like whoever's speaking, right? I don't care whoever's saying whatever. And if you trying to qualify what you're saying with that's how science works, you know, you're just saying that. Like you can't say shit like that and then just expect everybody to be like, huh, that's some deep thinking right there. No, it's not. You just trying to qualify your statement with that's how science works, as in every perspective of science is going to be behind you because you're trying to qualify your statement with that's how science works. No, that's not how science works. That's how your way of explaining things works, where you're trying to qualify with what you're saying, and that's not how science works.
Well, I mean, even let's take what he said as true, right? It's a typical thing you do. Take what he said as true. That is how science works. So what? You just said science doesn't prove things. So what? That's how science works? Science doesn't prove things? What are we talking about? Right? So, like, what? Who cares if science works that way? You just told me an opinion. Nobody cares if science works that way if science doesn't prove things, because it's just your opinion.
Yeah, but he's saying...
But he knows that's not what people hear, right? When you dig down into it, he's saying This is how science works, because when people hear the word science, they hear the word truth. Determination of the truth. That's what they hear because of the conditioning that you talked about. The word science is a weapon now. It's a rhetorical weapon that people use to stifle debate, to like I was saying yesterday, to shield some particular opinion or particular idea from inquiry. Oh,
Yeah,
science
exactly.
proved this. We're going to take this. We're going to stick it on the proven shit shelf, and it's never questionable. We're just going to leave it there.
Well, and then I'll give it to you this way, because this is how he was using that. It's qualifying the statement he made. We can't know anything 100%, and we can only know something to the level where there's a sliver of doubt with the 99.99999%, because that's how science works. That was his kind of statement, which was the qualifier, was like solidifying the fact that the mind virus now latches onto the next human. And the person's like, that's interesting, because that's true. You can't know anything 100% because that's how science works. And so, like, the person doesn't know the sleight of hand that was done at the moment to give the person an indication of, like, that's how science works. So that must mean that that's true, because we can't know anything objectively true. It's no way, right? And so then we get into this whole thing of like, well, what can you know? And well, spectroscopy is 100% true. Okay, so now you just said that's how science works, but we can't know anything 100%. Now you're making another contradictory statement where you're saying we can know spectroscopy is 100% true. And then I'm like, what are you saying? Like, you are very confused in what you know and you don't know. Like, you don't know, and then you're saying you know. Like, that is the dumbest garbage. And then you're trying to make people look at something like
the whole time I had Michio Kaku cooked up on the back burner.
In cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
He's literally saying it's not even science, dude.
Well, that's I remember because I knew Michio Kaku said that, and I knew that you had that in your arsenal. So I asked him the question about leaps of logic. Is this cosmology, and is it like matter? Can we know things, or is this like a grand leap of logic that we can have? And I tried to frame it a little way so he wouldn't like.
It's a leap of logic, Mickey.
Michio Kaku.
He's saying the cause of these spectral lines, whatever they are, let's not even dispute what they are. Okay, but they are what they are. Okay, we make the observation. We see these spectral lines. Now you're going to make the leap of logic and saying something causes this. Hydrogen fusion in the center of the sun that quantum tunneled out of the sun for 1 million years. This is what you're going to say causes it. You have no evidence for that.
No.
There's zero evidence for that. They've made this leap of logic. We went in a lab and we ran a current through a freaking hydrogen plasma, and then we correlated that with this, and then we ignored all the other spectral lines in quotations. We ignored all those other things, and then said, "Yeah, this is it. This must be the cause of that. Fusion must be the cause of this. This observation." There's no basis for that. That's just blind faith, man.
Yeah, there is no basis, which is kind of like he didn't
no
use
logical
that word
basis,
yesterday.
at least.
He used that word yesterday. He used that word baseline. It was in a cosmology conversation at the very beginning of the topic of when he first jumped in here, and on how we can know some things in cosmology. And I think he was using parallax, but he was saying something
I wish I was here for that.
Yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, because so he started going into saying parallax, and he was saying that we can know the distance using I think triangulation, was it? He used triangulation. Like he says, and we can use triangulation for knowing how far away things are, and I didn't get a chance to probe him thoroughly on that because we got into another. Everybody was in here, kind of like they were chiming in and saying things, but there was other. You could take him to task on any of the other arguments that he brought up, but
I mean that would have been hilarious.
Yeah.
There's no observable Earth-based parallax, right? So What they do is say, well, when you're on one side of the orbit, and then you're on the other side of the orbit, and then you add in the theory of stellar aberration. Even though it doesn't look like it moved, that star moved because it's in the same place. Look, the thing stays in the same place, but you think you're on an orbit. Well, to be that far apart and to be in an orbit and see the star in the same place, like you go, well, if I moved and the star stayed at the same place, then there must be parallax.
Mhm.
You understand? Like, imagine you're looking at a building far off in the distance, and then dead ahead of you, like, a mile to the right. But the building didn't move like in the center of your vision; it stayed centered, right? So the building must have moved with you if it didn't change didn't change its angle, or because that's they're saying, or it's some apparent position. Because we know that, like, when you move left to right, just like opening one eye and the other, and if you don't see that shift, it's either too far away, right, or you're in motion, right, in between the blinks, right, in between opening one eye and the other eye. So think of it like this. I take my thumb, I stick it between my eyes, thumb arm's length away, and I open one eye, and I move my head, say I open my left eye, right? And then I switch eyes, and in the time I switched eyes, I moved my right eye to where my left eye was. It's going to appear that my thumb is in the same place in my vision, but I moved my head to do that. So this is what they say: we're in an orbit, so this is our parallax. Because even though we see it in the same place, because we know we're in an orbit, that there must be parallax for it to stay in the same place. And they use the justification, this so-called theory of stellar aberration, and that is, okay, so if rain is falling, right, think of the rain, the light is the rain, right, and it's falling to Earth, but the Earth is in motion. So just like in the rain, if you run through the rain, right, the rain doesn't hit you coming straight down, it hits you at an angle, right? So if I'm running, the rain's hitting me in the face, as opposed to like falling straight down in my head because I'm running through the rain. So that's what they're saying. Because of this orbit, we're going through the light, right? So the light that would be coming straight down on Earth is now hitting us at an angle. So we're not seeing the thing in its actual position. We're seeing it in an apparent position. So this convoluted thing is the basis of him saying there's parallax. That's the entire basis of it. It's not observed by just looking at the sky, right? And then over some period of time watching the star shift. No, they always stay in their same fucking position. They don't they move above the Earth, but they don't move relative to each other.
Yeah.
No matter what. The only way they can get that to happen is concoct an elaborate fucking edifice of mathematical bullshit and then say, yes, there must be parallax. If our theory is true, then there's parallax.
Yeah.
Well, guess what?
It's built on a faulty premise, man. And that's
Airy proved all that wrong. Airy's failure proved all that wrong. Because when he took his telescope, right? So if you're in motion and light passes through a refracting medium, it gets deflected in the direction of that motion. So what he did was he took a telescope, just the air, looked at a star, right? He looked at Draconis. So then he filled his telescope with water. So now he has a higher refracting medium. And if the Earth is in motion, that star, which he centered in the center, wouldn't be in the center anymore, but would be deflected in the direction of the motion. Well, there was no measured deflection. So now what they'll say is, well, the theory of relativity, there's no absolute motion and everything's relative, so you can't detect it anyway, and blah, 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 blah. But they didn't correct that whole thing back in the day, the whole stellar aberration. They're still on that, right? So what they had was the theory of stellar aberration, parallax, we have the distance to the stars. Along comes Airy, tries to verify that theory, falsifies it, but Einstein came along and fixed it, right? That you can't detect the motion of the Earth through any optical experiment
relative.
because everything is relative.
All relative.
Because light, the speed of light is the absolute freaking limit. But they didn't update that you broke the stellar aberration, and all that other crap you used to believe is now wrong.
And they swept it under the rug, man, because it's not needed anymore when it's all relative. So that it's.
They would literally have to flush like 200 years of astronomy. You think that they're going to do that? Like, let's go burn all those books because they're all wrong? Like all those people that got degrees in university and like that got awards and everything, like for those 200 years. Now what?
Well, I could tell you that, like, with talking with Mr. Sensible yesterday, it's easy to see that that's not how science works. That's a hand wave dismissal to that statement you just you made there, because for him, like, it's however the leading proponents are actually speaking of it today, and whoever, like the leading scientists, are the talking heads of the day. They would lead people into this like state of confusion, Indio, more and more. So what we have are very confused individuals and ignorant of the actual nature of reality. And that, I think, is the most important bit. Like, even getting to talk to him for just the time that I did, to show everybody, because like he was on a debate with Whitsitt and Jeranism, and I think there was another guy with him, and he said Conspiracy Cats, I think it was, and they're just a train wreck or a dumpster fire of a like debate. They don't know how to.
What was that? The people with hair versus the people with no hair? Like
no, but talking to him yesterday, and like he was trying to sound a bit highfalutin when he was in here, but I see right through all of it. And the other thing is,
they try to baffle you with bullshit. You know how it goes.
I like that. There should be you should quote that, Indio 2022, baffle you with bullshit. But this guy, man, that's what he was
freaking bald forehead. Anyway,
we didn't really get far because of the fact that, like, I already knew he's confused. He's very confused. And so, like, just questioning him on what he thinks is reality. And now memes are being made of him with good reason, because he doesn't know what he's saying. So I was asking him just simple things like that we can know, right? And that's the way the conversation was leaning. It was like, what things can we know? All right, so let's talk about, are we talking on Discord? And I take him to the whole reality check of it. And, he doesn't know any of that. But, like, I even asked him, okay, like, I just want to make it personal. What are you doing right now? You standing, sitting, lying down, whatever. I went through a few things. And he's like, well, I'm sitting on my chair. But he was like, he tried to get in front of what I was saying so that I wouldn't ask him the question. He's trying to be a little smart so the audience could be like, oh, he's getting in front of what he's trying to say. He's like, well, I know what you mean, but what I would say is that I believe I'm sitting in my chair. I believe I'm sitting down in my chair. Now, yeah, SimCord updated that meme, so now that's what he used as a way to say we can't know anything 100%. So you could say whatever you want because you're going to sweep reality under the rug. And so long as you never are sure of anything, you can't be held accountable. That's what all it is. You don't like to be held accountable for the shit that you say. So you can say whatever you like. At that point, it's just like what's his name from Talladega Nights, Ricky Bobby. Just because you say with all due respect doesn't qualify your statement to say whatever you want. Like with all due respect, you're a dumbass. Like you can't say whatever.
It's trying to play both sides of the fence. It's trying to straddle everything, right? You're just trying to straddle. I'm certain, but I'm not certain. So whatever way it comes out in the end, I have an out, right? They're not even wrong. Like I'm not even wrong. But yeah, you're not even right either, but you're not even wrong.
and then on top of that, the icing on the crab cake. Well, we can't know everything 100% because that's how science works. And then his like, sit back in your chair and enjoy the fact that no one's gonna know anything according to you. So, and then he's like, well, we can't know something. Oh, well, that's a lie. Like you can't now not say, you can't say things and then start saying matter of fact statements, man. Like you're everything that you say now will now just be whatever it doesn't matter. So I will take them down the road where their ignorance is.
You always have to, like, at least me, I have to lean into that. Like when they when they start saying I don't know anything, oh, dude, I'm leaning into that, bro. Like,
It's important because like these are the characters that like to have debates. They're the so-called anti-flat earthers with their channels, fight the flat earth. Like they're idiots, right? So they might be useful idiots to us because like, using them, we can actually show people how, redundant and idiotic somebody can actually be. Like, and not only that, but I try to show that there are very confused individuals out there who would like adhere to the lore so much so that they will, like, whatever hill that it is on, will die on the hill. Like, I'll just go down with the ship and saying I can't know anything. But so long as you don't know anything either.
In my head, is there some AI or machine learning thing that'll make like animations out of spoken word?
Possibly, there could be something out there.
Good. I just love to like feed like MC Tunes words into like one of these things. I've seen them, but I don't know if it's like out there yet. Like for people, it'll take like a piece of text and it'll make an animation or a photograph. Like so, one of them I know about. Like so, you could type in duck with an iPad, duck taking photo with an iPad, and the machine learning will like make a, what it thinks is a duck making a photo of an iPad, and it'll generate shitloads of images. So I think that's actually a thing. That one, I think they're up to like it'll make a video now. But I would like to take these anti-flat earthers, their nonsense, right, and feed it into it, and see what that looks like to a machine. It probably just like be this random mess of like goo.
I don't know, what Mr. Sensible actually, because at the end of our conversation, he spiraled a little bit, right? Like, because before he left, he's like, "Well, I'm just letting you guys know, I just made a audio recording of all of this." I was like, "Great." I don't know how this is. How are you going to edit everything that you've just said to make it sound like you're winning in any way, shape, or form? Like, are you just going to stop and pause like after everything you said and like kind of edit whatever somebody else said after what you said just to make it sound like you had points? Like, I don't know if that's what you're going to do, but my friend, like, you didn't have a good time here. Like, you sounded like an utter fool. Like, I was thinking to myself, like, all of these things, like, how is it possible that a guy would take a clip or even clips of this particular conversation he had yesterday and was going to make something to where everybody, the people that subscribe to his channel are going to look at his channel and be like, man, this guy is on truth right now. Like, he's really speaking something. Like, because he sounded like he didn't know what he was saying in here. And I wanted to point that out to everyone. It's like, that's the problem with this guys. These anti-flat earther types. They don't know what they're saying. They're saying things. And they think it's something to say. They have no mannerisms. They interrupt and because they don't know. That's all they're trying to do. It's just a dog and pony show, guys. They want you to look at like how
good one.
Formulas good in you.
Not even a good dog and pony show.
So
it's like you know how like you had the Barnum and Bailey circus, but during that time there was also all these other little circuses. But because they were small, they didn't have like elephants and shit. So you'd have like goats and just like random furry woodland creatures, like because they didn't have.
Don't be shy. Only a nickel here.
This is like the Bargain and Bailey circus sideshow.
Freaking hell, dude! What a train wreck. But like, yeah,
can't afford the bearded lady, so they got the shaved man instead or something.
Yeah, these characters come in here and they think that because they had their debate platform with whatever Modern Day Debate or whoever platform it was, but they come in here thinking like it's gonna be the same kind of like, oh, let me muscle my way into, like, dude, like this isn't that. Like, this is the place where Globe Earth comes to die. Like, this is like the resting place for the globe. There isn't any place that you can go to, like. Well, you go to like Tartaria server or whatever, and you can have a way over there. But in here, nobody with a globe holds office. Nobody.
Oh my God, they don't hold the line on the Tartaria server. They got those people say whatever they want.
Yeah.
And never hold them accountable at all. They can just sit there and spew and spew and spew. They can run their server like they want, dude. But I'm not tolerating that shit, dude.
Hell nah, man. Like
You need to
I
be
was telling-
responsible for what you say. Back it up.
Yeah, we're speaking to Mimas the other day, and I was telling him about that. I was like, dude, like this is like we've been curating this forum to be what it is. Like it's not like something that you can just get on here. Even flat earthers have a hard time in here. Like it's difficult because it's trying to assert a position that where things where you don't have any knowledge of. I mean, you're gonna have to at least be held accountable for that. Like it doesn't matter who you are. Like, and that's why even flat earthers have a difficult time in here. It's like you can't just say things. Like, 'cause that's where all the others. That's what makes all the other servers what they are. Because you just say things and it matter of fact statements. It doesn't matter because you're a biased, opinion is what it is, and you can just start to say whatever you feel like, and that there is no line held there. So that's important, right? There needs to be a line held when you speak, at least to a level of like, wait a minute, is that you can't?
5 million members? Holy shit!
That's a lot of people. What's that for?
It's for like an AI that draws images, whatever. When you have to prompt, 5 million members.
Well, there's people want to get. Sounds like they want to get stuff
That's
done.
nuts, man. Well, they probably join once and never go back. They probably join once, use their bot or something, and never go back. But that's just still a lot of members, man.
Wow, that is a lot of members. Well, is it that new what is it called? Wall-E? Is that what that is?
I don't know what it is. I mean, I'll have to check it, but it says you enter prompts and the AI draws an image. I mean, what I've seen is what you can do is that you can enter some text or use audio, and the AI knows what, like, it's machine learning, so it recognizes the text. So if I say, cat chases dog, it'll generate a video of a cat chasing a dog.
It's called DALL-E. DALL. I'll post a link. There's some.
Go ahead, CB. Finish.
Well, I'll just drop a link. There's some smaller versions that you can play with. I've done it for like curved water. I've typed that in to see what it would generate. Different things like that are related to the topic.
It wouldn't generate the text. Shut the fuck up.
It didn't work, dude. Go ahead, Miggy.
It didn't work.
No, I was just gonna address that Fishman 101.
It's Fishback. Are you retarded?
Fishman 101 is new to the server, and he was coming in here. He's got VC verified. He says he's a flat earther, so I'm gonna give him the tag. But yeah, Fishman, if you just want to talk about like your journey and like what you know now and like this forum or whatever you want to talk about in regards to you coming into the truth. And
before we move on to him, I want to say one more thing. Because you brought it up, the modern day debates and the people debating on these debate shows. They need to slow it down. It just, like, any of you guys are listening, Witsit included, man. Like, I know Witsit is a fucking hammer, dude. All respect to him. But, like, slowing it down and making neat and trying to flesh out what the goal with these anti-flat earthers say, actually fleshing it out, making them give all the like logical and rational connotations behind, one of their broad statements and try to narrow it down into something specific, but you have to slow down to do that, right? Instead of like we get caught in this back and forth. What about eclipses? What about this? What about that? What about like and it ends up to just playing tennis, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Really want to expose these guys, just slow it down, narrow them, make them, focus it down into some narrow, concise statement and the rationale behind how they draw their conclusions. And they always expose themselves. Always.
Yeah.
That underneath all that freaking blah, 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 blah gibberish, there's no actual rational thought.
Yeah, exactly. It's smoke and mirrors, which is kind of like the thing that I'm talking about this forum about Indio. Because when they come in here, like Mr. Sensible did yesterday, he thought maybe we were going to have our points, he has his points, and we're just like a tug of war back and forth. Well, you say you got, and of course, here's the thing, right? Because the bait goes out. Like, he's a fisherman. He wants to see who's going to take the bait of his point so that we can have a logical, consistent stance against it and then rail against it with our points. Oh, you got your images? Well, we got our flat images. You got your thing? We got our thing. It's like, it's not a tug of war, guys. This isn't even a war. It's freaking over. Like the thing is, they don't know that. You have to point that out to them. Like, there is no debate. The idea that you have wrong thinking has to be pointed out to you. Like, that's what we're doing here. We're pointing out their ignorance on the topic of the subject matter of the topic of the shape of the earth. So when we do that, it starts to become apparent to everybody listening that they don't know what they're talking about. But that has to be pointed out. If we go into a debate, because anyone can say, well, I want to debate this guy right now because he said that, we can know things in the cosmos, and like, how does he know that? You can lean into those things, and that's great, right? But if you don't hear how the person doesn't even know his own reality, then why would you debate somebody that says like he doesn't even know if he's sitting down or not? He believes he is. Like, if this is the kind of guy you want to have a debate with, like that's weird. Are you going to tell me a guy who's confused about his reality is great for a debate opponent? I don't think so. Like, yeah, it's to be pointed out as a guy who's just weird because he thinks he can say that 99.9% of the time he knows if he's sitting down. That's the stupidest garbage that anybody's ever heard of. Like,
yo, Miggy. So here's the funny part. Now imagine he got charged with a crime, and they ordered a court-ordered psychological evaluation to see if he is competent to stand trial. And he goes in there and says, I don't know if I'm sitting down here.
Yeah.
They're going to be complete insanity.
I'd like to see what would happen. I'd like to see what happens.
Hey, you'd be my celly, dog. I'd make it my celly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because you want somebody that can give you the commissary. Like, but I mean,
that isn't your commissary. This is not the ramen noodles you're looking for. Just waves his hand.
Right.
Taking over his whole mind, because that's these guys, right? If you're a talking head of some type, right, some icon figure, you're gonna easily sway these fools, and that's all it takes. So long as other people have already hoisted you up on some lofty position in academia, then whatever you say is the gospel truth. And it's like, no, I don't think so. Because if that were the case, then these talking heads that you think you agree with, you would agree with all of them. But in the case of Michio Kaku and yesterday with Mr. Sensible, that guy was completely like, that he says what he says. No. You ain't getting away with that. No. He's an astrophysicist and a science communicator at that. And he's telling you what's what. You're the one denying what he's saying. So you're some guy on the internet. He's not. He has a platform and he reaches millions of people when he speaks. You don't. So people are going to listen to him and not you. So in the case of like what you guys being the Globe proponents, you guys would actually lean on, what is it? Consensus is, because the fallacy where the majority say something, then that's what it is, consensus. But that's fallacious. But at the same time, you guys believe that, right?
They actually use the word consensus wrong, because consensus is that everybody agrees.
Yeah.
It's not a democracy. Consensus is when everybody agrees. Every single person agrees. Not even one person disagrees. Everybody agrees. That's what an actual consensus is.
So, and I'm feeling like whenever in these discussions, I think that's because we always point it out to them, right? We'll bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson that's saying that stuff is flat and you can't even see the curvature of the earth. And we always point it out to them with this audio clip, and they just easily, with the greatest of ease, hand waved this. We don't know who's he. Like, he's just some comedian type that he's not even, like throwing him. And he's got master classes, dude. Like, he teaches people things. So, that's weird, right? Because like how you can do that to these guys, these iconic figures, and you're right. Oh, wait a minute. What's your platform again? Like, what? How many people do you reach a day? And so, like, yeah, that's. You try to like make it to where they start to realize like, yeah, this is pretty absurd that I take a position that's against what this mainstream science communicator is saying versus what my idea is on the internet. But it's like, and then we point things out, but it's, so Fishman 101, sorry, man, I got a little long-winded, but yeah, you want to introduce yourself?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hi.
I just found I was watching a Whitsome video a couple days ago. I'm sorry?
Witsit.
Oh, Witsit. That's it.
Witsit gets it. Yeah.
Witsit gets it. That's it. Yeah. And it was a great video, and he was just destroying some guy. And at the very end, he mentioned this server, and I was like, oh wow. So I've been kind of running the flat Earth thing for, like, alone. I had a friend red pill me, and like maybe 2 years ago ish. But it's really nice to find not only a forum where this is being discussed, and there's others, but like even today, Miggy, you're just blowing my mind. Like refining this whole thing down to like stop talking about things that are like obscure and just like things we can't prove, and just keep it real, like stuff that we can see and touch and observe.
Well, that's actually a technique, man. That's actually a rhetorical technique for it. It's called obscurantism, where you intentionally make shit obscure, esoteric, known by very few people, on purpose, so that people just have to take your word for it, right? You just say like, some scientific gibberish that only 2 people in the world know something about, and then like everybody just has to take your word for it because nobody even knows what you're talking about. That's an actual technique, and it's a common globe earther technique. Is to just start talking about some freaking minutia that has nothing to do with nothing, and then you just have to believe them, because to actually go research it, it would take 40 hours of Googling shit. So it's just it's a gimmick.
It's easy to say that's how science works at the end of all of that.
Yeah, they'd say that's how science works at the end.
That takes the guesswork. That takes the guesswork out of having to do all of that. So the little bit that you have to actually
like saying amen at the end of a prayer, bro. That's what it's like, saying amen at the end of a prayer.
Well, I'm telling you, because like whenever they're in these conversations with us, right? So Fishman, this is the kind of thing that they use whenever they're having a conversation with us. So that you rest assured, we're standing on the shoulders of giants. You don't have to look at the information. Don't worry yourself. Don't worry your little pretty head about having to go look for this. It's already been figured out. That's how science works. And so you're just like, oh, okay, well, you're onto something. No, you're not. You're just saying shit. Like in that, that's what we do in this forum. We pointed out, like, yeah, how, where, show us, and they're like, well, Wikipedia. It's ridiculous. It's crazy, but it's true.
Yeah. By the way, Fisherman, we post when in this chat, like all the posts are posted in a channel called Livestream Voice Text. You should be able to see. Just to tell you. So if you want to post anything, read the text, whatever.
That's great. Thank you for the welcome, guys. I wish I knew about this a long time ago.
Yeah.
No, you're good, man. You're good. You're lucky you came in now because they're suppressing stuff. So you're lucky you got in.
The level of ignorance is, dare I say, jaw-dropping. So you're not going to find a better form to hear the cognitive dissonance spiral, out of control, dog and pony show, smoke and mirrors. I don't know what else I can add to this in this veritable soup of like ignorance. But like, yeah, it's a mishmash of like what they think idea of the cosmos and reality are, and then they presenting that to you in a package of garbage. Like, it's crazy because you don't know how bad people are, like what way they are. They're people that come into this server that think they know what they're talking about when it's in regards to the globe Earth. They're in such a bad way, Fishman. They just don't know anything about their known reality. And so when it gets pointed out to them that they don't know, it starts to become like, wait a minute, you guys don't believe me? But that's how science works. And we're like, no, that's what you're saying. You're trying to qualify any statement that you say with this ridiculous nonsense that if you say those words, it magically qualifies everything you just said. No, you don't do it that way. You're going to have to show us a demonstration or teach us how you led us up to this point. That's going to give us a reasonable, rational way of looking at this, right? Like, let's, as people, reason together. Because if we don't do that and we're just allowing people to say shit, then where's the standard for truth? There isn't any. You can just say whatever you'd like. And, oh, yeah, that's your truth. Your truth is your truth. My truth is my truth. That's bullshit.
Wow, that's good, man.
Reality. So good.
That's really good.
People saying that makes my skin crawl. Like, seriously. It makes my skin crawl. Because it like tells my mind
Indio.
humanity's doomed every time I hear it. Like, we're doomed. Like, we're totally
Indio,
doomed.
it makes the skin on the bottom of my feet crawl, homie. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I mean, the funny thing is that they have to use all this rhetoric, debate techniques, you know, can't know nothing. All these, like, gimmicks. That's what I just call them. I just call them, they're just gimmicks, tricks to trick people. And all they have to do is come in here with measurements of curvature, and it'll be over. Like, just come with that. Like, you don't even have to talk, dude. Just come and post it in the chat. Come and post your measurements, curvature in the chat, and it'll be over.
Hey, you ever hear that old thing, that old comedy act where it goes, "Who's on first? What's on second?"
Yeah,
On
I
and
don't
on?
know.
That's the
Third
shit that they
base.
do.
No,
Yeah,
I just
You never heard that shit?
Yeah, I've heard it. Albert Costello.
Yeah, that's like what they do.
Yeah, I know. I said, listen,
Nonstop.
I said, I don't know, third base. I finished it, buddy.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Indio, I'm not that smart. I just look this way. You know what I mean? I just look like a genius.
we do have. I want to address. We do have new people. Billy Butcher 5, if you're in here. Your mic is scratchy, but welcome to the forum. We do want to talk to new people. You got VC verified on your tag, so if you want to chime in and tell us what you think the shape of the Earth is and why. So Billy Butcher 5, if you're there.
I got a chance to speak in this forum before, and the only real contribution I have to say comes in the form of a question. If there's a place on Earth where there is observable curvature, I would like to know where it is.
You ought to see my ex-wife.
Join the club.
My ex-wife.
Diabolical.
She's got curvature for days. You know what I mean?
So would you? I do want to give you a tag here because that's how.
Yeah,
we
Billy. I talked to Billy. Exo sent him. Here. Yeah, Exo sent him here. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Pillbox sent me.
Let me give you a tag then, just to kind of get things in the right direction for you.
Thank you, and I apologize in advance about the mic.
Yeah, man, don't worry about it. Sometimes Discord is that way too.
Yeah, lots of reflection.
I'll give you the link permission role, but also know that we're in live stream voice text. That we are also, guys, if you don't know this, we are live stream 24/7 all the time. And I was talking to Fishman 101 about this, is that everything you're saying can and will be held against you in this forum. So if you say some shit that doesn't make any sense and you're like, I didn't say that, we're going to rewind the live stream and find out if you did. So please don't make it a habit to lie about things that you say. If you are incorrect in saying something, say, yeah, I think I could have slipped up and said something like that or something. Be honest, right? When you stand that, no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. And then we rewind it and you're like, yeah, I said that. Oops. No, just be honest. You know, if you made a foul or slip up or you said something, just, be clean, come clean with it. It's all good.
It any other way.
We learn. So
Miggy, if you ever rewind anything I said and prove me wrong, I'm gonna say you photoshopped it. You know what I mean? Straight up. Yeah, you know what I mean? You dubbed that, homie. I never said that. Yeah.
We want to put on display. That's why we have a live stream, right? We got 14 people watching at the moment, but we want to put on display how ridiculous it is for somebody to actually think the Earth is a globe. Every day we do a very good job of it, but mind you, there's some times that we're getting into some conversations that might go a little stray, but we do have I was talking to people about it because I think it's kind of healthy to have speculation, but we do have like a speculation Sunday. So if you're looking forward to kind of letting your hair down and saying what you speculate on, we do speculation Sundays as just like I just made it up. So you can flow with it if you want, but it's something that where we just kind of let our hair down and say whatever you speculate on. You hear me what I speculate on, but everybody in here could have their own speculations. But we preface the time that we speak on these things so that it doesn't become such a norm that people start making speculations as matter-of-fact statements. I'll give you an example real quick. That the Vatican has FE documents in their basement, or that CERN is working on some diabolical plan to open up portals to the next dimension and bring people into hell or whatever. I don't care what it is. But like, if you start making matter-of-fact statements on speculation, you will get called out on it. So I would say there's a time and place for it, for sure. But let's do that whenever it's appropriate. Hold off onto your speculations, because this intellectual forum has to be held up to a different standard than other forums. It's not like your other forums where you go in there because you have a flat earth tag, you can say stuff. This is one where you're going to be held to a different standard. So even a flat earther will get scrutinized. Just saying. For your own well-being, just make sure that you know that this is a different place than all the others.
Yeah, this ain't your mother-in-law's forum. You know what I mean? It's for mature audiences.
Well, you will get put to the task if you come in here saying shit and you're a flat earther. Like, no, nobody said that. So, other things too. Maybe you're holding on to some preconceived notions that you think the earth is a particular way because the flat earther told you. And so you're going to come in here saying, hey, look, check out the new flat earth map I have. And we're going to be like, wait a minute. How'd you verify that? How do you know that? Well, it has to be. No, that's what they do. They use assumptions. They say, well, it has to be. It's our best guess. And that's what you're doing. So don't do that. Like that, we don't do that.
Flat to me. I mean, we're in here. We like to go off of observable, like repeatable, right?
Yeah.
Like something that's tangible, something that you can observe.
Sure. It's self-evident.
Something with no assumptions.
It's self-evident.
Yeah. So you can make a definitive statement that has no assumptions. That proves that proposition, right? Indeed. As soon as you add that assumption at the beginning, then you're into the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent, and it's not proof of anything. It's just, you making a statement. If, this is true, then that's true. But, you can't prove the first if. So, like, you're basically speculating.
So I
try to stay away from speculation.
I view this
we try to make definitive statements. We can say, yes, this is true. Right. There's not a lot of things you can say that about. But, there are some things you can say that about. And that's what we do. We say, this we know for certain, this is true.
And I would say, if you're new to this forum, make use of it like an academy. This is kind of like India would be like the headmaster, and we're all just like part of like it's like, I would say, as far as an academy goes.
Shit. Anyway.
But I would say like, I meant to say like in the way you can view it with the levels of what people's knowledge are in the conversation would be. Then these are the people you would want to listen to, and not just be like, dude, are you done talking? As I had somebody say that to me before. Are you done talking? Can I speak? I'm like, man, this is an open forum, bro. Like, if you feel kind of froggy, you want to jump in, go ahead. Like, no one's stopping you. Like, the thing is, though, that the respect you have for these figures, like people that have put in work, right? If you don't have that and you have less respect because you just want to say what you want, then that's different. But you start to respect. We respect each other in that way, but at the same time, it's just getting to know the forum is all it is.
Plus, people should actually listen. You know what I mean? Like, some people they're on here and they're like half paying attention, and everybody on here has. I've heard lots of people talk. There's been lots of members on the server, and there's always something good in what they say, almost all, like, out of everybody. Obviously, there's times where people just talk shit, right? But a lot of the times, people are saying shit that's like, if you really listen and really think about what they're saying and try to understand where they're coming through, there's something there for pretty much everybody. You actually have to listen and not go, I wish this guy would just shut up. Like a little child, right? When your parents are telling you not to stick your hand in the cookie jar anymore. Right, like try to act like a goddamn adult, right?
Exactly.
And, it's not directed at anybody in this chat. I'm just saying, like, generally, a lot of times, like with the experience you had, Miggy, it's because that person wasn't actually paying attention.
It was, and mind you, he was a flat earther too, so it was quite appalling because when he spoke up and said that, I'm like, dude, come on, like. There's like the lack of respect, because like some of them don't know when you come in here, you're just somebody on the internet to them. But at the same time, that's why I said, guys, when you come in here, you actually have to take a look at the name tags. Look at what people have. Like, click on their names. Everybody that has tags in here should be looked at as like, oh, this is different. Like, it's not the same. And so, and that way you can have a little bit more or less kind of like a understanding of like what you're getting into. It's not like, oh, are you done yet so I can speak? Like, dude, what's wrong with you? Like,
Is it all right with you guys if I ask a question?
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Oh, jeez. Oh, hamburgers. All right. Well,
Order in the vending machine.
I think that there's a transition that doesn't get talked about a lot, and what I mean by that is, what was the catalyst for an individual? I'm talking to each one of you individually. What was the catalyst? What was it that made you say, "Hey, wait a minute, this isn't right," and then actually start looking into the flat Earth, or maybe not flat Earth? But for me, it was realizing that Earth is not a globe, and not necessarily realizing or coming to the conclusion that it's flat. It's just there was a pivot point for me where I started looking at what I was told versus what I can observe, and it didn't add up. And I was just wondering, for you guys, what was the tipping point where you actually started saying, wait a minute?
I can answer this. I know exactly what it was. Chicago skyline. Exactly that. And when that guy came on and said, what you're seeing here is a mirage, I knew right then that guy was full of crap, because mirages, they're double images of something, right? So they're either superior or inferior. One is where their tops are touching each other, a double image of that, or ones are where the bottoms are touching each other. That's an inferior mirage. There's a double image of that. Now, there was nothing about Josh Nowicki's photograph that showed a mirage, right? And this is a meteorologist, somebody that should know what they're talking about. But that was to like, hold on, why is this guy saying that's a mirage when obviously that's not a mirage, right? If I told that meteorologist, I said, oh, this is 10 miles away from Chicago, taken with a camera, he wouldn't have said it's a mirage, because he would have thought, oh, that's close enough. And he never would have called it a mirage. He would have just thought it was a normal photograph. But as soon as he hears this is 52 miles away, oh, I have to save my globe, and I have to come up with an ad hoc hypothesis on why that's possible. Oh, it's a mirage. And just that particular, when the first time I heard that, I'm like, whoa, why is this happening? And then I started looking deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. And eventually I threw out all the content that was on the internet, and I scoured Google Images for long distance photos taken by random people, because this is a few years ago. So like if you go on Google Images, you can see images just random people took on Facebook, posted to their blogs, whatever. They're not flat Earth, they're not globe Earth, they're just taking pictures. And I found pictures that showed, you could see way too far. And these people aren't like, I'm going out and trying to prove flat Earth or globe Earth. They're just people taking photographs, right? So that was the nail in the coffin. Just like unbiased, that does not conform to the globe geometry. It was literally that simple. Because I did watch all the videos that Dubay 200 proves, flat Earth clues, all that stuff, right? But like, some of the stuff Dubay says is wrong. Some of the stuff Mark Sargent, I mean, not a lot. Just like, I didn't want to rely on any of that, right? I'd rely on someone with like.
Is it me or did Indio cut out?
He cut out.
You lost satellite connection.
Well, I'll tell you what my conversion was. So I never believed that we landed on the moon. It just didn't make sense to me. And way back when I got my bubble popped about 9/11 and all that, I just started really looking into all that, just being like, they're lying to us. Well, my friend that was a flat earther was like, well, he basically just presented, if they're lying about that, what else are they lying about? And he just kind of started seeding me more things to look into, and just kind of led me down into my own research, and that was enough, because I had an open mind.
Hey, Fishman, 9/11 was about the same thing for me. Like, that's what got me started digging. So I call it the Big Bang of conspiracy theories. That kind of triggered everybody into looking.
For me, it was a majority of my life. I just kind of took the whole like space, outer space, heliocentric model. I just kind of took it as, that's what they told me, and I never really questioned it. I was like, okay, well, this is just the way things are. And then I started learning about the ever-expanding universe. So I went out and I started looking for proof of this expansion. And I noticed more than I intended to. And it led me down the path of flat Earth, or non-globe Earth. I'm not entirely sure what the whole entire shape is, but I'm pretty sure it's not a globe. And I say pretty sure. You can call me on that later, but at this point, I'm pretty sure it's not a globe. I just can't find any proof of this expanding universe. There's no parallax in the stars. I don't feel like I'm moving. There's a lot that goes into it, and I don't want to bore you with all the minute details that you guys have already figured out for yourselves. It's just a process after that.
Yeah, a big one for me also is that our constellations haven't changed, right? We find old writings, like this is fact, right? Like we find old star, old civilizations that have mapped the stars, and they're all the same. Nothing's changed, and that's impossible for blasting through space at, I don't know all the speeds. You guys probably know better than me, but astronomical speeds, that just doesn't make sense.
Well, I also started thinking about the seasons. Like, let's say I go out and I look at the stars on January 1st at 12:01 a.m. in the morning, and then I go out on July 1st at 2:01 a.m. I'm going to see the same exact sky when I should be on the other side of the sun.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's interesting to me. I don't know, just little a conglomeration of little things that add up to, well, that doesn't make any sense. A lot of things that people just look past or can't see the forest for the trees. I guess, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's all the little things for sure.
Another thing that I've been messing around with lately is the speed of sound versus the rotation of the Earth. I don't think sound should be able to travel east at the equator from an object that's already moving in excess of 1,000 miles an hour. There's people sitting on the equator right now breaking the sound barrier, regardless of the medium, aka hemisphere or whatever, that we're in. Sound only travels at a certain rate. It's kinetic waves. It doesn't make any sense for sound to travel east from an object that's already traveling in excess of 1,000 miles an hour. So it would be breaking the sound barrier twice over for sound to travel east. I don't get that. Not to mention the Coriolis effect and how it's never taken into account. It's only taken into account on paper, but never in practice. I could be wrong.
Right, like it's used more as like an argument than it is any form of reality.
Right, it appears to be that way.
Well, excuse me.
I mean,
they would probably say something like the air's moving with the imaginary globe, and so you have this conservation of momentum, And so what's funny to me is, though, at the very top of this the Kármán line, basically, this air, it's moving faster. Somehow, I don't know how it's moving faster. Does anybody know why it's moving faster at the top? Because it should be moving slower, right? There should be some sort of drag.
Due to drag, yeah, you would think so.
So, I have no idea how they say it's moving faster, but there you go. There's always an answer with these guys. There's always a little... Yeah.
I just don't understand how sound can travel through a medium that's already moving faster than sound itself. It's
refraction
physics to me.
Yeah, just say refraction and you're all done.
Well, there we go. I think that somebody should dig into this a little bit more. My mental assets are a little bit limited when it comes to it. I don't have the means to do the actual experiments myself, but if I did, I would do them in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I mean, physics is not. I mean, I love coming here and trying to, learn a little bit about physics. I don't really know much about it, but I I do enjoy listening to you guys. But I do certain things, psychology, I really enjoy, and I'm enjoying looking into the history at the moment. Just like, and don't get me wrong, I'm under no illusions that I'm going to paint this perfect picture of what's happened. But yeah, it's fascinating to see where it all kind of went wrong, or right, depending on which side of the fence you're on, I guess. And it seems like the inheritors of this place decided to, well, it's difficult to say. Maybe they thought themselves God or godlike and decided to create a bunch of slaves so they could sort of, go ever more into this complexity and knowledge while we do the grunt work. I don't know. It's weird. Depends what day you catch me on. Because you could catch me on a day where I'd be like, oh yeah, this place, it's a soul test. It's all a soul test and the scriptures are spot on. And then you catch me on another day and I'm like, not so sure. It's like a people farm.
Oh, one of my main focuses lately was the motion of the Earth, or supposed motion of the Earth. I did do some mini experiments having to do with momentum and acceleration. For example, I went on an Amtrak train, and while I was in the Amtrak train, I tried walking from the back of the car to the front of the car while the train was in motion, and I felt a natural pushing against me as I was walking towards the front. But when I was walking from the back, or from the front of the train towards the back of the train, I felt a push towards the back of the train. Now, on an object that's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, I should feel a push to the west and a resistance when trying to travel east, and I just don't feel that. Does that make sense to anyone? If I'm talking out the side of my neck, let me know.
No. You're making sense. It's just the whole thing's a bit of a mindfuck, so it's hard to get your head around. I was listening to a debate back and forth on the Tataria cosmology thing, and they were talking about this very thing, and it went round in circles for about, I think I missed about 2 hours of it. From what I'd gained, but I was there for like an hour. I had enough. I was just like, no, don't want to talk about this anymore. I do that. The people get to talking about the horizon for 3 hours, and I'm like, I can't. I just can't.
Yeah, you can get instruments and measure, motion. I mean, an aeroplane is a great example. You really don't feel motion. I mean, you can have a cup of water on the side, and that won't be sloshing around at all. So I mean, it's you can argue about that as much as you like, but constant motion, you don't generally feel anything if there's no wobbling around and stuff. Once there's wobbling around, it's different matter, or going uphill or things like that.
Well, right, but once you start moving independently in an already moving medium, I guess, platform, then you will feel it when you start to accelerate or decelerate going in the direction that the object is moving, because you're applying that acceleration yourself independently.
Yeah, but a train's moving linearly. The globe is supposedly moving in a circular fashion, so you should feel centrifugal force. You should be flying off the Earth, or feeling as though your feet are going to come off the Earth if it's spinning in a circular fashion on its axis, right? It's a little different than a train. If a train's moving straight, you don't feel it. Maybe you feel a little force going back and forth, but if that train were to go around a bend, you could certainly feel it, right? You couldn't feel it straight.
It's the size of the bend, These things have been worked out, and You're just showing a misunderstanding of basic physics, I'm afraid. Because there are ways to measure if the Earth is spinning, and it isn't. So I mean, they have got tools to measure this sort of thing.
They all presuppose the spinning Earth, though. They've mathematically determined such things, but how do you measure it without presupposing that Earth is spherical? That would be a good question for any person who's an expert in physics.
Well, wouldn't you have to start with the assumption and then go from there?
No, you have to have a piece of equipment which. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. If you're on something which is moving, you can never discount that, or you always have to discount it. So you're never going to be able to produce a piece of equipment which is sensitive enough. No.
Well, if you could produce a Glober, they're pretty sensitive.
Sorry, what?
No, I'm just messing about. I said if you could produce a Glober, they're pretty sensitive.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Mr. Sensible really had us stumped when he said he believes he's sitting down, when he was actually sitting down.
Well, that's the definition of knowledge, isn't it?
Sure. He's got some deep thoughts, that one.
No, I'm sorry I didn't just give him the simple mathematics there, Miggy, but
yeah, he wanted
when
to
I was trying to explain to him the simple way of finding out how much drop there would be over 138 meters, the easiest way to do it was just work out for 160, because 1 mile divided in 10 is about 160 meters. And a tenth is an easy number to deal with. You just,
He wouldn't let you get like 5 seconds into your thing, man.
Yeah, it was just silly, It just, I was explaining to him why you use 160 meters, because it's an easy number.
Yeah, but if I interrupt you,
Yeah, for the most part, I think his argument on that was it's negligible. You're not going to notice it, given the idea that we can, measure the curvature, which he's saying you can't, because you wouldn't be able to see it. They're talking out two sides of their mouths, so whenever they're speaking, they're saying one thing, and then no, it is curved. Well, you said it's curved, but it's barely noticeable.
Yeah.
They want to leave it in a realm where you can't know the thing that you know. So that's why he was arguing the numbers with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, so, if they can't measure, a couple of millimeters over 160 millimeters, then they're just, there's no way they can measure a gravity wave from a billion miles away, or whatever they claim,
Well, they're saying that the sun is emitting its light, but it's got a quantum tunnel through the Earth, through the sun, and then it reaches the atmosphere. When the light hits the atmosphere, it takes 8 minutes to get from the surface to the Earth. So, but it takes 1 million years for that to quantum tunnel through the sun, and then reaches the atmosphere of the sun, and then it takes 8 minutes to get to you.
I don't know. That guy didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't realise that the claim in their cosmology is that all stars are made of the same thing, and the only reason they're different colours is because of the atmosphere they're going through. So I don't know why he was trying to claim that he knew what a star was made of.
Hey, has anybody covered why the stars disappear at a certain altitude yet? Like you have to view them through a medium for them to be visible. Has anybody discussed that yet?
I've asked. I don't know if anybody's ever given a reason behind it. I know one person here, I don't know who it was, gave like a pretty good example having to do with like where it hits you in your vision. Kind of like nearsightedness versus farsightedness. Like once you get out of that focal range, the stars disappear. So the stars work on like a focal point. And then Gemsy, he's got a pretty cool like diagram that kind of like it's false. It's unfalsifiable and it's unprovable in a sense. But the idea is that there's a bunch of different lensing aspects above the North Star. And
usually a conversation like this is prefaced with "this is speculation." So on either side, because here's the thing about the heavens: we don't know what what it's made of. Anything in the heavens. So anything that's being said about them is highly speculative, if not entirely. So I would just say a preface like whenever we go into these conversations with that, because a lot of people would hear like maybe somebody saying, "Well, that guy said this." And it was like, oh, is that true? Well, he said it. And there's there's no standard. So, like, as far as we know, everything that the conversation that has to entail with this is just speculation. All speculation.
I think I honestly think it has something to do with the ether. Have we talked about the ether here? Is there any proof of the ether's existence outside of the Michelson-Morley experiment and the Sagnac experiment?
Well, I'm pretty curious what you were saying Gemsy presented about this, because I mentioned a report that somebody said about not seeing the stars out the window from an airplane, and it started a 3-day fight with him.
What? Seriously?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
But you can see the stars out of an airplane.
Freaking Lou.
No, I'm just saying somebody was in like one of the side chats, probably in chill chat, talking about how looking out the window, he was unable to see any stars. And I was like, well, if that's true, that's pretty crazy. And I was just asking for other people who had taken night flights and visibly like had first person testimony of like seeing stars with their naked eye out the window, and he strawmanned the shit out of me saying, Lou's saying that there are no stars when you get on a plane. Like,
sorry.
It went on for 3 fucking days.
I gotta laugh out loud, dude. You're always getting shit. It cracks me up, dude.
Everybody misses a point. Yeah, Lou, why do you think you can't see stars from a plane?
Yeah, Lou.
The idea that you just said you were asking for the evidence. Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious.
People say things. What goes on there? People say things.
That's true. I mean, it's okay to speculate. I mean, like the globe was like the longest speculation ever, dude.
Are we actually saying that when you get up high enough, the stars actually vanish? Is that actually, because I remember that conversation and we didn't really land on a consensus. Are we saying that once you get up high enough to a certain point in the atmosphere, you cannot see stars?
That's what I was trying to talk about. I noticed that a lot of these high altitude cameras, when they send the cameras up to look for curvature or whatever, because I've seen a lot of the flat Earth videos, I've noticed something between those videos and the moon landing images, I won't call them photos, is that there's a complete lack of stars. And one of the explanations that NASA gave was because of the exposure. Now, I'm wondering, is there any truth to that? Because I've seen the balloons go up and I see an absolute black sky above and not one single star. And I was just wondering if anybody else noticed this or can show me a video where a balloon goes up and they see stars. Because it seems to me that the lower you go in the atmosphere in our gas layer, the easier you can see the stars twinkle above. And I'm wondering if it has something to do with having to view the stars through a medium in order to see them, like a lens.
You're on the point, but I would think that if it would make any sense, when you're sending a balloon up, it's usually during the daytime. So you're going to get that light that washes out like anything else, like from the exposure of the camera. So I'm looking at it from a perspective of just like light exposed to like a lens. So in that way, right? But I've seen some that I have seen like a few that have shown stars in it to contradict that whole idea. So there has been some with stars, like that send those high altitude balloons up. You got to look for them, but there is some. But I would say that because people are sending those balloons up during the daytime, when it gets above like a certain elevation, that light that's being like on the Earth, the air of blue that you can see, that it's bright enough to like wash out the exposure of the camera's not going to pick up the minuscule light of the stars. You know what I mean? Like It's bright enough to like not let that be seen in certain cameras. But I have seen them, and like it is possible to actually see that. I mean, all it takes is maybe, I don't know if the videos are up or not. But it's been a while since I've seen this subject. But yeah, I've seen it like on some of the footage. So you probably have to look for it if it's still out there. But yeah, like I would say, has anybody ever sent a balloon up during the complete darkness of night? I don't think that's ever a thing. You only do it during the day to make sure you can recover the.
Dwayne Callum has.
Dwayne,
I'm watching a video right now that somebody posted in the live stream voice text chat.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I didn't even see that. Yeah, Dwayne Callum has.
Dwayne Cullum, yeah, he sent one up too, like with the rectilinear lens, and just to show. But even with the rectilinear lens, there's always still a small amount of barrel distortion, which I think people don't realize.
People don't understand that the camera is not designed for that.
Yeah.
Environment, right?
It's not.
So when the camera is rectilinear at normal, at normal temperature and pressure, it's not rectilinear at low pressure and low temperature, because so you have the medium the light is originating in, right? And then you have the lens. So that ratio, right, the refractive index of the medium outside the lens and the lens, that determines how much a light ray will bend, right? So the ratio at normal atmospheric pressure and temperature is one thing, but at low pressure and temperature, it's another thing. And there's published papers about this. And the effect is it makes barrel distortion because it bends too much. Let's put it that way. So I'll actually, instead of just talking about it, I'll just post the shit, dude.
When I was younger, I often thought about what the world would look like if our eyes didn't have a corrective lens in it to flip the image on our retinas. I've often wondered what it would be like to live in life without a corrective lens or a second set of glasses that makes it seem as though our eyes didn't have a corrective lens.
So here's something I was thinking about last night. Well, I mean, it's not only that, right? So your retina is actually curved. It's not like a sensor. So the sensor of a camera or even the film, that's flat, right? So they got the curved lens and then it's projecting onto a flat plane. But that's not how our eyes work because we have a curved lens projecting onto a concave retina. So it's two hemispherical surfaces as opposed to like a hemispherical surface and a flat surface.
Has anybody heard of pinhole photography, lensless photography?
Yeah. Camera obscura, yeah.
I think it would be interesting to send a camera up with that sort of technology and see what we get back.
So this is what I was thinking about last night, right? So we started developing using like camera obscura and like all these things. So you can adjust like where the pinhole is, how far it is away from the wall to kind of like correct the image, right? So that when we look at the image that's being projected on the wall, either a camera or a photograph, whatever, we're correcting it to make it look like how we see things with our eye. And when it's the same, we go, that's an accurate image because that's how I see things with my eye. Right? So we're always like fiddling. But it's like a double whammy, right? So we correct the camera, right? We fiddle with the lens, we make the lens so it creates an image that is compatible with our eyeball, compatible with what we think it should look like. And then we look at that, right? So it's like a double correction. But is that how it really is? That's another question.
That's a big question. It seems to me that the only way to truly see Earth for what it is to see Earth not through a human eye. I mean, we're only capable of viewing the world through what we're given, right? We're all victims of the human condition. I don't know. I don't want to get off on some philosophy tangent, but yeah. I don't know. It's really made me question what is up and what is down, and how they how they argue what gravity actually is. I don't know.
The thing about how your eye flips, like the image, that's what they say about like how the eye works, right? But your brain still takes that information and then flips it again, basically makes sense of it. Like they've done tests where you could wear like a certain lens that then flips things so it makes everything look like it's upside down to you, but within I think hours, maybe it was like a day or something like that, your mind will correct it and flip it back again, and then they can then take those lenses off or whatever it is that they use to flip it, and you see things upside down again, and then after a little bit of time your mind flips it again and puts it back to normal.
Yeah, you ever play a first-person shooter with an inverted crosshair? So that when you like an airplane, when you pull down, it goes up, and when you pull up, or push up, it goes down. The crosshair.
Yeah, it's very disorientating
at first, but if you play like that for a little bit, it just becomes normal.
I would like to adjust my eyes to the upside down vision and then come back at flat Earth again and see if I have a change in perspective, because I quite literally want to change my perspective physically and then approach it again. I don't know if there's going to be anything to that, but it's something that I'm interested in trying.
inverted controls. That's funny.
Yeah, you can flip the axis.
only way I
flip the axis. I played for a little bit that way. Yeah, I actually played for that way a little bit for about 6 months.
Like, it didn't matter much to me except for when I got into on certain games where they did like flight. When it came to flying, I had to have it inverted, just like how it is in an actual like plane. With the yeah.
I'm gonna drop a clip in the chat. My soundboard has a bunch of this show, Dragon Ball Z Abridged, and in that show they literally have like a, one of the villains throws a disc and he's supposed to be able to control it, from range, and then like in the parody version they kind of flip it so like he can't control. He's like, "What is this, inverted controls?" It's really funny.
What is it? A destructo disc?
Well, here's what you can't compensate. If you flip it left to right, that becomes nearly impossible. At least in my experience.
Come on now.
If you flip the y-axis, it becomes incomprehensible. I'm sure
I agree.
That's
exactly my experience too. Yeah, you can't if you forget which one's X and which one's Y, that's going to mess you up when you go into your settings.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I'm just. What is going on? What are these inverted controls? Who even uses?
It's funny.
What is this? Inverted controls?
So, hey, I'm going to read this. This is from Design Steps to Temperature and Pressure Insensitive Optical Systems for Digital Aerial Imaging. All right, so it says the effect of pressure comes when relative refractive indices change due to air pressure. Actually, refractive indices of materials are defined relatively to air at a reference temperature and pressure. It is said absolute refractive index. If it is said absolute refractive index, it means that reference air pressure is 0, vacuum. Relative and absolute refractive index depend on each of the following. There's a formula. It says this means that when the materials are put in low pressure environment, the relative refractive indices increase since absolute index is constant and low pressure means low refractive index of air. This causes increased refractive power of the system, and therefore it also causes defocus. So defocus is not a blurry image. Defocus means that the light that comes in is not projected on the same plane, right? So some of it, as in when I say the same plane, I mean the sensor. So some of it on the sensor will be focused, whereas other parts of it will be distorted, like stretched out or compressed. It's called Petzval curvature, and it will create this bowl or meniscus effect, which is basically barrel distortion, but it's not barrel distortion technically at the lens, it is technically at the lens, I guess. But when they're using these cameras, right, these off-the-shelf cameras, they don't produce an accurate geometrical representation of the world when they're placed in an environment they're not designed to be in. And that's the whole purpose of this paper. It's because,
Yeah, that's why I brought it up.
Yeah, they have things called aerial photogrammetry. And if you look at that, so aerial photogrammetry is when they fly an airplane and they take pictures of the ground, right? High altitude pictures of the ground. And then if you look up how those cameras are designed, right? The USGS actually has because they contract this out, right? So they have a long specification on what the camera has to do, its tolerances, how precise it is, all these things. And that is called a metrical camera, right? So the camera is designed to preserve the geometry of the image that it's taking, right? So that when they take the picture, when that picture is projected onto the film or sensor, that all the geometry of the light that hits the objective lens in the front, that's all preserved. So if it hits it, like separation of, say, a house and a tree is 1 degree at the lens, when it projects onto the goddamn sensor, it is still 1 degree separation. That does not happen with a freaking GoPro camera floated around at high altitude. It's not designed for that purpose.
Well, we have the argument that gets brought up in here with images versus images and like videos versus videos. So I'm always telling the flat earther, like, it's great to actually show people things outside of what they would see from their perspective. But at the same time, when you do that, there's a bit of like things bringing these things in that you don't actually
They make it off axis, right?
Yeah,
so the sensor is not directly behind the lens. It's off axis a little bit. And so that they don't get like dispersion, like this rainbow effect. And then also the camera unit itself, it's outside the airplane, but all the equipment inside is contained. So it's all hermetically sealed. Right, so that they don't have any like crazy changes in pressure, so that the lens itself, when it gets colder, doesn't contract or distort, right, or distort the geometry of the lens because the differential in temperature, right? Because we all know that when like you got one part of the temperature of some material that's warm and another part that's cold, that material will distort a little bit. Right, and you're making high precision photography, and you start having the lens distort. Right, the projected image is going to be distorted as well.
Which is why I always tell people, don't argue from the standpoint of balloon footage. We got some balloon footage. Check it out, guys. Earth is flat. And then the guy who's looking into it could scrutinize it and say, look, yeah, but you do see, admittedly, a little bit of like curvature from it. And you have to admittedly say yes, because if you don't, you're a liar. So what happens is when you go from when you're trying to argue from that, and there's tons of it, like evidence that people actually use these things, which is why I'm getting into like the fact that with these arguments, if you rebut somebody with an image like a high altitude balloon footage and say, look, man, the Earth is flat. Well, that's wonderful, but at some point in that footage, they're going to start to see a little bit of curvature. Then you're going to have egg on your face because you try to present something that you thought was a solid evidence for flat Earth, when it turns out you didn't know how cameras worked, and then that camera was not supposed to even meant to be placed in that region of high altitude that was you put it in.
And then you have the problem of what's called a rolling shutter. So they have a rolling shutter. Like you can have two types of ways that the sensor picks up the light. A rolling shutter is where it reads one line at a time. So if you move the camera fast or at a speed, right, it's not taking like a single snapshot. It's taking a whole bunch of snapshots over time. So when it in the digital signal processor, when it puts all these scan lines together, something that is flat will look curved. If you type in rolling shutter propeller, there's plenty of pictures of people have taken a photograph of an airplane propeller that's in motion, and it looks like spirals instead of like propeller blades. So you need a global shutter too on top of it, which means all the elements of the sensor act at the same time.
Which is like Wayne Kellum kind of talks a little bit about. I think he had a video where he talks a little bit about the cameras that he uses for his high altitude balloon footage, and then at the same time, I think he was disclosing a bit of like, well, you are going to see some of that barrel distortion at these altitudes, and would make it seem like you are seeing a slight bit of curvature, but it's not the fact that the camera's like representing the Earth or what it like that it doesn't have it, so. Every time you send cameras up, you're going to get some sort of like curvature off of the image it's producing, and that's just something that is notable for anybody that's looking into this. So there shouldn't be a flat earther coming in here and saying we got some high altitude aerial balloon footage. We're going to use that in an argument to kind of debunk the globe. That isn't a way to debunk the globe. That's just showing people what the Earth may or may not look like from that specific altitude, using the specific camera that you're using. So getting into that, like, I think refining the argument and what you need to, and how you need to present it shouldn't be in a way of like, here's my evidence to debunk the globe. I think that's what a lot of people are picking these things up from flat Earth, and they're thinking that that's okay to do. And it's not okay, because when you're arguing with somebody from that standpoint and they point things like this out to you about the camera, and you just want to be right, you're going to hand-wave dismiss anything that could be important about how cameras work. And if the Ober is actually knowing more about the cameras and then like tells you about it, then you're going to have egg on your face because you thought you had some flat Earth evidence. But it turns out you couldn't provide that evidence from, like, let's say that altitude. You shouldn't even go to that altitude to actually provide evidence for the shape of the Earth anyways. You should do it on the ground level where you can measure.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. You shouldn't make like precise geometric claims based upon a photograph, right? Because of you don't know how accurately the lens preserves the geometry of the light that's hitting the lens. And then there's the air and all those other variables, right? But we can make definitive statements about, I can see this, as opposed to not seeing this, right? We could say this is in the image, or it's not in the image, right? There's the Eiffel Tower. I'm not supposed to see it, but I do see it, right? That's not the same. No matter what your lens distortion is, it's not going to magically make things appear that aren't supposed to be there.
Yeah, there is a differentiation from that to like what people would say from curvature to like if something is there or not, because like we see things, wherever in the far distance, with line of sight. So, and there's a lot of confusion when it comes to like things that we see. We can't trust our eyes. We can't trust our eyes. We can't. And so like the conversation back and forth goes from like whether we can see curvature or not. And so the state of confusion people they come into this topic are about like, okay, so we do see naturally occurring phenomena that we attribute to like what they would qualify as saying like a Fata Morgana, or the names that they give these things, fairy fog or whatever. The type of distortion that you would see that naturally occurs in whatever type of weather you're in, right? And so that's different, right? Because we start to be able to recognize there is something happening in the far distance where it looks like it's all wavy and it can't make out what's out there, and it looks kind of distorted. It can even take pictures of it, but at the same time, like there's a difference between that and whether something is or is not in the far distance. Like to say that it's there. Seeing something distort, like bendy cranes on, for example.
Yeah.
That's an example. Like,
yeah, but we all know that that's just a red herring. That's all. That crap is just a total red herring. Like, oh, I see bendy cranes. Yeah, what? So it made the Earth look flat because there's bendy freaking cranes? That doesn't even make sense. I see water that shouldn't reach I see light reflecting off of water that should not reach the camera because there's a another hump of water in the way of that water. But bendy cranes? Like, what the? Like, that's not even an argument. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, so we like cameras.
That's FUD, Miggy, right? So what they're trying to do is create fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Because, like, oh, it's not a perfect image, right? So like whenever I show like the Sky Freeze videos of a boat disappearing on the lake, they'll say things like, well, that's too low, that's a low resolution. Like they start complaining about the camera, right? Like, dude, like you can't see it. Right?
Yeah,
It isn't because of the camera that it disappeared. You could see it at one point, and at another point you can't see it anymore. Like it's not because of the camera, it's a low resolution camera.
I think what we like in here is to expose the spiraling that they do when they find the contradictory ideas that go along with their globe Earth. So on the one hand, you have bendy cranes, refraction, you know what I mean, like a lot of stuff happening in the far distance. On the other hand, you have Soundly's images that definitively tell us that the Earth is curving at a far distance, with this, the power lines looking like they're, bending or whatever. So on the one hand, you do have curvature being shown and displayed on the image, and on the other hand, you have refraction. And I remember the guy that came in here was so confused when I was talking to him about it, that he was trying to tell me that refraction is noticeable and not noticeable in the same time. And I was like, what do you mean? So he's like, he drew a picture or drew lines on Soundly's image where refraction was taking place and a distortion, and also where we could notably see curvature on the image. So he drew lines where we could see curvature, and he circled where we could see the refraction, but only on these certain parts. I'm like, dude, you're saying refraction's happening all over, but in some places it's noticeable and some places it's not. I was like, that's ridiculous. How do you notice the part that it's not to say that it is not? Like, and then the one that it is to say that it is, if you don't notice it. You have to notice it, right? So it's ridiculous that the mental gymnastics that they have to go through to provide evidence for something that in their mind exists, but it doesn't, because like on the one hand they want to have refraction, on the other hand they want to have curvature displaying itself. And then I said, is this actual curvature? He's like, standing on all 10 toes. Yeah, that's actual curvature. But see, it's different when you tell people, what are boats going behind? Is that actual curvature? No, that ain't actual curvature. It's the effects of curvature. That's the stupidest garbage I've ever heard of.
The effects of curvature? What the hell is this?
Have you heard of that, Indio?
That's a new one to me, man.
No, it's okay. So it's not curvature, what you're seeing when the boat goes behind that. Because I made the statement to them. I was like, is this curvature? No, it's not curvature. What we're seeing are the effects of curvature. And I was like, this is so idiotic, like, to rebut, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you. Hold up.
I don't know if that's a distinction without a difference, man.
Is it?
That is a distinction without a difference. Curvature causes the boat from disappear, or the boat disappears as an effect of curvature, is the same statement.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. Like they'll say, like, I don't see curvature directly, but boats going over the curvature is an effect of the curvature. It's like, oh, no.
Ships sail over the apparent horizon, man.
Yeah, what ships
have a horizon? It's just they sail over an optical illusion.
Yeah,
but that's only the optical illusion part. It's just the horizon part's the optical illusion. The ship itself and everything in between, that's all really there. That's the geometry.
Yeah, to call. But yeah, there was
yeah, no problem.
So the people would say that it's the effects of curvature, and I just go to like, okay, so if somebody walks over a hill and you can't see the person after they walk over the hill, is that the effects of the hill, or is that the hill itself? Like, what is it?
On one day, it might be the hill that's in the way, but on another day, it might be the effect of the hill that is blocking your view.
It's an apparent hill.
Yeah, it's a refracted hill.
Apparently refracted hill.
That's kind of the thing that the boats are going over. They're going over the hill of water. So the hill of water, which is, and we talked about this with Bob the science guy when he was in here, and he clearly, and CB was actually, he took him to he said, I never said hill of water. And yeah, that's exactly what it is, he says. So yeah, they do say that.
I've never talked about a hill of water.
So when they say, listen, they are saying it. You say, okay, the water. So if the Earth's a globe, right? There's 2 points between me and the ship. That's the Sagitta. So the hill of water is all the water that's above the Sagitta, right? That's the hill of water we're talking about. That's the one that's blocking the boat, because if that wasn't there, I'd be able to see the boat according to them, because the Sagitta is the straight line, the chord of the arc, right? So it's the straight line going from me to the boat, but that straight line is being blocked by a mound of water.
Yep. Exactly. I told him in reality that there is no mound of water. Not a hill of water. So
Yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
yeah. Oh, it's good to hear you guys kind of back my argument there, because on the surface it does sound ridiculous. You get most people who will be like, "Oh, hill of water, that's dumb," but they truly deep down believe that's what the boat is going over. That's why they can't see it anymore. It's because it's on some other side of a Sagitta or a mound or a hill or whatever you prefer to call it. I posted it in the chat there. Screenshot from some, debunk flat Earth article. The surface between you and the ship is not entirely flat. It bulges. So we were talking to Ding Dong, and he didn't like that. Oh, no one says it's bulging. Yeah, well, actually they do. What do you think the boat is going over? So, Mr.
I've never talked about a hill of water.
Is it Water Hill?
I don't know. What's Water Hill? There.
Not a hill of water. So
Yeah, actually,
but
that's
nothing's ever been depicted that way. Whenever they've shown the Earth be a globe, it's never been. There's a mound of water in front of you. It's something floating above it. Like let's go back to Dragon Ball Z for a moment. Go back to when Goku is on King Kai's planet. See how he runs around it? He's never looking at a bulge. He's always looking up. So he just runs around a ball. So I mean, this bulge is not no one can imagine that. It's because they don't see it that way, because it was never portrayed that way. It's never been portrayed that way, that there's a bulge. This is something scientific that's false, but still, that's something that the general public doesn't know anything about. They never think there's a bulge. They're always going to just think you're just going to float across the Earth on a globe, looking up at all times, or looking straight ahead, but presumably looking up. You're never looking, like the graphic show is just so stupid. Like light is supposed to go through the Earth, like some fucking, like across the Earth. I don't know, there's some depiction that they have. It's fucking retarded. If you're in a lighthouse and you're looking out, the light just goes across a point or some weird shit they show, but you're never looking at a bulge. I don't know. So no one would ever think that. Even I, when I was a Glober, never thought about some fucking bulge. I mean, that's something that never even crossed my fucking mind. I mean, not once. So no one can understand that. If you try and tell them, they don't know what the fuck you're talking about. They're never gonna know. Even if you show them, they're like, "Oh, that's not how it is."
Right.
It's beyond imagination. Put it that way. Comprehension. I don't even know these people. They can't even grasp the Earth being flat. You think they can grasp a bulge? You say, "Come on, man."
Mm-hmm.
These people aren't very smart, man.
But in the same breath, they'll be like, "Well, look, a boat goes over the curve." So it's like, dude, you're telling me that the water is curved, like a hill. It's going over a bridge of water. Like, stop it. They don't really picture it in a curve, but, that's what they believe it to be. And so all I'm doing...
You could never imagine it because it's too big, right? For you to act, but you could just... Well, they tell us that, so I believe it, but I never see it, but I believe it.
I know, but it's like, but what did the boat go over? You just asking this that over. Well, what did the boat go over? They're like, oh, well, curve.
But see the logic of it, right? So it's flat up until that point. So that point is how far away? Okay, so if you keep doing that same thing, right? So let's say that's 5 miles. Oh, now there's a curve. So for 5 miles, the Earth is flat. Then it just all of a sudden just drops, right? It's just like or is it a gradual slope he's going down? All right, so then why is it flat up until this point? If it's a gradual slope, it should never be flat. It should never be level. It should always be curving. There should be a gradual curve, something you can measure, right? It's like, there's slope when you build a deck or when you know what I'm saying, you build a foundation because the water has to run off, right? You can't just have it completely flat unless you're going to have a drain somewhere on the top. But on a deck, it's usually sloped a little, right? You can measure it. It's measurable. So if you're not measuring any curve on the Earth up until all of a sudden it disappears, so at that point, so someone should know what that is, and they can never provide that. Fucking idiots. This is how stupid these people are, and it's just beyond understanding that they won't even just try to look into it. It's as if they're afraid they'll be converted, and that's the fear of people. That's ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? You're afraid to hear the truth. That's right. So it's like, I mean, if you're grounded and founded in what you believe, nothing can shake you. So why not even investigate? You know, if you're so unshakable. I mean, these people are just so funny, man.
You know what the deal is. It's the implications they don't want to deal with. I don't even think they're against flat Earth. They just don't want the implications that come with it. The moral implications, the societal implications.
The lies, the NASA, that NASA's actually, doing like the total worldwide.
I think it's more personal, man. It's more personal than that, man. It's like,
you want to go there? You want to go there?
To them, I think it is, man, because you live your life, you make decisions based upon where you think you live and your so-called place in the universe. That's how you live your life, right? You have that fundamental, that foundation, and everything else flows from that. If the bottom is wrong, everything else is wrong.
Yeah, they don't want to go that deep, man. I mean,
they don't want to go that deep. They're like, no, I'll just turn Star Wars back on and just forget about that.
Bury their head in the sand. They prefer that. I don't know how someone could do that. I mean, how could you function that way? To just ignore everything around you.
Oh man, the same reason people can work in dumb factory jobs for like 50 freaking years, retire and die. Like,
ignorance is bliss. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I know. Every time I bring this up, it just reminds me of Cypher in the Matrix. It just keeps bringing that to my brain. So it's just like, gosh, there's that many of those running around, that would sell out their brothers to go back to ignorance.
Oh, hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Bro, crazy, man.
You live on easy mode. Easy mode is you don't have to think about anything because it's the all or nothing fallacy that happens when you talk to these guys. What do you mean? You got to question everything? Well, hell yeah. I mean, you're going to live a life where you just believe in everything. That means all or nothing fallacy means that if one thing is wrong, everything else is wrong too. Is that what you're saying? Well, we're not seeing everything, but some things can be wrong. But you don't want to look into it, and I think I think the system has created these types for a specific reason. These like lazy, they don't want to look into it. They're indifferent. They're just like, well, what difference does it make, dude? I go to work tomorrow. I put my pants on one leg at a time. Like, what difference is it gonna make? What is flat Earth gonna do for me? That globe Earth is like, I'm still going to work tomorrow. Like they say this dumb shit that makes it sound like they're making a case for them, whether or not the Earth is a globe or not. Like, you know what I mean? Like, or it's flat. Like, it's
as if they find out, they're gonna commit suicide. It's like, dude, nothing's changing in your life, bro. You can still go on a vacation. You can still go see Yellowstone. You can go here. There's nothing's changing when it comes to that aspect. It's just now you understand that there's a system of control and suppression. And they want you to think a certain way. So, I mean, you don't have to. You still have to function. You got to get up, go to work, do all of that stuff, bro. But now you just are aware and awake. I mean, don't change who you are when it comes to how you go about your everyday life. I mean, none of us have. I mean, flat Earth. Oh, I'm going to stop working. You know, it's like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know where these people's minds go with this stuff, man.
Well, I mean, the logical conclusion to the globe is always the Big Bang, evolution, meaningless. You know, you're just a speck in an infinite universe. It devalues the human experience to you're just like a flash of light. You're just a blip. And that blip, no matter what you do there in that little flash, it doesn't mean anything. It's meaningless. You know, so they live these meaningless lives, right? They that's why they have to get up to go to work for them in the morning, because they're never going to have any fulfillment in their life. Like it's never going to happen. They'll have the facade of fulfillment because they checked all the boxes that daddy government told them to check.
Right.
But they're never going to have that deep spiritual, fulfillment, because they're trained to not believe in the spirit. They're trained to believe that, we're just a bunch of fucking meaningless machines by the mechanisms of physics. Like, why would you want to believe that? Like, it's so nihilistic.
Right. And it's such a penetrating deception because it even deceives the spiritual. Right? It's like my parents and all of everyone's super religious around me. And they're still deceived in this stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's the fascinating thing about it. I'm like, wow, you guys are still, you can't shake them out of it because they were
like born. It's like a hollowness, though, like a hollow spirituality. Like you got all the, doesn't penetrate into the heart, right? It's only a veneer on the outside, right? You can take the shittiest piece of furniture and get fine veneer and cover it, right? There's still junk wood underneath that veneer.
Yeah, junk wood. What's that shit they use? That particle board, that fucking shit.
Yeah, the press board. Like IKEA furniture, right?
Oh,
once you peel back that little plastic freaking layer that covers it, right? It's just a bunch of junk particle press sawdust board.
Yeah, and then when you move it from one place to the other, it falls apart. It's a piece of shit.
We literally, listen, bro, like, this is a long time ago, but I used to move furniture, and, when they first came out with that junk, that stuff was only, 2 or 3 years old. We would not insure it. We're not insuring this for any price. You don't care how much money you give us. We're not insuring that, because as soon as you touch it, it's gone. It's blown away.
Yeah, you got to sign a release on that shit. Yeah, we don't move this shit, but we'll move it for you. But it's probably not going to make it. We're just letting you know.
It never did. It never did. And we would try to get it into the truck in one piece, but as soon as it hit the truck, it would just implode on itself. And then what we would do, we would take the plastic wrap, the shrink wrap, and just wrap all the pieces together.
Trying to save that crap. But yeah, that's what they believe. It's funny because all the people that are religious, they were born. I mean, we're all born into this crap. So it doesn't matter how deeply rooted you are in the word, unless you've heard about flat Earth, you're gonna believe globe Earth. That's just how it is. You're gonna believe that. That's just what you've been taught. That's what you've learned. Everything. So I mean, it's difficult to even get the spiritual minded people to even investigate it because they think somehow they're challenging their faith, that they're disbelieving God because they haven't really focused on the scriptures that support it, so it's a flat earth. So I mean, it's just one of those things where it's just difficult to reach people on, man, because intellectually and psychologically they've been duped. they've been hosed.
Yeah.
They've been hornswoggled. I don't know. It's hard to reach people. It's hard to get people to care because even my brother,
he
understands it, but he's too caught up in money. You know what I'm saying? So they get you in all kinds of different ways. They get you chasing after certain things and your mind away from what's really important. So, it's a hard road, man. But if you got the right vehicle, man, it's not so bad. So.
And often people chase what they think will fan their ego or validate their existence.
Right.
If I chase this and attain it, then all of a sudden I'm important now, or whatever. Right? I'm gonna get bitches. There's gonna be some benefit to me if I get this thing.
The validation of who you are. Yes, that's really emphasized in this country. That's why we're falling apart at the seams. because we don't value what's truly important here. You think that this or that is what it. Because I mean, that's what to me. That's what they show on television. That's what you hear everywhere. Yeah.
I know when I was growing up, like the adults, this is the way at least I perceived it when I was pretty young. This is back in the late 70s. That like people find that they were fairly religious. I mean, like some people were like they believed in God, but they didn't go to church. But people were kind of like, you like basically got married, and like if you were a man, you would get married, and basically you would have as many kids as you could afford. So if you had a job that made X amount of money and you could afford 3 kids, you'd keep having kids till you hit that limit, right? And like people didn't care about, oh, I'm going to live rich or I'm going to live good or live whatever. Their goal was kind of like, how can I have like the best family possible, like the largest, best family possible? And nobody was concerned about, I need to like, should only have enough kids so that I can send them to college and like all these other things. That really wasn't the goal. It was like, can I support these kids to like have like a basic life, like a survivable life? They weren't trying to like spoil their children or anything like that. That was never like the goal. At least when my perception growing up was to just like I'm going to have kids so that I can raise them as like princes and shower them with gifts and then, you know, pave a path of gold so they have easy street through their whole life. No, people just like had kids like, oh, I make $1,000 a week. I can afford freaking 5 kids. I'm having 5 kids. It's totally different. Like the paradigm of what people thought was important was way different.
Yeah, they change it up on us. Now the family is 2 men or 2 women, and your son can change his his identity if he wants to.
Kansas City
People
Shuffle.
were so happy, dude. Like they were so much happier. Like way happier. Like the family dynamic, right? The dynamic of someone's family, like, was way. It was just way better than it is now.
Bro, they started the whole science fiction movement, the aliens and all that stuff. Those movies, what they started penetrating in the 40s and into the 50s, and so it's slowly was pushing spiritual and morals out, you know, because now there's a different God. Now there's aliens and all this stuff. So they've been pushing a certain agenda for a time. It's been going on, you know. So family was next, you know. You change people's hearts and minds to what they believe, and now you change the dynamic of the lifestyle. You can do whatever you want now. You can be whatever you want now, and
well, you need a social structure. You need some sort of social structure for protection, because it doesn't matter who you are. You can be the Billy Badass, toughest guy, great shot, got shitloads of weapons. Like, you can't do it on your own at some point, right? You need backup at some point, right? You need backup. If the shit hits the fan, you need backup. You need some sort of community, and they want to destroy that small unit, the family, because the government has no the crazy narcissist sociopaths that run our so-called government, that claim to be the government and say, I have a shiny badge, I'm the boss of you. Those people, they couldn't penetrate into the family unit. So if they can't penetrate into it and control it, because people will go, you know, blood over water, right? That's another way I grew up. Like, blood was thicker than water, as they say, right? So the government could say what they want, but if your brother committed fucking murder and he was in hiding, you hit his ass. Nowadays, they'll snitch you out. They'll snitch you. Like if they said, my brother didn't get the freaking clot shot, I'm snitching him out for that. Like, people would just snitch out their own freaking family. And the state cheers it on. Right? I remember reading a news article where a kid snitched out their parents for freaking dealing weed. Like they were cheered on. Like, children snitching on their parents is cheered on because what their parents is doing is against what the state says is good and what. But here's the ironic part: they're saying they're determining what's good and evil with no moral basis, right? oh, there is no God, but there's good and evil. The good and evil is what the state says. And my personal opinion is that's the bottom of is the purpose of the globe idea is to as a vehicle for statism. The idea that there's a superior thing of men that are all super smart and superior to everybody, and we all owe them allegiance, and we should do whatever they say. Right? It used to be the church would do that, but they said we have a direct line to God. But now these people are beyond that. They have a direct line to science, right? And science is the ultimate truth. So if the science says these technocrats, then we all have to do it. And then, but you have to break the family, right? So that nobody has any other, you break the children away from the influence of the parents. They've done this like multiple ways. It isn't just one way. They've used several small techniques, and in the aggregate, they've succeeded, in my estimation. They changed the divorce laws to no divorce, promoted promiscuity in women, the feminist movement, birth control pills, abortions. So the total and utter destruction of the family.
Well, yeah, they want children of the state. They want people reliant. They want
child support, all that stuff, that whole mechanism, right? So you have, single parent households, but the child is not being raised by an actual parent because that parent has to work, right? So because he's raising a single child or multiple single children. The father's slaving away to pay for that single child and be separated from the mother. He has no influence on the children. And now who's raising those children? The government's raising the children. Now the government can insert whatever they want into the mind of those children. Then those children grow up and they do the same thing, and you repeat the cycle, and you create and then you also promote things like love of money and things like that. So the love of money, people used to live I remember this, the whole family would live in a house, right? Grandmother, mother, children, sometimes grandchildren. They'd all live in a same little area, right? And they didn't charge their kids rent, and they didn't throw their kids out at frickin' 16 years old, and they didn't play these games. The family was stronger, where the family would try to stay together. But instead, they've turned families against each other. They've taught people, oh, you're this way because you have childhood trauma because your family, because your dad whipped your fucking ass for lighting the garage on fire. He's fucking mean. Right? Dad's mean because he frickin' whipped your ass for, doing something stupid. You have deep childhood trauma because, whatever. It's so many little mechanisms, right? It's like if you have a bunch of social knobs, right? They've turned a whole bunch of them, right? Each individual one doesn't do anything significant. But when you turn all of them, the end result is obliteration of the family and domination of the state of children. So that they grow up as adults, as frickin' drones that fight for the globe Earth. And then when you ask them, what's the globe Earth theory? They go, I don't know, I'm not a scientist. But you're dumb for not believing it, because only smart people, know the Earth's a globe. But I'm too dumb to know what it is. They just walk around with a contradiction in their head 24/7. It blows my mind. But we do see the side effects, right? All the people that are on frickin' psych meds, all the frickin' suicides. The degenerate behavior.
I might robot, but I'll speak for a second. Just let me know if I'm roboting.
Oh, yeah.
I remember going to school and second, third, fourth, fifth grade, learning science, and then I'd ask questions, and they would lead me down this rabbit hole of magic tricks, right? And then eventually it got to a point where it's like, oh, it's just like magic. And then you pass that grade and you go into the next grade. Like you don't have time to sit there and dwell on what the actual topic is. Like, oh, you move on and you learn like a whole new set of topics, and you don't even come back to some of those philosophies until, you know, for another 5, 6, 7, 8 years.
Yeah, that's the one problem I always had. Well, I have now, kind of, on how they teach mathematics, is that they don't teach you where like any particular thing came from. They'll say it. They'll name drop here and there, right? Pythagoras came up with this, or this person came up with this, but they don't teach you how he came to that, right? How any particular guy came to this thing. Well, he was, investigating this, and then he took this from this person, and then he noticed this happened, and then he like expanded it and got this result, and he was like, "Holy crap! I just created a whole new field of mathematics." Like they don't teach you any of that, right? How things got from point A to point B. They just say, "Shut up and calculate," right? And some people can't learn that way. They can't learn just by doing the action, the abstract action of like, writing a bunch of freaking symbols on a board and learning the rules of how to manipulate these signals and then spitting out a result from the correct manipulation of the symbols, but not knowing why they're doing it, right? They don't know what the basis of any of it is. And there just was the trust that if I do this operation, that there's this result and this result is correct. Yeah, it's correct, dude, but you don't actually know anything. You're just a fucking human calculator. That's all you are. A lot of these Clovers, they'll come in here and they'll talk shit about mathematics. They don't understand the mathematics. They can do the calculation, but they don't understand the mathematics. They don't actually understand it. I swear to God, the people that argue for the globe are the worst people at math. They're worse than people that know math because they think they know math, but they don't.
Anyway, really good content. Thank y'all for that segment.
Yeah, that was great.
But I was listening to myself there for a bit. All right.
Thank you, Billy, for bringing that subject up. It was an eye opener for me.
Hello. Sorry, I'm just making an image right now. The giant hump of water versus the flat lake. I'm just doing a drawing here. I'm going to post it in the live stream voice chat when I'm done. I try to take care of my work, but yeah.
Oh yeah. What? Oh. Yeah, like, one of the questions that I had about like observation and light and everything was, they'll tell you that you can see this star that's a trillion light years away, and they know it's a trillion light years away, but a light year is the distance it takes supposedly light to travel for 1 year. So I wonder who stuck around long enough to check out to see if something was a trillion light years away.
I can't understand why they had to make such a huge number. 1 trillion miles would have been bad enough, to frazzle your brain. You don't need to get into light years. That's for the advanced class of globe believers. $1 million miles. This number.
They had to make the number so big that there's no way you would want to do the math on your own.
You can't do it on your own. There's no calculator that can do that. You need a computer, a special computer with a zillion digits to even get there.
Well, that's why they're so special.
Mm-hmm. There you go. And that's why the trust factor is there. Like the guy said the other day, well, I just trust this and the people that know more than me. And okay, let's just start with the simple fact that you were talking about your little water tank there, and I did in 16 seconds, I did the math, and in a year so long it can't even be funny. So let's discuss that first. Your curved water can't be found, period. As soon as someone presents it to me, I'll buy it.
Well, some genius out there, I don't know who it was, like took basic geometry and was like 24,901 miles, huh? That's a small enough number to do some math on. I wonder what the radius of that is.
Exactly.
And then when they found the radius, then they were like, well, let's find another radius. Then let's do an arc. And then they're like, I wonder what the ratio is for that. And then they discovered 8 inches per mile squared. They're like, holy shit, the world is flat.
I'm so gracious that I'll gladly hand over Sagitta. No problemo. I'll half any number you like. You see, this is the thing. We're not splitting hairs here. People think you're shaving some microns of an inch here. It's like, no. We're talking about hundreds of feet and miles in cases. It's absolutely astronomical size. And in the case of anyone who builds anything or whatever, that silly example of the water tank, again, 138 meters. All right, 138 meters. Let's just use quick math. 138, 414 feet. You're looking at about 1/13 of a mile. Right, so you're looking for somewhere around 5/8 of an inch of curve on that distance, which is a highly measurable amount. Anybody who's ever built anything reasonably sizable, that's an unacceptable tolerance by any standards.
And they'll tell you, like, oh, well, you'll be like, okay, well, at 100 miles, there's over a 1 mile drop in curvature. Like, that's significant, man. I don't need to see, 8,000, 10,000, 12,000 miles away from Oregon coastline to Japan, wherever that may be, using whatever model you want. Like, all I need to do is find something that's 100 miles away over water. And, like, busted.
And again, driving in your car, anyone can do it. You get in your car, drive for 10 hours at 80 miles an hour, you've gone 800 miles. It's a long distance. You show somebody how far you've actually humped over a curve over that distance, and they're like, oh,
Oh, yeah, I love throwing that. I love throwing that out at people.
The best part is the simple 10 miles. You know what I mean? Real simple numbers, small numbers, and almost every Joe Blow who's ever been to a cottage or a lake or anything like that, it's like, can you see 10 miles? It's like, oh, hell yeah, I'm at my grandma's house and I can see this or that. And you get them to tell them stories. And then it's like, okay, cool. And they're like, actually, we could see 30 miles on a clear day and you could see this Indian teepee or something. You know, it's like, okay, fantastic. And meanwhile, here's the math for the Earth globe. How did you manage that?
Yeah, no. That's why I always tell people in here, I'm like when you get a Glober coming in here and they're wanting to like talk, like just let them walk themselves down the rabbit hole.
Bingo.
Like ask all the questions. If you know the answers, ask the questions to those answers.
After this many years, I've learned to be more patient, and yes, I have to let them walk themselves in. And just like today, a couple of good points were brought up. You know, January 1st, I'm noon. I'm standing outside, and the Earth is at this side of the sun. Exactly 6 months later, noon, I'm on the other side. I should be on the other side, but I'm not. I'm still in the sun. How is that possible? Well, I got a magic 12-hour time slip somehow between these two periods of 6 months. I don't know how it's done, but somebody tried to explain it at some point that we laughed off. And again, simple affairs, not difficult things to figure out. Real nails in the coffin there. That's a real nail biter there for someone. You know?
Like in 6 months, the Earth is supposedly orbits 180 degrees around the sun, yet we still see the same stars. They're in a different position at nighttime, but we still see the same stars. We should see a completely different set of constellations. The ones that are hiding behind the sun.
I've done this so many times, it's just absolutely sickening at this point. And again, presentations are made, videos are made, so there's no lack of evidence out there. We don't have to be sitting here to explain it to people. If they use their brain for 5 minutes or even just chased any playlist down for Flat Earth playlists, they would have all the evidence they want to all the answers they ask. Every time they come in here and ask a simple question, all those answers are answered.
I want to say this, all right? Like, I mean, as far as like where the stars are at in the sky and everything like that, it's important to know like the sun and the moon and the stars, they work like a clock. And so like all of our, you know, when we move from like Sagittarius to, or I'll just go back this way because I only know around my sign. So when you move from like Aquarius into Pisces and then to Aries, like that's the sun moving into that constellation. So the sun is moving into that constellation. We see something completely different in our night sky. So as far as like seeing different constellations and everything, it's one thing. It's that's not the problem. The problem is that the constellations are in the same location. Like you don't see the stars overlapping each other and shifting on each other because of the direction that we're moving through the universe. That's where the problem lies, but that's too much for them to fucking comprehend. They're like, oh, well, you know, like we see different constellations in different parts of the sky because we're at different parts around the sun. I'm like, no, it's only where the sun is in the constellation. So I don't know how to explain that. But the stars are where they are. The stars are where they are, and you know, 6 months from now, the stars are going to be where they're going to be. It's not that we're in a different location. Like it works both on based off of the basic heliocentric model and the geocentric model, but the heliocentric model that they use is only for our solar system. They're not including our galaxy. They're not including the rest of the universe in that aspect. All they're saying is like, you know, you see this part of the sky in this location, and this part of the sky in this location, and that's it. But they don't take into account that everything else is moving in the universe also. And so for that, it doesn't make sense at all. But the sun is where it is in each of the seasons. The sun goes through those constellations. So it's not like it works both on what their heliocentric model provides, they're just using a small scaled down version because they're only using our solar system to provide that answer. Now let's exponentially grow this thing and put all of the galaxies in the aspect and show me how I'm flying through all of this, and all of this is flying through everything else, and nothing is changing in speed, direction, or momentum.
And just to prove that it's actually I'm the one that's turning. I mean, again, why isn't it all turning around above me? So are you on the turntable or, or not? So that's another question. Even Einstein himself will tell you can't measure the movement of the Earth from the Earth. It doesn't make sense.
Right.
Right.
And if anybody knows anything about centrifugal forces, like, there's no way we're moving. If we were moving, we would fly out.
That's the silliest thing. And then the teacher grabs a bucket of water and spins it around in class and tells you this is it. That's the most ridiculous thing ever right there. Now, if you were any older and you would have had any more wisdom at that time, you would have called that out for what it was. But because they get you young, you just go, oh, wow, yeah, the water stays in the bucket.
Yeah, because it was contained.
yeah. Again, but as a child, it's like sitting in front of cartoons. You just find yourself drooling with your mouth open at some point, and you're like, wow, everything's just you're absorbed.
That's what I was saying earlier about like in second grade or third grade we're taught this is how the universe works, and then like by simple logic, the way they explain it, like if they're a good instructor, they're gonna teach you, like they're gonna get you to follow the logic based off of that, and then you're like, oh, it's kind of like magic, and then you're like, and then they're like, yeah, it's like magic, and then a month later is the end of the school year, you go on summer vacation, and the next year you start in 3 months you start a new school year. Like it's complete induction.
They want your imagination to start sprouting, and you start developing early. Now, again, it would be silly to start telling somebody about anything about the globe or solar systems or anything else before you taught them math, physics, and a few other things first. So, again, proving that if you back up and look at it as an adult now, that whole system, again, is broken. I mean, sure, I want my child to be able to speak, spell, write, and do the important things. That's what school should have been for since the beginning. But somehow it's turned into what it is. And this globe is included now no matter what you do. There's no eliminating it from your daily life, no matter where you go, what you do. That's, again, irrelevant in a way. It's like it's not even important to your day-to-day living, but they emphasize so much on it.
Yeah. David Weiss is flat smacking Richie Allen on his radio show right now.
I don't know who Richie Allen is. I heard the name, but he's doing all right, David. I don't mind David Weiss either. He's kicking some ass there, and that's cool. And again, we don't always.
It's fine to have theories.
Sure. If your idea is beating the hell out of the other idea, well then yeah, I'm okay with that too, like it or not, because at least it keeps your mind spinning a bit and gets the person to question what they already know and start to maybe get more intelligent about doing research.
Yeah.
How to do it yourself. That's the bottom line. Everybody has to do it for themselves. There's no such thing as magically jumping into one of these hangouts or anything else, suddenly finding yourself in a position where you're just instantly convinced or anything. I mean, there's no such thing.
I know you're Canadian, but you're Native American also, aren't you? Or Native North American?
I do have some Métis Indian in my family for sure, and that's why another thing I was thinking of.
I can tell in the sound of your voice.
I'm French. And we do have an issue with this generational gap. Your grandparents were conditioned to be against your parents are conditioned to be against you, and by design, just in the absolute indoctrination and the amount of information and type of information you were given, the rules you were told to follow, the changing of the rules, the changing of the goalposts along the way, to make this is bad, this is good, suddenly it's not bad, suddenly it's not good, whatever the case may be. So again, and look at the amount of time a parent, for example, spends with their child now compared to the amount of time the child spends with strangers during the day / other influences, what have you. I mean, you spend more time in your car alone than you do with your children, I guess. You know.
Yeah. Well, I do because I'm divorced now and I'm forced that way. But yeah.
Sorry about that, brother. Blessings.
Yeah, me too, man. Like it was never meant to be that way.
That's right. Everything is meant to be for a reason, though. Everything happens for a reason.
It sucks living in these times.
I've always had my ups and downs in life, but I'm starting to realize that everything has a purpose, and sometimes when it sucks, you don't realize it right away, but later it'll come around. Just like when you sometimes see evidence or something in front of your face that you didn't recognize, and suddenly now as you're waking up and you recall your childhood, you recall things you've watched, seen, done, so forth, you're like, damn it, I missed that completely. How did I miss that?
Well, now I know why I missed that, because I was being programmed at the time.
And it seriously is true. I mean, being in Montreal, like I said, this is anybody who's watched those documentaries knows about MK Ultra and all that crap. This is one of the nesting beds. New York, Montreal, a lot of different places that are in the East Coast here.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why they like the northern side. Like, I mean, like I know Wisconsin was pretty bad with that. Minnesota's pretty bad about that. Or maybe it's the cold. Maybe they just it works in the cold because they do it in Denver too.
It's more about the actual, I believe, the age of the locations more than anything. Because if you were traveling to these continents, you would have come to the St. Lawrence Seaway / Eastern Seaboard of the United States.
The border towns.
So the oldest house would probably be sitting on the shore somewhere in Newfoundland or Nova Scotia or down in whatever, New York, Connecticut, whatever those areas are. That'd be my guess.
Like I know Pennsylvania is like a big bedrock for all that stuff, for all the occult stuff and everything.
That's it. That's when you're talking about black magic and all kinds of crap. Quebec City and Montreal factors in there heavily, and so does a lot of New York area. Anything with a seaway coming into it, wherever a boat can land, pretty much.
Yeah, it's just weird.
Yeah. Washington, you're Washington down there. That isn't what it says it is. I mean, that's a.
Oh yeah.
When I learned that, I mean, even as Canadians, we do learn some American studies in school and so forth. Oh, yeah. I would hazard a guess, actually, to say we know more about you guys than you know about us. And yeah,
I don't feel that at all.
Especially the videos I've watched lately, man, of the people the guy interviews.
As funny as it sounds, as funny as it sounds, up until about 4 or 5 years ago, when I started to wake up to the world, my knowledge of Canada was similar to Terrence and Phillip.
Exactly. There you go. Look, I've at the beginning of Hangout calls, when we started talking to people from all over the world, that was incredible for me alone, to be able to be on Hangouts with people from 4 or 5 continents at the same time and have people say, where's the sun? Where's the moon? Look outside. What's the declination? What's the angle? What's the this? What's the that? And compare everybody to everybody else. It was awesome. You know what I mean? That was some of the best times in the beginning, man, when you could do wicked experiments. And I enjoyed that.
Well, I didn't have any cool friends to teach me all that stuff back in those times.
Well, there's always someone that knows more than you about certain subject matters, and that's the good part. Everybody's got their little forte, and if you get a good enough A-team together, you can pretty much cover stuff, Like, I couldn't give 2 craps about space, but I know people that just know every damn thing about constellations and stars and what have you that I wouldn't give a crap about.
Well, just looking back, I know I wasn't ready for all that stuff back then. I look at who I am now and where I am now spiritually and where I stand with God, and I now know I can take on all of that spirituality stuff. I take it in stride, one step at a time. I can't absorb it all at the same time. But I'm definitely opening my mind up to all that stuff and learning it. Obviously, I'm not going to practice any of it or anything like that, but I definitely need to learn it so I know it's the minimum.
Robot at a bit at the end there. I lost you.
I'm just saying I need to learn it, not to practice it, but to know what the enemy is doing, so I know what the sound doing. Please be again. Anyway, that was some good information that was going through there about like lensing and everything like that. I didn't realize India was like such a Jedi on how lenses work. I need to pick his brain one day. Just learn a little bit about his history so I understand a little bit more about him, how to approach it and ask him to. So wealth of knowledge. His video on refraction, I don't know if you've ever seen it before, but his little 4-minute video on refraction is like devastating to the heliocentric model. Like he literally takes their 7 over 6 bar value and plugs it in and then shows you that literally it flattens the fucking curve.
What video is that?
I'll drop it.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was like a 4-minute video. I showed him it. He's like, dude, I did that video so long ago, I forgot I even made that.
I probably have it if it's old, then that's for sure. Been saving less stuff lately because I've already got enough ammunition in my box.
3 years ago. But this video, 4-minute video, was awesome. There you go.
Yeah, I'm still pretty new to flat Earth, so I'm still learning, and there's a lot to learn. But
there's so much to learn, and it's not just that you need to learn it; you got to master it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because there's certain arguments that people will have, like, for a container, and they'll bring up gradients, and it's just a lot. Like, I have to know their arguments, like, really damn well. Like,
that's a good meeting, Billy. I like.
Yeah, usually I just more so listen. I'll join Discord and just more so listen to people. Like if they'll have like an open panel debate, I'll more so just listen or anything. But yeah,
I actually interact because that's how I learn. Also, like having that hands-on approach and like talking until I get stuck, and having somebody else jump in. It shows me where I fall short, how I need to improve.
Yeah, and also with like debating Globers, it's really kind of just a game in a way because they're just trying to prove you wrong.
That's it.
And yeah, they don't care to like know the truth. They don't care. Like it's just honestly, it doesn't sound like a lot of them are being honest. Like it doesn't matter what you tell them. It doesn't matter, any of that. It doesn't really matter. It's just about winning the debate.
Well, exactly. It's about the debate for a lot of them, and that's why they'll ask us for our model because they want to pick it apart because there's a lot of holes in the concepts of things. We don't have the answers to everything. We don't pretend to have an answer for it. But their heliocentric model has an answer for everything, and all you got to do is Google it, and it'll give you that answer. And so because of that, I forget what fallacy that is, but they're being fallacious just on the notion that like, aha, you couldn't prove it, so therefore you're completely wrong. And it's like that. No. So whenever somebody says, "Well, show me your flat Earth model," I'm like, no, show me your globe model. and then let's destroy the globe.
Yeah, because I understand what you're saying, because we're not making like certain claims, like, you know, just saying the Earth's flat. That's a that's a pretty
It goes on forever, as far as we know.
There you go.
They like, where's the edge? I'm like, who says there's an edge?
Yeah.
What if it was an infinite plane? Like, well, that's impossible. Why? Why is that impossible? Well, then how come I've never been further than this? I don't know. Ask your government.
Yeah, exactly.
Questions, though, it generally becomes pretty obvious after a few questions if they're genuine or not, if they're really looking for answers, or like you said, if they're good trolls. There's better trolls than others, I'll admit. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to overtalk you. I'm just agreeing with you, just for the conversation's sake. That way, you don't feel like you're talking alone in here.
Not at all.
Go ahead, Billy.
Yeah, I'm not too shy about like the flat Earth topic or anything. Like, I've been like flat smacking coworkers and stuff, and not getting like super deep into it, but like I brought it up to my coworker Sunday, and I was asking him. I was like, "Well, if it was flat, would you want to know?" He's like, "Yeah, I'd want to know." And then I started like talking to him, and like you could kind of tell like if they want to hear it or not, because actually I got flat smacked when I was 18, and at the time I was like, "Oh, that's the stupidest shit ever." Like, the water would fall off the edges, planes wouldn't be able to fly, like all this stuff. And then I've been a flat earther for a year now, and it's like the second time that I heard them from. Well, I guess that guy didn't present it that well, but the second time I heard it, I watched the Final Card by the Founded Earth Brothers, and that video just pretty much took the ball away. I was like,
but the information stuck because it was logical. You just couldn't connect it all together. Is all you couldn't find the mechanism to connect it.
I think what most people trip on when it comes to the flat Earth is they imagine a flat Earth in a heliocentric model, and that's where they get stuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Pizzas flying upwards, pizzas and stuff. It's like, whoa.
Yeah. Because they imagine a disc floating in space, which is not what anybody here thinks, not what anybody here has observed.
It's a spinning pizza box.
Yeah, I was trying to argue with I was trying to present the flat Earth as intuitive to my coworker. I was saying, well, I mean, it doesn't really feel like we're moving. Like, would you at least agree that it's like intuitive? Like, I could build a house of cards or like stack up some pebbles, and you know, that would appear to contradict motion. And yeah.
A lot of guys I deal with are high precision, and they're not stupid. They're intelligent people. So when you ask them something like that, they're like, I've never really thought about it, but I mean, it's just too big, is usually the answer. And I'm like, well, what's the math though? Have you done the trig on it? And they're like, no, it's just probably unmeasurable. And I'm like, no, it's actually quite measurable, and here's the numbers. And they're like, well, no, that can't be right. And I'm like, yeah, man, it's almost every time, right? They're like, you sure? Like, that's not a digital decimal point off or something, like in 10 miles, 66 feet. That seems ridiculous to me, because that's easily seen with the naked eye. And I said, there you go. Done deal, dude. You don't have to go any further. You've just convinced yourself. Yeah.
Well, and that happens all the time. Like not all the time, but like anybody who's being like intellectually honest, like they'll sit there and they'll think about it. I'm like, oh my God, why does that make sense?
Yeah, and again, we're not shaving hairs. Like, this is the thing. Like, you either are honest with yourself or you're not. That's where you got the genuine guys or the non-genuine, obvious arguing for the sake of to be right, whatever guys. Because they can't even admit. Like, right now, my ass is warm and I'm not moving. So you guys can give me a second opinion, but I believe I might be sitting in my chair. Okay,
Well, and I have a feeling that a lot of people who are intellectually dishonest with that conversation are intellectually dishonest in life.
Right. And that's the thing. They're the type of person that they'd sell you insurance knowing it's shitty insurance or not worthy or whatever. Like, these are the same type of people that would actually take your money, not feel guilty about it, and say like, "Hey, I'm doing my thing and it's fair game and the onus is on you."
Oh, it didn't work. Oh, I'm sorry, man. That sucks.
Yeah. I'm so sorry.
And then you have guys that make the whole YouTube channels to attack the flat Earth. Because I was in the live panel debate. Well, I was listening to it with Fight the Flat Earth, and he was saying that he didn't even understand relativity or whatever till recently. He just knew that Austin was wrong about it. So it's like, this guy didn't even know what Austin was talking about pretty much most of the times that they've talked or interacted up until recently, but he already knew he was wrong before he even looked into it. So it's
Well,
like
like
how
people like
disappointed do you have to be to say that you're wrong. I don't know why you're wrong, but you're just wrong. Like,
that's what's like dangerous about moving on to the next step. Like once you master all the concepts, and now you're going into like, well, what could it be then? You know what I mean? Like, if it's not the heliocentric version, what's the geocentric version of it? And like I've seen Witsit do recently the whole. Am I roboting?
yeah, you are.
How about?
It was better before.
Am I roboting?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't hear anything you're saying. You're roboting pretty bad. But yeah, it's like to debate people like that, you just have to know that you're just debating a dishonest person and they're just trying to deceive people. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, they obviously don't care to know the truth. They just want to deceive everybody. So it's like, it's just so crazy that, he kind of exposes himself, just him talking, really. I feel like that's why a lot of people are on the fence, is just listening to, the debates and all that. And, some people can actually see the dishonesty and like see like what it takes to be a glober.
Most people, though, they'd rather listen to comfortable lies than uncomfortable truths. So they'll subscribe, and you see the popularity and the money's coming in, and whatever they're doing over there, benefiting from it. Why would they stop, right? Because they're scrupulous. They have no problem making money off of the fools.
Probably one of my least favorite trait about like a normie is the fact that they're comfortable with lies than like truths that may be somewhat uncomfortable. For me, I'd rather know the truth, even if it's slightly uncomfortable or I have to make some adjustments in my life, than just be like surrounded in lies.
Yep. So we'll adjust everything.
Most I would say a majority of people would rather just have some comforting lies than to know even just like a little bit of truth that will put them off or have to make them consider other options or think differently. They don't want that.
That's it. Some don't mind. I mean, I've had, like you said, you seed the ground and see who's interested first.
Yeah.
Someone comes to me, hey, I'm all for you. You got my ears, you got my time, you got whatever you want. I don't even own a smartphone, so I won't be rude and sit here pretending I'm listening to you.
Yeah, and it's so crazy. Like, there's obviously an attack on, just a thought that we were created, and that just a thought that we might actually have some kind of purpose here.
Mm-hmm. That is a big one. That's when what does it matter? Well, listen, you either came from a monkey in a slime pond and you're on a crazy rock that might get hit by an asteroid in a second, or so that's kind of important. How's that 5G phone working there, Gizbo? This is a brand new technology. It's the best stuff ever. This 5G. Fucking my old Motorola flip phone from 1992 works better.
But you have Snapchat though.
He lied to us about all that shit too. There's nothing higher than 3G. I'm almost 100% sure of that. Communication.
So what about Instagram?
Oh yeah.
But I need my Instagram followers, bro. My Twitter.
Am I? I can tell when
No, but
yeah. Just the fact that they're intentionally brainwashing children to, go along with their like atheistic type like mindset and nihilistic. It's just really sad. Like, I don't know why anybody would not care about that. Like, how would you? I mean, it's easy for us to see because like we know the truth about I mean, I would be pretty sure that most of us here don't believe in evolution, and that's a pretty big one. Like, they're lying about where we come from, they're lying about what we live on and where that came from, and like, how would you not care about that?
Yeah, I believe in the evolution of motorcycles and cars and machinery and things. That evolves, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, sometimes you have to destroy your technology. So
somebody did that for me recently. They fucking drove through the back of my trailer into my car and destroyed this nice trailer I built this summer. I was pretty pissed.
Damn.
I know. Turned it into a pretzel, and it turned into a discussion on the side of the road, a bit of an opportunity to flat smack someone. It's on the back of the car, so how can you not say? It is a conversation starter. I'll say that much.
Oh, I bet.
Whether that be good or bad or otherwise.
Well, the reason why it would be bad is only because if you just scooped up a random 10 people off the street and said flat Earth, they're going to picture some weird magic carpet or some sort of space disc or some weird shit floating in space. So, like, most people don't even know what flat Earth is.
Again,
yeah, they don't know how simple it is either. It's literally way, way simpler than the globe.
Yeah, it's a watch. It's a Swiss watch. It's that precise. It's that accurate. What's the problem with looking out into the world every day and noticing it's always the same each day? What don't you notice?
And the simpler answer is usually the true answer. When you start adding all this complexity and all this stuff, yeah, like what? But
anyway,
like most people don't know the actual like geocentric idea. Like, I mean, I guess you could say model. Like, everything moves over top of us, and we don't. But,
so I wanted to kind of expand real quick on what I was saying earlier because I got cut out. It wasn't that I was because of my smartphone that I was unable to communicate. I was driving and I was heading through a dead zone that apparently there was no signal being reached there or whatever. But and then it got to a point where I could hear but I couldn't talk because otherwise I would just robot to y'all. But like people like Witsit, Dave Weiss,
The hump was in the way, man.
So like people like Witsit and Dave Weiss, Eric Dubay, Mark Sargent, like they got to a point where they kind of mastered the basic concepts. And so like to explain things that would otherwise be unexplainable, I commend them for stepping out into the theoretical realm and try to give an alternative explanation of things.
And so I thank them for that part of the service, because I know it's hard to be attacked like that and to be thought of as like without knowledge. Because I mean, anybody who's ever been extremely intelligent, just in the scholarly realm, they're thought of as idiots all the way up until probably their final days, or even afterwards. They spend their whole lives talking about something, and then they're told they're thought of as nothing, and then someone discovers what they said, but they find it like 200 years later. They're like, "Oh my gosh, this person's a genius," and then it goes to show. So I commend them.
Think about this too. Like, this is like a multiple choice test, and the Globe multiple choice test only has one answer for each answer. There's no choices. There's just one. That's it. There's no options. Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, we have Root Snyder who just joined us, so I'm gonna mute Root Snyder.
Welcome.
Root Snyder. Hey,
Snyder, are you there? I just
yeah. What's up? I'm about to take a business call, so I can't reply.
Well, that's cool. I just wanted to introduce you to the forum because it seems like you're new here. So
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
We'll talk to you when you get back off your call. But yeah. So if there's new people in here, just say hello to them real quick, and then
just butt in if you're new. Don't be shy.
Well, they can't because they're muted by default. So they have to be unmuted by someone who can unmute them. It's just the thing.
Well, ain't that weird? All right.
Yeah. So they're when anybody's into the forum, they can't speak. So they're not allowed to until we give them the permission to.
I think that's good.
So just if you guys have the moderator position or the gold plus, just get those guys unmuted so they can jump in. They might have something interesting to say. So just be noticing, like, in amongst your conversations, new people that join this forum. For a heads up for everyone.
I got to get back to work, but I'll be back in here.
All right, Jordan. Catch you on the
All right, guys. Yeah.
Hey, like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Julius J, what's up, brother? Yeah, sorry, you guys were on a topic or something, but it's all good.
I got a giant German Shepherd barking in the background. I can't keep muting myself on purpose.
What I'm doing? What I'm doing?
Yeah, I'm in here for a little bit more before I head out, but that's been interesting. We had Mr. Sensible yesterday, and who knows who we'll have in the future.
Man, you were not having it. You were not having it when he was here. It was funny.
Oh well, with the debates that they have at the other, like, these other moderated forums, it's a dog and pony show, bro. Like, they get to say whatever they want for 5 minutes and ramble and gish gallop and do whatever they want, and they're not held accountable. That's not how things go here. You can say what you want, but you're going to be held accountable for the things that you say. So choose your words carefully, like when you speak them. Like, this isn't like well, wait a minute, this isn't fair. It's not meant to be. We're speaking truth, and truth is not fair when it's like, it's not fair that the truth is self-evident and you're saying it's not. So we're going to stop you when you start to say things that aren't coherent to reality. But the thing is, too, like, I wanted to expose the fact that these guys, that's all they do. It's smoke and mirrors. They make it sound like they know what they're saying, but underneath all of it, they're very confused people. And then, like, on top of all of that, they throw these little bait kind of topics to kind of hook flat earthers. And got me a big one. It's like they're talking about cameras and they're talking about stuff. It's like, okay, you want to talk about things that are definitive and stuff when you just back then were saying that we can never know nothing to be 100% because that's not how science works. And then you start making contradictory statements like we can know 100% that spectral lines work with spectroscopy. That's weird. Like, isn't that like you guys wouldn't like, wait a minute. Why are you contradicting yourself? If you say you can't know anything, that just like science would make it everything. You just can't know anything. But now that you say you can know something 100%, that's what he was actually drawing. And I was like, and we can look back. I have the audio clip of him actually saying all these things. So just to point it out, Mr. Sensible and other types like him, just hold them. They're always wanting to argue a point. And so long as we indulge that, they'll never be pointed out that they don't know what they're talking about. I think that's more
further. His politeness and his tolerance gets him a little further than most guys too. You see, they've got better tactics.
Yeah, for sure. And that to me is like no excuse for fallacious reasoning. I don't care how polite they are. It's like you can't say things and be like, well, that's nice for you to have that opinion. It's not an opinion. You're just wrong. Flat out wrong. Pun intended. But yeah, you're just flat out wrong. You can't say that what's self-evident to everyone is not self-evident to you. That's not true. You're just wanting it not to be because your lore is so strong. The lore is strong within. So yeah, it is.
Well, here, a good example, simple example. One guy will tell you, oh, I can see the curve from a plane. But you ask another person and they'll say, no, it's too big. You don't see the curve. So that's two guys right there with the same opinions. They could be friends or anything, and they'll have differing opinions on that topic alone.
Think about it. Yeah, think about it like this, right? What you see and what actually is are two very distinct things. So when I say the moon looks like a globe to me and it has like a surface that got from, and when I see it, it looks like it's a globe, like a rock floating in the sky. If I say that's what it looks like, am I declaring that's what it is? No, because that's two distinct things. Now, when I qualify that statement by saying that we know what it is, that's why I'm saying that, then I'm in a fallacious reasoning. So that's different, right? But that if somebody says, well, the moon, what does the moon, stand next to somebody who thinks the earth is a globe, what does the moon look like to that person? Well, it looks like it's a globe, it's sphere and that. Okay, I mean, some of that is agreeable, right? You don't have to be in staunch opposition, contrarian position to anything that the globe earther says, because what things look like are what things look like. That's nothing to what it is. Now, when you're saying that's exactly what it is, then how did you know that? How did you get there? It's different, right? So what it looks like is what it looks like. It has nothing to do with what it is. But so
real words have real meaning.
Can you guys see that point? Like that way it's all relatable to the person you're speaking to. It's like, okay, we're at the beach. What do you see? Flat level horizon, right? I see it too. Do you see star trails moving in a time-lapse footage? Me too. Do you see the moon looking like a sphere? I think it looks like that too. Is it? No one knows. What it is, no one knows. Do you know what I mean? Like that's how we start to get very distinct opposing views on it.
Like to them, the moon looks like a sphere, and to everybody, whether you're a globe or a flat earther, the sky looks like it appears to move above you. You don't appear to be spinning. Like that's just the way things are.
But things in the sky move, right? And we see things in the sky moving. But that's obvious, right? Self-evident. We don't have to think hard. It's not leap to logic. Just what we see. Yeah, it's what they appear. So what would they appear and what they are two very different things. When these guys are making matter-of-fact statements because of the globe, that's how they teach you. Make a matter-of-fact statements, but at the same time, speak out the other side of your mouth and say that you can't never know nothing to be 100%. Therefore, like a lawyer, it'll protect you in case you're held accountable. Wait a minute. How did you know that thing is 100% true? That I never said that. That's sorry. You can't hold me to that. Never said that. So it's easy for them to weasel out of something, them saying, that's actually the best evidence we have. No, it's not. That's what you're claiming the best evidence is. That's subjective. That isn't the best evidence. The best evidence would be self-evident, right? I could just say, hey, look, man, it just appears to be this thing. Does it appear to be what you're saying it is? No. Doesn't appear to be the globe. So that, I mean, so we can kind of reason with somebody in that mind state.
Yeah.
Like I said before, I said before, guys, it is a bit of a mind virus. So what happens is that kind of thinking, that logical way of thinking, is not logical at all. It's just it puts you in a bad way to have an argument with anyone, because then you don't know anything. It's easy for me to say, well, you don't know anything. You could just claim that and say that because you feel that way about the globe, that how can you know anything then? You don't.
Right.
I even asked him, are you sitting? Remember, that's the other important bit. I asked him, what are you doing right now? I'm sitting down. But he got in front of what I was going to say, the second question. He was like, no, what I'm saying is I believe I'm sitting down. I told him, that's fine. Yeah, but what? So in your reality, you're telling me what you're doing. But the thing that you're telling me you're doing, you just believe that you're doing it. Do you see what I mean? Like, the reality has become something in the way of, like, it's up for interpretation, or it's malleable or something. So he wasn't sure. And being not sure of yourself, that's even worse, because then you can never settle on anything. There's nothing you can. Are you eating a bologna sandwich right now? Well, it just appears that I'm eating a bologna sandwich, but I may be
eating a turkey sandwich. You don't know.
I may be driving a garbage truck. Do you know? Like, what the freaking hell? Like, it's not that absurd. But they want to make it sound like anything can happen. Anything goes.
Well, that goes back to that Supreme Court case, too. Can you define a woman? Well, I'm not a biologist.
Well, no.
Sorry, I had to throw that one out there.
So, yeah, no. Well, the thing is, it's not that there's not saying that they're not that. They're claiming. Okay, when you ask them about something, they're saying that the reality that they're telling you, that they're telling about, whatever it is that they're doing, is malleable. It can be changed. Oh, I don't know. It could. I could be in a bullfight right now. How do you know that I'm not eating? Like, this is the absurd part about, like, when they say anything is possible, and it's not the case. They want to make it sound that way to you, so it could leave them open to not being held accountable for something. It's easy. It's an easy out. It's an easy out. So you could say things and feel great about it. I could speak of the lore and say all that I want about the globe, because you can't pin me down on any of the things that I'm saying. Because remember, I said it could be anything else. And so anything you say, you're like, oh man, I wish I could have got you with this logical statement. But you said it could be anything else. So now I can't get you. So that's why you get into that the discussion with them about reality. And so when they actually start to make some, like, guys, we have to have things that are defined, because otherwise, how can you speak to another logically thinking person? How am I going to tell you what I'm doing? And you like, what are you doing right now? Well, I'm talking on Discord at the moment to you guys. How do you know you're talking on Discord? Oh, I believe I am. Like, I don't know. I could be doing something else. Like, what if I'm washing my clothes? Like, how do you know that? Like, you know what? This is... And I try to kind of reiterate the point and make it sound as ridiculous as possible, because that's what's happening. They try to make it sound like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm like, yeah, you left it up for interpretation. Basically, it could be anything else. If I was to get ridiculous with it, then I could point out the absurdity, but you want to make it sound subtle. Like, well, you're just saying that I'm not talking on Discord. I could be talking on another program that mimics Discord, that could be exactly like Discord. No, that's not what it is. You're leaving it up to whatever else it could be. That is not just a slight variation of the thing that you're on. That is a totally, entirely different reality than what you're speaking of. So that's not sitting here and talking on Discord. That's like swimming in a marathon or something. Like, that's doing other things than what you're saying, leaving it up to whatever else it could be. You see what I mean? That's how absurd it is. It's not subtle. It's not just like, we're not just talking on Discord. We could be talking on a program that kind of looks like Discord, but not really. No, we're talking about the absurdity of you leaving doubt that you're talking about the reality in which we can define I'm eating a bologna sandwich. Well, what do you mean you're eating a bologna sandwich? Well, it's because it's 2 pieces of bread and a bologna inside, and it's what they call bologna, right? That's how we defined it as. But I'm talking about specific things because that's the absurdity of the conversation with these guys. But they don't want to make it sound absurd because of how absurd it is. They want to make it sound like it's subtle. No. It's not that you're not eating a bologna sandwich. It's probably like a variation of bologna. That, it's just a little subtle thing that you might not know is the bologna or not. No, that's my friend. You left it up for interpretation to where it's like it could be, a sliver of a doubt of something else. Well, that's where they work their magic, isn't there? You can't be held accountable. You're free to go. Whatever. Yeah, you can say your garbage, drop it right here, and everybody's just going to look at it like it's a deep thought. It's not a deep thought. It's just you not identifying what really is. And that's okay. You can continue living your life that you can never know anything that way. And, your own personal viewpoints, everything is subjective. Like you can see the world in a subjective viewpoint. Your truth is your truth. My truth is my truth. And therefore, we all can live happily ever after with the lore that we have in our minds of what the earth actually is. But it's difficult when this conversation with these guys because it gets pointed out to them. It is like I told you, it becomes a mind virus. And if it latches on, it won't let go. You'll start to think about it like in a philosophical way, right? Well, how can we know if we're not actually all just dreaming these things up and we're just in a dream or simulation or whatever else? So it gets your mind to think about other things other than the known reality in which you are residing in at the moment. And then it takes your mind off of reality, which then you could insert any kind of wild idea, right? Well, what if we are blah, 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 and then you're just like on the what if train. And you never leave because it's easy to think of the what ifs, right? Your imagination is as big as you want it to be. So what ifs are plenty. And that's the thing. Well, yeah, you're saying that, but what if? I know, right? And that's the thing. That's the thing about that mind virus. It'll completely start to consume your reality until it has full control, and you will disagree wholeheartedly that our known reality in which we define things, that's a tree, that's a duck, that's the car. Like, and we were like, well, I don't know if that's a car. It could be a cupcake, as far as I know. Like, it's absurd, isn't it? They don't know that. So they're confused. Babe lost in the woods. And I take it that there are some people that would say they know their reality, right? They stand on 10 toes and they're like, no, Earth's a globe. You guys are wrong. It is definitely this. And at that which point, then you have like a better standpoint to talk to that person because he knows that reality isn't malleable. Like it's not going to just poof, turn into something else, obviously when he's speaking to you. So hopefully you guys address, the guys that come in here and saying those things will address those claims. So my hope is anyways for you guys. But what do you think?
Overs come out and play.
CB, you got to run him through, man, about the lore and hit him hard with that lore, bro. Like that lore is on fire, man. It caught fire. Like I'm telling you, it's in my vernacular now, so it's gonna be something that I'm gonna.
That dude was so mad. He's like, you keep saying the lore. I'm like, dude, that's what it is. Oh, well, I don't like that word. It's like, well, sorry, that's just. If you log into Star Wars video game, they're going to have a bunch of facts, so-called, about distances to so planets and how much armor it weighs. It's just lore to the game. It's canon.
I got to do this because I think it's relevant and what we're saying. But I got the definition. I'm going to post it in live stream.
Okay.
A little clip of it anyway. Lore is a body of traditions and knowledge on a subject or held by a particular group, typically passed from one person to person by word of mouth.
Perfect.
That's exactly what they're doing, man. Isn't it? That's what they're doing. Well, I mean, word of mouth and text, because you can read it off a book, but it's still the same. The idea behind it's still the same. pat you. You're just really. It's some guy with. Think about that though. How crazy is this? Some guy was pondering this. They're like, you know what? I think what'll fit good here is that the Earth is a round ball, and we're all on that round ball. And then there was another person like, dude, you have a great idea. However, it happened long ago, but the way it was just like propagated. Then, you know, Sally Sixpack and Johnny T-Bone were gathering together. Like, these guys are speaking some deep truths. You know, let's talk about it with other people. And it just like spread. The next thing you know, it's like it's the newest, hottest thing. You know, everybody's talking about the globe. And it's like it all just caught fire, and then now it's turned into like what it is. The lore comes with all its trappings. You know, it's got space travel and it's got everything you need, right? For the mind to go. Like, oh man, we are in an infinite galaxy, gonna be cruising at speed. You know, like, let me get into my cartoon voice here.
Well, just look at the you know, the synonyms: mythology, myths, legends, stories, traditions, folklore, culture. It's exactly what it is.
Exactly, it's so perfect, dude. It's like it's the best filet mignon like you could have without any sauces or anything. Just it's so perfect. You just don't want to. Just leave it like that. Like it's great. So now we have, and it's just gonna be now. This is gonna be the new hotness, right? The new hotness for us is we're gonna have to call it the lore of the globe Earth because there isn't anything other than that. It's just lore.
Yeah.
There's no adherence to reality. There's no coherence. There's no. You can't say that when you show somebody a globe sitting on a classroom, or you hold it and you're like, look, man, you live here. You don't live there. You live right here where you're standing. That's where you live. Not on that thing. You know, like we're usually at the store and there's a globe and I'll tell my wife, what's that? Because I'm always poking fun at the stupid globe. But anyway, it's ridiculous. It's lore, guys. Let's just call it for what it is.
He's like, the lore. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm like, yeah, you know exactly what I mean. You just don't like that as being referenced and referred to as the lore.
Yeah. I don't have a Star Trek uniform in my closet. Yeah, bull crap, dude. Bull crap. I don't believe that either. Like you do. You have all, 9 seasons of the Next Generation. Come on, bro. Come on. You know you do.
Yeah.
This is. Oh man, like, guys, if I had more time, like I swear, like this is great. Yeah, look, man, but we have to give credit where credit is due. CB was the one that coined it. Like, and we gotta say, when he goes down in history, like, even if it was by accident or you did it intentionally, whatever it was, like it happened. It was a happy accident, maybe. Who knows? But it just happened, man, and we're just gonna have to go with it now.
Awesome. Yeah. No, Mickey, dude, everyone's got their. Someone was saying earlier, I don't think it was you, but someone else was saying that, like, maybe it was Indio. Everyone's got their own little thing. You know, everyone's got little gold gems that can drop. And so if there's anything I'm good for, it's a good analogy or a good meme.
Well, I'm going to have to land base the next staunch Glober with the lower part portion.
Yeah.
He'll be marinating in his own juices when we bring him to the lower bit.
Yeah.
And, I just have to put it to the forefront of everyone's mind. Cuz like I don't think they and I'll actually say that probably. I don't think you appreciate the lore here that's being spoken of when the globe is being spoken of. So let's bring the appreciation back for it, shall we? Let's take you back to a time where a man was living in Alexandria and wanted to go over to Cyrene. You know, like we can make it sound even like it's tantalizing, right? Oh, this is going to be good, right? And like he just dressed it up to whatever. It was an Egyptian 10,000 years ago. And guess what? He discovered that the earth was a globe. And man, everybody was like, ooh, like, and this is what you guys want to hear, right? You want to sit down cross-legged on the floor, starry-eyed at some numbskull telling you a story that sounds wonderful. Oh, that's so great. Tell us more. Like you guys are crazy. You guys, and I know you guys are begging for lore. Oh, tell us more. Is there more lore out there? Come on.
I know.
Somebody create new chapters. We got to have more. You're like that guy from Star Wars. More. You know, like, freaking hell, dude.
Tell me more.
No,
Well, Mickey,
you have
they're
to
hoping
invent
that we
cars
have-
going to space by Tesla. And what else do we got in here? It's just a bag of tricks. What would you say, Stevie?
No, they're just hoping that we have flat Earth lore. We have zero. We don't have any.
But see, dude, that's what I was saying. Like, you know what? Like in the beginning of the movement, I gotta say, people started coming up with lore, and we're kind of like now we're just wagging our finger. No, don't do that, because like when you start getting into that, that's what they were doing, man. Why are you doing the same? Well, we got to, man. It's a concept. We got to show them something. No, we don't. Go outside. Go show them what reality looks like, and then tell them, what do you see? And they're like, well, I don't see any curve. You feel any motion? No, I don't feel any. Hello. We've arrived. There it is, my friend. What outside of that do you think is happening? Well, I think it's moving at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. Interesting. How do you figure that out? Right. And so you get into the lore, and it's like, ooh, like you weigh differently in the equator. Nobody cares about what you say about this lore. Well, all we care about is what we can find out for sure. And all that stuff, we can't know for sure. We're just listening to people tell stories. I had to come in here and they want to, well, this is now back up, what is it like? It happened 150 million years ago when the earth was just a hot little speck of something, and it turned into a big, huge ball of everything and exploded into all, and you're just like, damn, man, this is amazing. Like, this guy knows his stuff. No, he don't. He's a good storyteller, that's all. Possibly. But that's the nobody really gets into the lore bit. I think the lore is what's got them hooked, and they're hooked like the best-selling novel that's a New York Times best. Like, they just want it. They're like, oh, please be a season 2. Please be a season 2. Like, I gotta know more. And so they give them more, right? Here comes Tesla. Check out this car. It's going to space. And everybody's like, yes, Tesla's going to space in a car. This is awesome. And then you're just like, dude, you're so stupid, dude, to believe in this. And some people like CB, he got off the ride. He's like, oh, I've had enough of this. Like, dude, this is too much. Like, you guys have went too far already. So, and some people
those
do,
dudes
right?
are stuck on season 2. We're on season 9, Biggie.
Season 9, mother. Season 9. If you know what goes on in this show by now, I don't even know what to tell you. What do you not know?
Freaking hell, man. Season 9, that means that the globe has everything you need. It's like everything you want. What is a globe to you? It's like people that just this damn thing, man. What is a globe to you? Oh, I think the globe is an oblate spheroid. It's an oblate spheroid. That's great. What do you think it is, sir? Well, with the 1972 image, it looks pretty much like a blue marble to me. It's like a sphere. Hey, great, good stuff. What do you think, Neil deGrasse? Well, I'd say it's like it's pear shaped. It's got it's chubbier in the middle. Are you freaking numbskull? Like, what is this? Everybody's just enjoying what somebody else says about the Earth, and it's like, where's the evidence for it? Well, we got the picture from 1972, and that's the real evidence. It's the photo we got. And it's like, you're so dumb, dude. Like, okay, so that is, but they're saying it's an oblate spheroid. Oh, yeah, sure. 1 pixel. There, 1 pixel. You can tell it's one oblate spheroid. Like, that's the stupidest thing that you guys.
Hey, Mingy. So the Earth is a pear, and the Moon is an egg.
I mean,
did you see the egg pictures?
Nuh-uh. But I listen, man, because I hear this a lot. And it's like, man, because what I want to hear is you guys. Sometimes I think it's important. You guys need to hear the lore a little bit from a different perspective, because these guys, each one has their own version, right? These guys might have heard from the best-selling, and these other guys heard like a knockoff version of what the globe Earth is. So let's hear the knockoff version. What does that one sound like? Not the Nike version, but the Schneike version. Like, what does that mean? Like, what version or flavor of the month do you have? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like Baskin Robbins, 31 flavors. You got this globe Earth has so many flavors of globe Earth. It's ridiculous. You know, and actually, I can only go so far as to show you, like, these guys don't know what they're talking about. You know, it's been a Roman like 6,000 years ago. What do you don't know any history? What's wrong with you? And you're like, dude, Roman 6,000 years ago? Well, this guy said it was like an Egyptian 10,000 years ago. Well, yeah. It was the Egyptian figured it out, and then he handed it down another couple of thousand years, and it reached the Roman. Like, I'm telling you, they will agree with the idiot that just said the other idiotic thing. Just like Bob the science guy. And you have Bob and Dave Farina, Professor Dave. Well, Dave says that anybody that thinks the Earth is measured at 8 inches per mile squared is a con man, Bob. What do you think about that? Well, I agree with him. Interesting. So you're a con man? Freaking numbskull? Guy I don't even know freaking when somebody's like belittling. And that's the weird thing. It's like, dude's talking down to you, man. Because we don't think the Earth is measured at 8 inches per mile squared. No. We're just telling you that's what they are saying. So, yeah, you, Bob, think that the Earth can be measured at 8 inches per mile squared. We're just pointing out that some people do, and you're one of them, right? Obviously, what Dave Arena is saying is you're a con man. And so now you're a con man, Bob. Welcome to the Con Man Show. So, yeah, this is what it is, man. People just want to say wonderful things about the lore, but they got their own flavor when they come in here. So, like I said, Eratosthenes, who's that guy? Eratosthenes, like, what's his name even? Like, was he even alive? Even like, what sources? We got primary sources around here. Like, what's going on? Where's the primary source for Eratosthenes? Do we got that? Nah, we don't even got secondary source.
Never heard of her.
And like, man, but basically, what was it? 2 sticks in a well? Was it a 1 stick in a well? Was it 2 sticks? Was it 2 wells? Was it 3 wells? Like, I mean, everybody just says, well, no, I think you're wrong. You're wrong because it's only 2 sticks in a well. No, sir. Let me correct you. Wiki says it's been 1 stick and 1 well, and it's this far apart. So, guys, get your story straight. Well, yeah, that's not the issue. The point is, we can't even know if that story was true or not. So, enjoy that, you know? Anyway, I you know me. I get on my globe Earth nonsensical rants with the way they come in here. Half cocked, half baked, thinking they're gonna bring some evidence. They got evidence of plenty. Oh, we can know some things and we can't know some things. Oh yeah, sure. Well, what can we know? Well, we know that stars are made of plasma. That's what we know. We know that, guys, for sure. How do we know that? Spectroscopy. The spectral lines, they don't lie. Spectral lines don't lie. So unless they're lying to us, right, then we all are liars because spectral lines don't lie. 100% true. But you just said that's not how science works. Interesting.
Hilly mountains, man. Hilly mountains.
Anyways, if you guys have any interesting conversations with these guys, point out the lore to them. Tell them why it's lore. First of all, the definition kind of is suitable for their presentation. So.
Well, yeah, if you start on the lore aspect and then they say, well, what do you mean? And I'm like, well, show me how it all works. I'm not the one claiming to know how it all works. When you ask me, well, how do you think it works? I don't know how it works. I just know that when I look out, I see way too far.
Well, I
mean that's a very crude example. I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yo, Gizmo.
I gotta get going. See you guys.
Later, Miggy. We love you, Miggy.
Take care, Miggy.
Love you too, brother. Talk to you later.
Later, bro.
See you next time.
Hey, Gizmo.
What's up, dude?
I think the best way to find out what the truth is, if you can't figure it out and you don't want to say you don't know, just figure out what the majority of the people in your area believe in and go with that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? When in doubt, just go with what they say. You know?
Yeah. Could be.
Right?
I bet
Make sure nobody's in the room with me. I'm at work. I bet if I bet if everybody went gay in my neighborhood too, then that would probably be the thing.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
all you need. Then you can be gay.
I was thinking, bro, in a world even more dumb.
You cut out for me. And anybody else?
Yeah, you cut out.
Yo, FDS, you still there? I just think it's dumb. Like people who think that their houses are moving. Like we all live in buildings. You know, it's not like any of these buildings move. Trees don't move. Buildings don't move. But these goofballs want to try and convince us that all these buildings that we live in are moving somehow. It's retarded.
Not only that, they're breaking the sound barrier.
Well, I didn't even think about that. Like going against the equator, or, whatever. I never even thought about that. But nonetheless, I think we all can realize that even when I was a Glober, I didn't think that houses were moving. You kidding me? But that's what you have to believe if you're, I believe the Earth is moving.
I spend a lot of time looking at the supposed curvature, the oblate spheroid shape of the supposed globe Earth and the equator. I spend a lot of time examining things at the equator because that's supposedly where Earth rotates the fastest, and that should be the place where you see the most curvature, yet neither are detected. So that's what I've been looking into a lot lately, was just stuff that has to do with the equator and how it doesn't add up. Like as we speak right now, I'm on Google Earth, and I'm not on the outer space version of Google Earth. I'm on the road version where they're actually taking pictures as they're going along seaboards. And I'm in, where am I right now? I'm in, I can't spell that. It's someplace in Brazil though, and I'm on the western seaboard, and I'm looking at pictures of the ocean that they take from the Google cars, and I'm not seeing any curvature here. And for the Earth to be an oblate spheroid, this would be the looking east and west. This is the place where you would see the most pronounced curvature. So that's why I'm here. And I cannot find it.
Well, maybe you're just not looking in the right places.
I'm looking hard, though. It's got to be here on the equator somewhere. Wait, is that curvature? Nope, still not it. Damn.
It's funny too. Like, you get people that'll take video of like sunsets and green flash sunsets, and I'm like, what kind of lens are you using? What kind of filter are you using? And like, there's no answer because there's no explanation for that answer because they don't have the answer for that. And it's like, it's okay for them to do whatever observation they want, but then when we do it, we're held to the extreme. And so then we go out there and we give all that information. We'll give you the lens we use, the filter we use, the time of day we use, the temperature we used, what direction we were looking out in, what the visibility level was. Like, we'll give you zero excuse whatsoever. And then we'll take it a step further. Some people actually go out there and turn their cameras into infrared. And it's like, now you have no excuse whatsoever. And we see further. What's up, Indio? Welcome back. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm just chat skanking in the lobby.
Chat skanking.
Hey, baby, can I buy you a drink?
I'm not that kind of girl.
Dude.
Hey, so real quick,
I don't need a drink. I just need a backseat of a car. Anyway,
I wanted to ask you, like what? How did you become so familiar with like light and lensing and all that stuff? Like, what brought you into that hobby or profession?
Okay, so that's actually kind of a long story. It depends on where I want to start at it.
I mean, it's all interesting. You're extremely knowledgeable. Like, I mean, like you.
Well, I'll start kind of in the middle. I'll start. Well, I mean, I was looking into a bunch of.
Is it your profession now?
No. I do computers.
It's just a hobby.
It was just something I was interested in a particular thing they're called metamaterials.
Gotcha.
You ever heard of them?
I've heard the word before. I've seen it in a.
So metamaterials are a man-made material that if you design them a certain way, they will refract electromagnetic radiation backwards in the opposite direction that they're supposed to.
Okay.
So part of that was
like a mirror for intense.
That's like the simplification, right? So so I have a refracting lens, right? And I send electromagnetic radiation at it. There'll be a focal point, right? All the light will like bend towards the middle. Right. So that's not how metamaterials work. They kind of bend towards they'll focus at the center of the material, but then when they exit, they go the opposite directions. They like go away from each other. It actually makes two focal points. I'll post some diagrams because it's easier. It's easier when you see it, right? So. Oops, wrong chat.
Because so I've been learning a lot recently.
Just let me go over. So see this image? You see how it bends backwards? It would just the light would bend in the opposite direction.
Gotcha.
Okay, so this has to do with So this would be a normal lens. You see how a normal lens has a focal point. A metamaterial lens has two focal points, one inside the material and another one. The thing is, it can work. You can use it for two purposes. So one purpose is power transfer, electromagnetic power transfer. Okay, because it actually amplifies. So after it goes to material, and so normally when electromagnetic radiation goes into the material, the power transferred falls off exponentially. In this case, everything is reversed. Let's put it that way. Everything is reversed from what light normally does. So that was the reason I was looking into it. So I was looking into some Tesla stuff, right? So Tesla's electromagnetic magnifying transmitter and like different patents he had on how that worked. Now the theory of negative refraction was first theorized by a Russian scientist named Viktor Veselago in 1969, but it was in Russian, right? And it wasn't translated into English until like 2005. So then a particular guy named John Pendry in Britain got a hold of it and was like, wow, I'm going to actually try to make one of these materials. And he actually successfully made one in microwave. So it will actually amplify the light. So you can actually do sub resolution imaging, right? So you have the diffraction limit. If you have a microscope, there's a diffraction limit. You can only see the separation up too small. This overcomes the diffraction limit. So obviously this is complicated. So in order to learn how this works, right, exactly how it works and its potential, I had to learn about how light passes through a medium, all the freaking gory details.
Yeah.
So I knew all this. Right? I had all this background. It was something like I had been researching. And plus I was like into all the Eric Dollard stuff and like what do they call it? Asymmetric lifters, asymmetric capacitor lifters. You ever seen one of these?
Yeah.
So they're little frickin'. You can take a thin wire and a piece of aluminum foil, put some balsa wood, and run high voltage through it. Just the regular static voltage, and it'll fly.
It's just like a.
Do you have a picture or video or link or anything?
Oh yeah. It's called the Byfield Brown effect. That's like the physics name.
Okay. I also posted a link for you, Indio. So I found this guy by fluke. It's a long. Not a long story. It's a very weird story. I guess I can go into it just to tell you what I found this guy. So I find it interesting that you're talking about these things because, like, when I started looking into this guy's patents, like some of those words were really kind of like things were starting to make a little bit of sense. But I still have a lot to learn in the quantum world to understand what's going on. But so this guy, like, I was going through Donald Trump's all of his what are they called when you excuse somebody out of jail? What are those called?
A pardon.
Pardon. Yeah, I was going through his pardons, and this was one of the guys. Well, everybody had a list of crimes except for this guy. His crime was redacted. And so I just started looking into this guy. And so when you look at his patents, you'll understand why his crime was probably redacted. He's probably selling his stuff to another country or anybody who is willing to buy it. Is probably what was going on. Just speculating anyway. But the inventions themselves are really, really interesting because, like, it talks about being able to see through walls using certain specific lens, and you're like, well, okay, well, we can use infrared. No, you can't use. You have to have a special lens to see through a wall because the wall is still a physical object. It's gonna block whatever it is that you're trying to visualize. Well, this lens gets down to the particle level, and at the particle level, there's space in between the particles. And that's where it visualizes through. Like, you dial into what it is that you're trying to specifically pick up, and so you can specifically bypass the obstruction that's in front of you and focus on the obstruction or focus on the objective behind it. That was just one of his things.
That's a patent he has. Do you know which one it is specifically?
That's one of them. I don't know which one it is specifically.
So do you know what quantum tunneling is?
No.
So quantum tunneling is used everywhere, right? So an LED light that uses quantum tunneling, a laser pointer that uses quantum tunneling, right? What they make is called a PN junction, and the P and the N are just like the type of material they are. So what they do, they make a sandwich, and they put a voltage on one side and the sink on the other side, and when they apply a voltage, some of the electrons will tunnel through the P material. That means it will never be in there. It instantaneously goes into the N material. And when it does that, it emits light. Right? So that's how an LED works. Yeah, so the thing about quantum tunneling, it's only supposed to work over a very small distance because of this exponential fallout. So it works. I have a whole theory on how it works, but I have a partial theory on I have a hypothesis on how it works. Let's call it that. And it probably has something to do. I think when there's like a boundary. So say I have, for instance, a wall. So what's a wall? A wall is a boundary, right?
Right.
So if I'm in a room and somebody's in a room on the other side of a wall, there's a boundary between me and that person. They're immersed in one medium, right? We're both immersed in the same medium, but this boundary between us is another single medium. I think that both sides of a boundary are electromagnetically coupled, so that you don't actually have to pass through the boundary to transfer energy. And there's actually evidence for this. It's not just something that I'm making up in my head. There's actually evidence for this. There's a guy named Gunter Nimtz. He's a physicist who works at, I think it's the Born Institute in Germany. He caused a lot of shit because he demonstrated that he can quantum tunnel microwave radiation across a gap, and the time that it's in the gap is 0. So, right, that violates general relativity, special relativity, which says there's the speed of light, right? Light can't travel instantaneously from one to the other, but he demonstrated that it actually does. That it has what they call a dwell time. Dwell time is how long they say the virtual photon is inside the medium. But there is no dwell time. So, anyway, this probably sounds like an incoherent mess. I think my hypothesis is all these phenomenon, right? Quantum tunneling, metamaterials, negative refraction, super wavelength imaging, wireless power transfer. I think they're all linked to some fundamental level that we don't understand yet.
Definitely. And like what he probably did was found a way to accelerate or keep a constant without like accelerating through different particles, because air is full of particles. So he probably found a way to continue the acceleration or to like reflect off of the particles and go to the next particle without losing stability.
I think he's actually reading. I think what he's reading is so hard to describe this shit.
I know.
Because there's certain concepts, right, that they're hard to describe. So, I always have to go back and give more information, and then it ends up freaking just overwhelming people. There's something called the method of images, right? So, if I have a charge above, like say I have an electric charge and it's above a metal plate, right? Mm-hmm. That boundary where the metal plate is in the medium the charge is in, its net charge has to be 0. So there is only one way for that to happen. The only way for that to happen is the atoms and molecules in the metal plate have to rearrange, right, instantaneously for the net charge to be 0. So that means within that medium, there's actually an image of that charge. Though it might be spread out, it might be very blurry. But the atoms, in a regular material, this would be called polarization, right? So what you'll have is so say you have some molecule, right? And what happens when you put it under an electric field, that the molecules kind of stretch out, right? So the electrons kind of go to one side a little bit, and the protons kind of go to the other side a little bit. But this isn't caused by, but a charge has an electric field. That's the whole point. So there'll be a little image of a charge by the change of polarization of some material, right? So if I have a wall, and on one side of the wall, whatever's on the other side of that wall changes the polarization of the wall on their side, right? But it also changes the polarization of the entire wall. So I can, on the other side, I can read it at my boundary. What's on the other side of it? Without anything ever passing through the wall. Think of it like this: if we had a thin wall between us, and you put your face on it, and I punched that wall, you'd feel it. But I didn't penetrate the wall.
But the energy did. There's still particles involved.
But the energy did. So that particular one would be a pressure wave, right? So, but we're not talking about pressure waves. We're talking about that would be called. That's technically called phonon coupling, because in physics, pressure waves are called phonons. That's how they're transferred through a material. Quantized pressure waves. But in electromagnetism, they're called electrons and protons and photons, right? So this is electromagnetic coupling. This isn't pressure coupling. So what you have is the electric charge on one side of the wall and the other side of the wall being electromagnetically coupled. So if there's change on one side, there's change on the other side, and all this happens instantaneously. And if I can read one side of the wall, I can know what happened on the other side of the wall without actually penetrating through it.
That's the hard part, is the instantaneous part. Like it sounds so fairy tale-ish, but I guarantee you, like there's a design out there for that. They're definitely trying to figure that out.
Well, I mean, quantum mechanics is pretty proved freaking instantaneous action at a distance with what do you call it? With entanglement of particles.
Yeah.
But they don't want to admit, but with quantum tunneling, it's actually the quantum state is actually moving through space. And they don't want to say, oh, this shit moved through space instantaneously. They'll just say dumb shit like, oh, we can change the state of the quantum material, but there's no information transfer, whatever. That's what they'll say. Is that, well, the information didn't travel faster than the speed of light. I've never understood that argument, quite honestly. I don't understand where that comes from. Because if I entangle two quantum particles, and I send one to a million miles away, and then I measure that particle, I instantaneously know what that other particle is.
Yeah.
Their argument is this. Because I know at the measurement there could only be two possible states, so no information is actually being transferred. Their analogy is this: if you take a pair of socks, right, and I take a pair of shoes and I ship it to somebody, right, when they open the box and there's only one shoe in it and they got the right shoe, they automatically know that I have the left shoe, right? No information was actually transferred faster than the speed of light. You see what I'm saying? Because it took time to ship the shoe.
Mm-hmm.
So that's their little thing.
Well, I mean, now they have that thing out where they say that your thought is faster than the speed of light, isn't it?
Dude, listen, there's a lot of things that are faster than the speed of light. They call it superluminal is the technical term.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, superluminal. I actually saw a paper once that said this experiment, like they had their conclusion, and it went through like all of the experiment, all the results, and then they were like, but the results of this experiment conflict with general relativity, so it must be wrong. Like, this is what they wrote. Like, because they wanted to get it published. And if they wrote this proves general relativity wrong, the people that review it, right, peer review it, would never publish their paper. Because Einstein can't be wrong. He's a cult icon.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Think of all the garbage, right? So they even make little children's tapes, right? Little Einstein or something, little children's books. What are you gonna do? Go back and burn all the Einstein's propaganda? You're gonna have to burn a mountain of frickin' stuff, dude. That's like higher than Everest.
All those school books, everything that people have in schools today.
Stupid T-shirts with E equals MC squared, Einstein with his tongue sticking out, like all the TV shows, all the freaking goddamn movies, books, like you name it. He's a cult icon. He's like, he's just like Jay-Z or fucking Steven Seagal or something.
That's so great. You use like two great examples. That's awesome.
Yeah. Oh man, so whenever I think about Steven Seagal, I can only think about this cartoon someone made of him, like trolling him. Man, it was so funny.
But no, man, that's a very interesting story. It's so cool. Like, I'm still learning about lensing and everything like that. Like, I just bought a P1000 a few months ago, and I still don't know. Like, I don't even know how to put it in manual mode and use it in manual mode. Once I figure that out, it'll be game over. I won't even need the automatic mode anymore. But like, it's all interesting because look, I'm gonna post this video that I recorded earlier.
So listen, this wasn't posted in this superluminal test was not some garbage test. It was published in the Annals of Physics, and that's where special relativity was published. That's where Einstein's first theory was ever published, was in the Annals of Physics.
Look at this.
I just
video.
posted a link to it.
Look at this video I just tagged you in, though, of this person that somebody painted a wall down this little alleyway, and like that's how your vision works, man. Like your eyes will literally play a trick on you, but that's how your vision works. This person did a good job of portraying vision.
Oh, go on YouTube and look up 3D trick art, dude. It'll blow your mind, man. Hold on a second. I'm cooking something. My oven's beeping. I'll be right back.
No problem. I hate policies. Okay. Social engineering is a strategy cyber attackers use that relies heavily on human interaction, often involves deception in order to break standard safety and security practices. Superluminal signal velocity. Was Indio still in here? Just so you don't have to open your mic, Indio. I just want to say thank you. It makes complete sense on why you went that route, and nothing you said was over my head. It might have been over a lot of other people's heads, but that's because they just haven't looked into how light works and lensing works, and like that's the weirdest thing in the world, though. Like that's how your eyes work. You have an iris, and behind that iris there's a lens, and that lens focuses images on your retina, and your rods and cones pick that shit up. So, like, how do you not know how your eyes work? Like when the light, when you take the inverse of that, go from your retina out to the lens of your eye, and then straight out. Like you don't see a straight line all the way out. It eventually converges at a distance, and that's how your eyes work. It's just how it works. It converges.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos in the Optics Perspective channel, videos about perspective, image formation, all that stuff, dude. Like mainstream stuff, not crazy stuff. Not flat earther stuff for all you biased Globers out there. Flat earther didn't invent it,
The best evidence is a Glober's perspective. When they debunk themselves, that's the best evidence out there.
So there's actually a book called The Notes of Leonardo da Vinci. Okay, so he actually wrote an entire, I don't know, mini book or whatever, just on this, just on like how vision works. He's the first known person to like draw figures, draw art in perspective that I know of. Actually, I also heard that it was the guy before him, but the guy, he's unknown and no one knows, like all his artwork is lost. But Da Vinci's the first known person where their stuff still survives, right? Perspective drawing to perspective. Because I'm sure you've seen old medieval art, right? The people are fucking huge, and then they're like standing next to a castle. They're drawn by a child, right?
Right. No, it's like 3 images, and they put them all side by side. There's no perspective.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man. Thanks for sharing that, dude. Because like every time I hear you speak on perspective and refraction and vision and light waves and all that stuff, I'm like, man, this dude, like you're not just explaining it, you're breaking it down into like an understandable level. You really do. You're very gifted at that.
Thanks. Well, I have to talk to myself, so I'll have to break it down for myself. If I can talk to myself and understand it from myself, then I guess everyone else can understand it.
Well,
I also did computer graphics and stuff. I've done like so much stuff. Like, so I mean, it's like it's serendipity. You know.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, so what first exposed me to flat Earth was I was so when in physics they model the way electromagnetic radiation propagates as a plane wave, as if it's a wave that's a plane traveling through space. Think of it as like a razor blade flying along, right? With the periodic electromagnetic, waves. I'm sure you've seen like diagrams, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue. But it's modeled as a plane wave mathematically. So what I was looking for, and I've never found, was the mathematical formulation for it in spherical geometry, right? Because what I was researching was wireless power transfer, how to efficiently do a wireless power transfer, but I didn't think the plane wave model was adequate. I didn't think that would work, so I wanted a spherical wave model. Needless to say, they can't do it; it's too complex, right? They have to use something called Bessel functions and a bunch of what the hell do they call it? Can't think of it off the top of my head. But imagine this. This is when flat Earth was like going crazy, right? So what do you think comes up in your feed or your recommended when you start typing in plane wave to spherical geometry, right? Plane to sphere to plane, right? Over and over again. Because I was searching for months. What do you think comes up in your feed? Flat Earth stuff. Flat Earth stuff.
It used to, I'm guessing.
Yes. This is back in 2017 when it was blowing up. So this is what I'm getting in my recommended. So the top 2 recommended would be, say, something about flat Earth, and I just look at it and be like, yeah, whatever, right? And I just keep scrolling and try to find something. So I would search like maybe 1 or 2 times a week. And then one time, it must have been the Chicago skyline up top. It might have been. It was either Chicago skyline. I might have watched an Eric Dubay video first.
Sure.
Like, I think I turned it on, but I don't think I listened to like 2 of them, but I didn't like the way his voice sounded, so I didn't like listen to it. Right? Because I'm like a multitasker. I'm always doing like 16 things at once. So I'll put it on, and like if it doesn't interest me, like immediately, like I mean I'm listening intently, but then if like after like 5 or 6 minutes, like it doesn't sound, because Eric Dubay makes a lot of claims, but he doesn't present a lot of evidence.
Sure.
Okay, that's at least in 200 proofs. At least in that video, he makes claims and doesn't present evidence. Right. So I like it didn't seem like I'm not going to go fact check this dude. I have better things to do. But then the Chicago skyline, and like I said, I know all this stuff about refraction, how light works, gradient index freaking materials. Now, gradient index material is what the air is, right? So there is no sharp boundary between one medium and the other. It's a gradient, right? And this is how fiber optic cables work. They've been trying to make lenses out of this, but they're very difficult to manufacture because you have to dope the glass. So you have glass, right? But the glass that's like on one side of the lens and the other side of the lens has to be actually different glass. But it has to be a gradient, and you have to highly control how that gradient is to control the way light works.
I look at it as like it's like a tractor pull. Like the further it goes, the harder, the thicker shit is. Like if you've ever been to a tractor pull and watched one of those things pull dirt, like it only goes so far. As it goes further and further, it goes slower and slower.
It gets absorbed too. It gets absorbed and like attenuated. So the light waves, they stretch out, right? That's what attenuation is, right? They start getting absorbed into the glass. So now the power is less intense. And then they also like stretch out in space, right? The peaks of the waves. So like they're attenuated. So they start falling off. This is what I was talking about, this exponential fall off. Like all the power, when a light hits a medium or any electromagnetic rate, when it hits the boundary, it's at max power. But that power falls off exponentially. So when you're 1/6 of the wavelength away from the boundary, you're only at a small fraction of the power because you can actually move shit with light. Light actually has like a momentum that it can transfer onto stuff. But anyway, the power that it falls off. So like that's why we can't use like wireless power transfer, because the light, as soon as you hit like whatever it is you're going to absorb the energy with, it doesn't penetrate into the collector. So you need a way to do this. Anyway, I saw the Chicago skyline, and when that dude said this is a mirage, I was like, that's bullshit. I know for a fact, like, because I know everything about this subject at this point, right? How light refracts, and this guy says it's a mirage. I'm like, that's just epic bull. It's not a mirage, dude.
Right.
So then I start looking at flat Earth stuff. I see them arguing, right? So I see globe earthers, like in comments of different videos, right? Swearing to God, it's a mirage. It's like it's just a mirage. Like this is like before the arguments got kind of complex, right? Before Globers started saying refraction picks stuff up over the curb and all the nonsense they say, right? This is way in the beginning. I probably like in the early 2017. So I seen all this stuff. I'm like, man, this is horseshit. But I kind of set it aside and didn't pay any attention to it. And so I kind of like revisited it like about 7 months later. And the first thing I did was I go, okay, so how actually would you measure the Earth, right? So I go, okay, who says they're measuring the Earth? Oh, geodetic surveying. So let's go see what they do. And there's a Glober. He's still a Glober now. He's an anti-flat earther, Jesse Kozlowski. He actually told me not to post on his channel comments anymore, like way back in the beginning, because he's a surveyor. He's been a surveyor for decades, right? But he's like an end user surveyor, right? He doesn't know like the math, like the model that he's actually applying his measurements to, and all the assumptions and variables that are going into it.
The math has already worked out for him.
Yeah, to an extent, right? If you look deeper into like the so-called globe model, the geodetic surveying globe model, like it's they say that plumb lines curve. Okay.
Yeah.
No one's ever observed the curved plumb line, even though I didn't know this at that particular time. What I did know was he started saying, well, we make measurements and then we apply he started a video he did like with how they apply probability to measurements, right? So, and they're like, oh well, if I do this and I do all these measurements, I measure curvature, but he's only writing down the measurements that conform to his preconceived notion, right? So if I take like 20 measurements, what they do is they end up throwing out the outliers, right? What they do is they apply a Gaussian function to it. What is a Gaussian function, dude? A Gaussian function is a fucking curve, dude. So if you apply a Gaussian function to a random bit of measurements and then you graph that, right? And then it's actually going to end up being a curve where there isn't there. Just mathematically, you're not actually measuring a curve. It's just your data points. You're fitting your data points to something you already believe should be the result, right? You're saying, oh, our data points have to fit on this curve, right? So all the data points that aren't on the curve, we're going to chop them off and pretend they don't exist.
Yep.
And that's literally what they do. Like, so say they went out, right, and they measured instead of, so one of the things is, right, so if you have a theodolite, right, if you have a theodolite, you look in a direction, and say, let's imagine the lens of the theodolite is 6 feet off the ground, and you have something that's 6 feet off the ground, and your crosshair is on that. So what they say is, well, first you level the theodolite, and then I point the crosshair at that 6 foot mark, right, and then when I read the angle, it's greater than 90 degrees, or it's less than 90 degrees. That means there's a tilt. That means it's tilted, right? And if it's tilted, then the Earth can't be flat because that should be parallel to the theodolite. Those two things should be parallel to each other. If I sight it at 6 feet, that should be a straight line to there, and these things should be parallel. And then, well, I'm not measuring parallel, so the Earth is flat. But we also know this. What if they sight in and they measure instead of 89.98 degrees, they measure 91? Right? Showing a concave Earth. What do they do with that data point? They throw it out. They literally just throw it out like it doesn't exist. They say, I made an error. I made a mistake. It must have been windy when I did that measurement. It must have been refraction. It must have been some crazy condition. It must have been like some ad hoc excuse, some rationale to throw it out. And they do this over and over again because they're fitting the data to a model. So it's called mapping it to a surface. They already have an idea what the surface they want is, right? And so they map the measurements to that. But they can't actually make it work in reality. And this is where we get to deflection of the vertical. Because they'll go out one time, right? And instead of being, some deflection in the horizontal line, right? The part that's supposed to be like parallel to the Earth, I guess, at that point in the vertical line. So horizontal in surveying is defined as 90 degrees from the plumb line, right? So what you do is you plumb. So the way theodolite works, it's got a bubble level inside, 3 bubble levels. It's like microscopic in size. And you look through a little freaking magnifier, and then you center the bubbles, and now you know your little your base is level. And then you set up your theodolite at 90 degrees, right? So it reads at a 90-degree angle. So now that's level. Whatever that's sighted in is level. But guess what? In the globe Earth, in geodetic surveying, that horizontal line is not perpendicular. It's not parallel to the Earth at that point. It's just perpendicular to the direction of gravity. Yeah, dude, this is it. Perpendicular to the direction of gravity. So when they go and do a whole bunch of measurements, right? Then they look at the measurements together. What they find is that shit's pointing in all sorts of directions.
Yeah.
That there is no freaking down. It's a random. Listen, and I can post all the shit, dude. They've known this since like the 1800s. That when they do these precision measurements, that what they get is what do you call it? An undulating surface, just random points with down pointing in all sorts of directions. Right? They're not correlated to any particular shape. It's lumpy. That's why they have potato Earth. Have you ever seen the potato Earth thing?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like
why.
what it
That's
would
why
look like
potato
without
Earth.
water.
That's the whole reason potato Earth exists. It's because of that. It's because plumb is 90 degrees, or horizontal is 90 degrees from the direction of plumb, and gravity is lumpy. Right? So this is what I'm finding out, right? And this is supposed to be what I'm relying on, right? The best, the only source of direct measurements of the Earth is this shit, right? This mess. And I'm going, what the hell is this? You've been doing this for 200 years. Like this is as far as you got this mess. I mean, Jesus Christ! Like I'm not believing in that. You need to do better.
It's funny.
It is, man, because it's a mess, man. And then I actually like deep dove into like geodetic surveying, and like what I've discovered is it's good enough for practical purposes. It doesn't have to be highly accurate. If you're making a freaking goddamn 1,000-mile long highway, nobody knows if it's a mile short. You know what I mean? No one, fuck, man, my odometer said 999 miles. It's supposed to be a 1,000-mile highway.
Right. No, I agree.
Hold on 1 second again. So so that's surveying over large scale. But then when you look at where is precision required, what do they use? They use plane surveying. They use the state plane surveying system. They don't use geodetic surveying. And that's supposed to be good up to like, 100 square kilometers. So if you have a kilometer, that's a square, that's 100 by 100 kilometers. State plane surveying is good enough in that. That's like 62 miles on each side. How much curvature is in 62 miles? A fuck ton, dude.
A shit ton. Like over 3/4 of a mile, probably.
Yeah, probably. Probably from the center. From the center point. You gotta think. It's from the center point. It's like freaking going down in every direction, right? So.
Yeah.
And then there's an arc between like the right corner and the left corner. That's arced. So everywhere you go, there's a little arc. So you got this, and then they start talking their refraction shit, right? So you go look that up. Go, okay, we use 7/6R, surveyor refraction, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so you go look up the basis for this. Find out, you go back in the past, the first time they started using it was Gauss used it, and the value, because he couldn't measure the freaking arc that they thought they were trying to measure like like a second of arc or something. And this is like in Hanover, which is a city, I think, in Germany. So Karl Gauss, who's freaking got like 16,000 fucking publications, he went out to, measure this arc. So, but they couldn't measure it. And like they added this refraction thing, and they added a value of 0.13, making the radius of the Earth bigger by 0.13, right? And saying that matches.
Right.
But that's not the one they use. But that's not 7/6R. 7/6R is 0.166. And it come to find out that Europe, there's this weird thing that depending on where you are in Europe depends on how much refraction there is. And also depending on in the United States. The value they use in surveying depends on where you are. So the further north you are, the lesser value, which makes no sense, right? Because, I'll tell you why it makes no sense. Because the further north you are, you can see even further. The colder the air is, the drier the air is, you can see even further. And they have to invent things like the Novalia freaking bullshit. There's some weird phenomenon that it's called the Novalia something. It's named after an island, right? It's an effect, right? So there should that value, right? That point, whatever value, the further north you go, it should increase. And the further south you go, it should decrease. And the thing is, it's the opposite. The further south you go, it increases the value that's used. So if you go to like Louisiana, right, and you look up the State Department of Transportation, the value they use for refraction when they're making roads, they use 0.18. And then if you go out to like Wyoming, or it's like 0.17, and then Massachusetts Department of Transportation has another value, and then like Europe has another value. Greece has one value. Finland has their value. Like every country has their own value. It's like, are we all on different air here? Right? Has everybody got their own air that they all they use? Yeah, it's just a bunch of crap. Like when you dig into it, it's just literally just a bunch of crap. There's nothing rigorous about it. There's nothing scientific about it. And then you can listen. Then you can play this. Like I've dug into this too. Tunnels, surveying tunnels. So what's a like? Tunnels go under the ground. They need to be super accurate so that they actually, because they dig from both sides at the same time, right? Then they have to meet in the middle. You got to survey super accurately. And and they don't freaking even account for refraction. They account for refraction from the heat of the walls. Bends their sightline sideways. Because the walls are cooler than the center of the tunnel. So there's a horizontal gradient. It's not a vertical gradient, it's a horizontal gradient.
Right. When they build tunnels underground too, they don't adjust for the curvature either to straight line. They go straight down and straight across.
Yeah. And then like I've researched so much surveying shit. It's fucking scary. Now, CERN, right? So CERN was where the Large Hadron Collider is.
Right.
They also built something else. It's like the proton accelerator. And the proton accelerator has to be completely freaking flat, dude. Has to be flat as shit, dude. Because the protons are in a magnetic trap. And then they have to get whipped around in a freaking circle. And that shit has to be flat. They surveyed, want to know the precision they surveyed freaking CERN? The distances were measured with, it was a freaking stainless steel wire. So they took stainless steel wires, right, and measured like 12-meter increments across the whole place. Think about that, dude. They use like a 12-meter ruler and a stainless steel wire that doesn't deform at any temperature, and it's always the same size. And they measured the distances like this. Well, guess what? They didn't use the WGS-84 reference ellipsoid. They used a custom datum that only works for CERN. They had to make their own because what they did didn't work. Like they couldn't use freaking the WGS-84 reference ellipsoid or any other ellipsoid. They had to make a custom datum, which is to assume that there is a horizontal line somewhere underneath the ground that's completely fucking flat, and all the distances and heights are measured from that. There's a block. There's a block in the side of the building in Chicago that says the Chicago datum is like 1,200 feet under this location. So basically, they didn't take any curvature. They assume the Earth's a plane underneath the fucking city of Chicago, and they measure all their heights from that.
Yeah.
So you could see this over and over and over again. Nobody's using freaking spherical geometry to survey at any freaking scale. Only in the abstract idea of like when they want to make some freaking stupid, something like freaking Google Earth, right? When they want to make some toy to wow people with, or some stupid map, or make some like,
magic trick.
Yeah, just they use it for some gimmick, right? For no practical purposes it used. And if it was used for a practical purpose, it doesn't exclude, because of the things they're doing, right? The curvature of the plumb line and all these other things. The curvature of the plumb line is like a gimmick to make sure distances are correct, right? So what they're doing is, so if you say I take a whole bunch of verticals, right? And I want to know, okay, what's the distance of this? Because I'm measuring the angle, right? Well, if I curve the plumb line, if I tilt it a little bit, right? I could say, oh, the distance between these 2 points, right? What I do is I take the horizontal line and I send it down, like down lower from where I am, right? And then instead of like my horizontal on the ground here, I say that horizontal's down and it's taking some angle to get to my spot. Right. So now the distances between those two spots is different mathematically. Not in the real world, just mathematically. And I say, well, these two sticks are a mile apart. But right, it's a mile on an arc. But at the core of that arc is going to be a shorter distance. So what they're doing is like they're taking what's a measurement between 2 points on a flat surface and projecting it on kind of like onto the chord of an arc, or onto an arc, to make the distances work in a gold model. But you have to shrink everything, and this has actually been borne out by actual surveys. If you go look at, there's a comparison in 1927 North American datum with the 1983 North American datum, which is the WGS-84 reference ellipsoid. So they took that and they compared the survey results, and what they found was a systemic error. An error in quotations, right? Let's call it a systemic difference. There's a difference between one survey and the other. 1923 survey started at one point, right? And what they did was they didn't assume anything. In a way, they did assume I think it's called the Clark ellipsoid, right? But what they did, they started at a point and then measured out the triangulation network from that center point, right? So everything is linked to the accuracy of that one point. WGS-84 ellipsoid doesn't use anything like that. It uses like what do you call it? like the celestial reference system or something. So they're starting with the abstraction of a sphere surrounding them, right? And then they make their measurements. But the point is, when you compare these surveys, starting at the Ohio River Valley, and as you compare the survey measurements going west, the difference between the 1927 and the 1983 one grows systemically. So, like, say, 100 miles away from the Ohio River, the difference is 10 meters. 300 miles away from the Ohio River is 20 meters. And it just grows and grows. And by the time you're in California, the difference between what you measured in one survey and what you measured in another survey is 110 meters. Right? So this is a huge difference. This isn't a small, this is a gigantic difference.
That's meters, man. Like,
So
that's
here's
a yard.
If you go east, it collapses. It collapses in the other direction, right? Because they're starting like, if you start with the error where there is no error, where they're identical, and you go the other way, now all the survey markers are too close. Whereas on the other, if you go west, they're spread too far apart, and if you go east, they're too close to each other.
Right.
That's easy to see. That's a systemic error. That's not like, some people made some measurements wrong. That means whatever models they used, whatever they used, fundamental assumptions, there's something systemically in that is not working, right?
Right.
And probably no one's made the effort to figure out what that was.
Yeah.
You know how they fixed it, right?
No,
They went to the geodetic survey markers and they just stamped a new latitude and longitude on it. I'm dead serious. I'm sure you've seen like the survey markers, right, embedded in the ground.
Yeah.
They just went and stamped a new number on it.
That's
instead of moving it to its correct location, right? They should have moved it to where it was measured to be. It's now we're just going to change we're going to take the model. We're going to say what coordinates should these be. Boom. We're going to fucking stamp the new coordinates on it.
No, nobody will ever check a meter. That's too much math for like a layman to do.
Dude, and that's another thing that threw me up, right? So if you look at the first book on geodesy, it's not a book. It's books, right? It's 2 books. 2 volumes. It was written by a guy named Helmert. I think it's Hendrik Helmert. He's considered the godfather of geodesy. It's 2 volumes, almost all formulas. One volume is like 900 pages. The other one is 600 pages of nothing but formulas. But the thing is, in the beginning, you know what they meant? You know what he admits? He admits that, we can't measure this, right? We can't measure the Earth in particular. So unless we start with a theory of formation and rotation. So that's what they start with. They start with, I'm assuming the Earth's a sphere. That means if you start with that, all your measurements get projected onto that spherical surface. You're not measuring. Like they could have started with anything, right? They could have started, I want to start with an ice cream cone shape. We're going to assume the Earth is an ice cream cone. And we're going to do all these measurements. Well, you're just going to project those distances and measurements onto that ice cream cone, right? Somewhere on the surface, your measurement is going to get put, right? Boom, we're going to put it there. Boom, we're going to put this one there. Boom, we're going to put this. Till all our measurements fit on that ice cream cone, we're going to frickin' stuff it. Like sticking a pin in a pin cushion, right? They're all going to stick them in there. And this is what Globers rely on for geodetic surveying. But anyway, I guess I'm way off my point. My point is that this called science is so shit that it wasn't good enough for me. Unconvincing. And then the shit about like looking in the sky, that doesn't even make sense. That's just a non sequitur. That's just like, look up to see down. Like, what are you, stupid? Are you retarded?
So what kind of paradigm shatter was that for you when you once you saw all that?
I mean, it was
there
like
a shatter?
It was no, not
or were
really.
you just more scientific about it? It was just like, okay.
No, I mean, I felt something. I was like, whoa. It was more like a whoa. like kind of like a, I don't know. It was hard to describe. There's no similar feeling that I've ever had.
It's just for me.
I can't compare it to anything.
No, there's
how do you compare that to something else, man? Like, I mean, maybe if it happens again and we find out the freaking Earth is a freaking black hole or something, or like, I mean, like then I can compare the two, but like, there's nothing really to compare it to, because this is like such a fundamental question of human existence.
Yeah,
it's so fundamental. Like, I think that Globers don't really realize how fundamental this is to human existence, to like humanity overall.
Yeah, they definitely don't.
Yeah, they think it's just like asking a question like, what are we going to watch on TV?
Yeah.
Well, but I guess that's the same thing to them in a way.
Yeah.
Are we going to watch Space or Lord of the Rings? Which one is it? Base Earth or Middle Earth?
I know, right?
Sorry to interrupt you. What were you going to say?
No, you weren't interrupting. I'm agreeing. I'm just laughing at the whole thing. Like the joke is the globe. Everybody's like, "Oh, the joke's the flat Earth." I'm like, no. Like once you understand, once you truly know how shit works, like you can look at the globe stuff and you're just, man, dude, like what a bunch of bullshit.
You got to think also the things that they didn't know when they came up with the globe. Like perspective wasn't even a thing. Refraction wasn't a thing. Like like half the stuff now that they use to justify it, they didn't even know then. Like, so what did they use back then to justify it? They didn't.
Yeah.
They were, It
was a sophist idea. It was being argumentative to the truth. They were looking for an excuse to argue, to have some kind of conversation against in a room of men amongst men.
That's what the founders of the globe fucking idea would have been like at the very beginning. Something akin to like the way we regard Scientology, with their wacky ideas. Just something to stand out, and you just get the crazies that go and join. And it went from there, I guess.
I think that people are more aesthetic.
You're working.
I think people were more aesthetic. I really think the globe was like really just the aesthetics of, a sphere is the most perfect shape. It's mathematically perfect. It's visually perfect. No matter what way you look at it, it always looks the same, and like all these aesthetic ideas. And I think they like them. And I think it got carried away.
Yeah.
I have a new argument if I'm interrupting.
Oh, go ahead. How are you, Hank? I haven't heard your ass in a long time.
Good, brother. I've been around.
Oh, I know. I've seen you. You haven't seen me. I'm lurking.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Yeah, you do be lurking. So my new argument is the old argument that, well, if that was true, you'd be able to see the back of your head. Well, the back of your head isn't very bright, but the sun is. So if the sunlight's traveling from 93 million miles away in the heliocentric model, and it hits, parts of the atmosphere, then it would bend down, like they say. And if it were to bend down at 8 inches per mile square, the same curvature rate as the Earth, it would hit a loop in the atmosphere. And not only would you not have night, but you would have like the light lighting up the atmosphere at all times. It would be so bright that we wouldn't be able to see anything, because it would just keep going around, orbiting the Earth in the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah,
and the more I
think, watch the sunrise and sunset at the same time.
So the more I think about it, they say that the most amount of refraction happens at a foot above the surface. Well, if that's true, then it can't be less than 8 inches per mile squared, or it would hit the surface of the water or the dirt and it would cause obstruction. If it was more than 8 inches per mile squared, then it would fly off into, what they call space, and it would cause obstruction. So either way, the horizon would be refracted if it wasn't bending at 8 inches per mile squared. And if it is bending at 8 inches per mile squared down there close to the surface, then that's where the perpetual daylight would be, where the sunlight would be orbiting the Earth right down next to the water. So it would be blinding as if you're in the ocean when the sun is setting, and it's that blinding reflective light thing. It would be like that all the time, everywhere, all over the Earth, and you wouldn't be able to have night. So after you guys have heard this argument, you need to ask the globe earthers, any of them that come in here, how does the sun set on a globe Earth? Thanks.
I have an answer. Science, bro. Don't you trust science?
I don't think that cuts it. You know, that's a nice try though. But Mike,
Hey,
I'm curious,
hey,
what are
but-
they going to replace refraction with?
It don't cut it, but that's what they'll say. They don't care. They just throw the Hail Mary. Even if the game it says on the they've already lost, says final, they'll still throw the ball.
So this is funny, Indio. So I just took a break while you were talking about surveying. I went up. I'm at work right now, doing some like office work, and so I took a break. I went upstairs to the 8th floor with my camera, and just shot video from the 8th floor of where I work, my hospital. And from 25 miles away, I can see the base of Cowboy Stadium.
Oh, nice. That's a good distance too. People don't.
Yeah. I'm as soon as I get home and I can upload the video stuff, I'll post it in Silvers and tag you in it, so that way you have it. Or Rake Chat, I'll post it in there, but I'll post it in here too for the live stream.
Yeah, but I don't think Texas is known for the cleanest air in the world. And I'm not talking about like pollution or anything. I mean, it's kind of dusty in Texas.
It is the quality of the imaging is horrible. But here, I'll take a picture off my camera just to show it to you.
Well, I mean, because Morbus is taking pictures. Then he went and got an infrared, and they're better. They're way better. But there's always a lot of shimmering and like turbulence, and
right.
Texas is freaking hot, dude. There's just some places that aren't good for doing like long distance observations, like frickin' Pontchartrain.
Yeah,
literally the worst place in the world. Like, I'm not kidding. The worst place in the world to go do an observation. So they got buoys in Lake Pontchartrain that measure the water and air temperature. They measure the water and air temperature every 6 minutes. All day, every day. Going back years. And if you look at it, right, if you look at the data that it spits out, you'll see that the air and water temperature is pretty close to each other, right? They're only separated by like 2 or 3 degrees. But they flip back and forth 2 times a day. So for 1 quarter of the day, the air's warmer than the water. The other half of the day, another quarter, it's warmer. It's reversed, and then reverses again, and then reverses again. And this happens every day. So when you have this, what you have is there's always a transfer of heat going from one to the other, and it's when you have deep water, right? The transfer of heat will only go at the surface. The surface will get saturated, but the underwater underneath kind of insulates it. So it's a maximum absorption of heat, and it'll stay that way, and it won't switch. So, but Lake Pontchartrain's super shallow. It's like 12 feet at the deepest. It's like one level. So you can actually successfully absorb all the heat out of the air into the water. And then the air successfully absorbs all the heat out of the air, out of the water into the air, and it just keeps going back and forth. This creates what's called a heat flux. Okay, and this is in all the surveying literature too. It's called a sensible heat flux. Is the term for it. And this is what they say causes mirages, just weird observations, right? There's actually computer simulations of this, of temperature inversions. And you know what they do? Do the exact same thing that was fucking observed in the Soundly's stupid bridge. They actually make something that's flat appear curved. So I'm actually going to post that in the live stream voice text.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and say. Like,
Look at that.
I was on the 8th floor of my hospital when I took the video. I had to do the video because when I was taking the pictures, the aperture of the camera was messing up, and
You're
everything
far
was
as
going
fuck
up.
away too.
Yeah, clear as day, dude. You can't mistake that place. Thank you, Jerry Jones, for building such a wonderful thing to observe. 25 months old.
Oh my God, Jerry Jones. He's a lunatic. Billionaire crying that he's afraid he's going to go broke. Like, you can't make that shit up, dude. Like, I used to like him until he did that. Like, that whole interview, I'm like feeling bad for him. I'm like, good for him. He beat poverty. He beat all this stuff. And then he starts crying that he's going to go broke. I'm like, you're fucking crazy, dude. Like, nobody should have given you money.
When you have 100 children that you got to give $10 million a year to, I'd go broke too.
Yeah. I was. He needs to tie his dick in a knot or slam it in a window or something.
But yeah, no. I mean, that's just a screenshot of the video. Like, I guess I could probably like zoom out and record it. Let me get the key. And this is all just rough stuff because like the it was all filmed in HD.
So check this out. Look at live stream voice text. So this is from a paper from computer graphics thing. All right.
There's a garden in England that literally has that design in their garden for their plants. The X looking thing.
Oh really? Huh.
Yeah. Go ahead and tell your story.
I was going to say, like, I posted a link to a citation to a paper. It was Simulation of Atmospheric Phenomenon. So they made these little simulations. So this particular simulation, if you look up in the upper right-hand corner, right, you can see how it's curved like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if you look up, if you read the bottom, that's a temperature inversion, right? And the temperature inversion is when, it's hotter on top than on the bottom. This is literally like Pontchartrain.
Okay.
Because the air and water invert. You have this constant inversion happening multiple times a day.
Right. Water's cooler than air. Water absorbs, or it is
not like Pontchartrain. Sometimes the water's warmer than the freaking air. Sometimes the air's warmer than the water.
That has to do with like it takes a lot of energy to heat up an entire source of like water. That's why the ocean is like in California, like in Southern California, anywhere between 67 and 69 degrees all the time. Like it'll be 110 degrees out. It'll never get above 69 degrees in the water.
Well, here listen, it's
beyond that. 40 degrees outside, it's still 67 degrees.
So they've actually, this is a thing in the USGS back in the 70s, like because they did so much work around Pontchartrain in Louisiana because of the flooding and stuff.
Right.
They've done measurements of that whole area, the whole Lake Pontchartrain area. There's actually a different climate on one side of the lake than the other. Listen, that's what they actually say. That it's actually a different climate.
I don't doubt it.
So think about it. You're looking through this crap. I'm going to look through this crap and make conclusions about the shape of the earth. Like, I can understand if Soundly didn't know, right? I can understand that. Took this picture, but Soundly knows he's cherry picking. He knows it because he did and I've said this in here many times. He did a live stream once, probably still up on his channel. And he's looking for the image, right? And he's got an Apple computer, and Apple, he had all the folders are like dated, right? So they're dated by day, and it has each month. And he's scrolling through, right? And he's opening a folder, and in the folder's like a couple hundred images. Oh, not in there. Opens another folder, and so every day he has like a day where he took 200 photographs, searching for the one image that shows curvature. Okay, that's cherry picking.
It is.
Right? Sit there and take, like, it's like, it's why professional photographers or models, they take lots of photos, because 99.9% of those bitches is ugly in most of the photos, right? And you look for the one where she's good looking.
Right.
But it's like deceptive shit like that. You know what I mean? Like it's
I'll be right back.
It's really the best they can do. Yeah, I'm actually gonna get off for a second because my food's done and I'm starving. So.
Hello. Mic check. Hello, hello. All right. Send it to your DM. Sorry.
if you're listening to voice and you're not in the voice text, y'all need to get in the voice text. I just posted a video of Cowboy Stadium from 25 miles away. Someone gave me that idea too. I don't remember who, but they like, why can't I see Cowboy Stadium from 25 miles away? I'm like, bet you my hospital is 25 miles away.
Hey, I've got a panoramic video from the top of Reunion Tower done in infrared on a P900.
No way. Do you have any landmarks? You know how far you were able to see?
No, I didn't really know a whole lot of land. I'm not from that area, so I didn't really know what to look for or anything. I got on Google Maps and kind of picked some things out, but I haven't really had time to go over it. It's been over a year. I've got them stashed away on a SD card somewhere.
Pretty cool.
But what I would like to do at some point is be on Reunion Tower looking west, like towards Jacksboro. That I think I saw a windmill farm that is by Windthorst, and that's I don't know exactly how far away it is, but I would like to be up there at some time and someone shoot off like those artillery shell fireworks from that area, just to see if you can pick them up.
Yeah.
I've gone up to Mount Scott up in North of Lawton, Oklahoma, and I've got somewhere I can see. It was before I took my infrared filter out, where you can see the wind farm at Windthorst off in the distance. I believe that was like 120 miles, somewhere around there from north of Lawton.
Well, that's cool, man. Are you out here in Dallas?
No, I'm in Wichita Falls.
Oh, okay. I was just up that way not too long ago. Well, not Wichita Falls, but like I went up to Louisville and had to cross through Arkansas, Memphis, Nashville. So I was in the general area, as per se.
Yeah, Wichita Falls is about a 2-hour drive northwest from Dallas, up 287.
Yeah.
I would think if you went from the Dallas area, you would have gone up 35 through Oklahoma City, but maybe I'm off on that.
Well, so I lived a little bit further out east, and so I take 30 out through Texarkana all the way up to Memphis.
Okay, so yeah, you go the opposite direction then from where I am from Dallas.
Yeah. It's like 100, 150 miles out of the way from you, but I mean, it's a significant difference. Just on like how the highways work, like towards the end, you know what I mean? Like 1 degree doesn't seem like much, but like 1 degree over 100 miles is a shit ton.
Yeah.
Person with latex allergy start.
Morning, guys. Well, morning here.
Good morning there, Timbo. How's the weather out there in Canada?
Canada.
Yeah, I'm never gonna
It's
listen
like,
to that.
hey, you know what? It's really strange. It feels like Canada here at the moment.
Does it really?
We're in summer, and we had the heater on last night, and it's normally like 30 degrees centigrade. So
You should put a Canadian maple leaf on your kangaroo.
yeah, that's funny.
just to fuck with people. Where are you from, dude? I thought you're from Canada. There's no kangaroos.
I'm from Australia, eh? Any Globers in? What is it for you guys? Night time or daytime?
No, it's afternoon for me. 3 in the afternoon.
Oh, cool. Any Globers in today or?
No, not that I'm aware of. We were graced with some education from Indio. He kind of went down the whole spectrum of vision and how like wavelengths work and things like that, and how like even things at the quantum level work, the same way on a macro level. But he broke it down in the micro level and then just explained how everything's observed the same way out in the real world. It's no different, whether it's micro or macro. That was a pretty cool experience. I got to listen to his testimony. That was cool.
Yeah, it's good to hear him back on. I haven't heard him for ages until like the recent week, maybe. He's been back on a few times, isn't he?
It's the first time I've ever heard him in the last. He's been so proactive in the live stream. I'm like super thrilled.
Yeah.
But
it's good because there was a lapse there even when Miggy wasn't coming in. So
right, and Elijah. I think they all went to the Geo server. They were all getting their arguments down because over there, like it's straight up debate over there.
Yeah.
Like it's not even about telling the truth. It's about catching people in their fallacy.
Yeah, I'm not that keen on here. So I like the Tartaria server, but it can get a bit toxic sometimes, like.
Right.
I like it here. Every time I can go on Tartaria for an hour or so, and then I just go, even if no one's talking back over on 24/7, I'd rather be over there.
Right.
It's just weird.
It's morning for you, huh? What time is it?
It's 8:00 in the morning.
Okay. You dropped the kids off at school already?
No, I've been I got a late start, so I could watch the France-Morocco game. So I'm starting an hour late. Yeah.
Is that today?
Yeah, it's on now. I had to leave though, so yeah. But France are up 2-0. So it's looking like France-Argentina grand final. So. Unless Morocco score 3 goals, but
right. How crazy would that be? Morocco won. You know what I
mean? they look really good. They're like,
I know.
If France hadn't scored those goals, they're so quick.
I know.
And they're passing. They only play 2-touch pass, which is really good. They don't hold on to the ball.
Yeah.
It's entertaining soccer, It's really good.
No, they're quick. They're like little dagger strikes. France is just too good on the long run, man.
Give them one opportunity and they take it.
Two people can literally dominate the whole field for France when it comes to the offense.
Yeah. But it's been a pretty good World Cup actually.
Hey Timbo, did you see what I posted a little earlier?
No. I'll have a look now.
Yeah. At 56. It's like 4 posts.
Oh, I'm way down. I haven't opened it for a while. At 56.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's it should be a video.
Cowboy Stadium.
Yeah.
Is this from your work? I think I caught the tail end of that.
Yeah.
But what's that? So someone was saying you can't see that from 25 miles away. Look how that.
Somebody was like, I should be able to look out my bedroom and see Cowboy Stadium 25 miles away. I'm like, well, there's trees in the way. But
what do you think? Your eyes are like a zoom camera or something, you know?
Yeah. But if you get above the trees, like that makes sense. You should be able to see Cowboy Stadium 25 miles away, right? If you had a powerful enough lens. So I'm like, I've been bringing my camera with me everywhere I go, trying to find an opportunity to just like sneak up on the floor and take some video. And there we go. This is the 8th floor. It's not the 4th floor. I'm going to go up to the 4th floor here in a little bit.
Why do they have these ideas that you should be able to see everything because the Earth is flat? It's fucking, it's baffling, you know. Oh, I should be able to see Tokyo from San Francisco. You go, what?
Well, I can see a trillion light years away. I'm like, how do you know it's a trillion light years away? Well,
because of red shift, blue shift, mate. Don't you know that?
Yeah. Who measured it?
We're measuring the background radiation.
And so, like, the time that it takes for light to get there, like, who stuck around for 2 trillion years to see if somebody, or 2 trillion light years, 2 trillion years to see if light has gone a trillion light years and come back?
Yeah, and who's seen a supernova to say, oh, well, that happened 24 million years ago, and now the light's just got to us now, so...
Right, it just burnt out.
Supernova. No one's ever seen a supernova. That's ridiculous. That's crazy talk.
Yeah.
Like those guys that come in, for me it was yesterday afternoon. Like, come on, man. Like, the guy I was talking to for a while. Like, really? You come in here, you don't know what you're arguing for, and then you're asking us to fill your holes with our story. With our story, not with our story.
Right. You want us to give you a story.
Give us a replacement of my bullshit for your bullshit.
Let's do that. And a great example of that, if you've ever seen the movie Stargate, like I literally just watched it now that I know the truth and everything. You know, I'm like rewatching all these old movies to see where the truth is in these. And so the guy in the movie, I can't remember who the main character guy is, a scientist. He's giving a lecture in front of all these other scientists, these world leaders. And he's like, you know, the pyramids weren't built by the Fourth Dynasty. They were built by somebody else. And they were like, well, who do you suppose built them? Was it aliens? Was it this? Like, what's your theory on it? And he's like, well, I don't know. Does it really matter? And then everybody got up and left because
he didn't have an answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need you to explain everything now.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, Todd. How are you, mate?
Hey. All right, thanks. I think it's really interesting. I really love Sasha's new question, and I think it should be
so good, isn't it?
Yes, because twice now I've heard people. The answer was distrust of government.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
That has to be. That has to be asked and answered immediately so that it can be dispelled immediately so that then we can go into the, you know, instead of asking it later on, after they've just conceded that, you know, that there's no measurement of curvature and no detectable motion and they can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and they still say that.
Yeah, and then they go, and why? So why do you think all these people here are flat earthers? It's brilliant.
Right off the bat, that should be just off the bat.
Yeah, a distrust of science and government. Yeah, okay, that's one, but you know, it's not the main reason that we're here. And they still can't get to the fact that there's no definitive proof of curvature, or you know, the things that you say about the globe don't make any sense. So they started looking elsewhere.
Right, and whether someone had a previous distrust of science and government, you know, quote science, or not, it distrust of government and science in relation to Earth, you know, and what they tell us is a consequence of looking into the claims of the globe Earth, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's a secondary effect.
Exactly.
Or it makes you distrust them even less. Makes you distrust them even more. Sorry.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Go, oh, all my suspicions were correct. Yeah, because that guy, it was our Saturday, so it would have been their Friday night, I suppose. Do you remember him? He was the same. He had the same answer, but he wouldn't remember it. How many times were we trying to like we were handing him the question, handing him the answers? Like, you know, we're still asking you, why do you think these people are here? And it took like half an hour for us to get him to ask the actual question. Remember him?
Yes.
And then yesterday's guy. Yeah, like, come on, mate. Just ask the question. Why are we here? What? What? What do you mean?
Why are we here? We're here. We're here to troll the other people.
Why are all these flat earthers? Why do you believe that they're flat earthers?
Like, you know, and it's weird, but like this is such a weird thing, and I don't want it to come off wrong, in a sense. But like I get why the Freemasons keep the secrets from the layman people out there, because they're too fucking stupid to get it.
Well, they're fighting for something they don't even know.
They don't even know. Like I don't even like being around Freemasons, but you know what? Like I look at it, I'm like, man, dude, like here I am telling you the truth, and you don't want it.
Well, even the general public, you know, you're arguing with me like I'm insulting you or something, you know, like take it easy, mate. I'm questioning your belief. Yeah,
I'm not even questioning your belief. I'm just
not
questioning
attacking your personality. Yeah.
It's your choice to. I'm just questioning the globe. I'm not questioning anything about you. I'm just questioning the globe.
Oh, that was the other one, T-Wad. Wasn't he saying we're here because it's a psyop?
Yeah, that's right. The other guy, yeah.
Flat Earth's a psyop, and there's government agents in the Flat Earth community. We go, yeah, okay, but they're not in our group. But and we're going, well, why? Like, what? What are you talking about? That this is the only reason that we're here is because it's a government psyop, and there's government agents. Come on, mate. Think about that answer. Just think about it. After we've spent 3 hours talking to them. So you reckon it should come in first, like before we start talking to them, or like not before we start talking to them, but before we start giving them a little bit of evidence and things like that? Like that should be the initial question.
Yeah, it should be at least one of the first questions before the 3 points. Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon you're right. Speak to them, chat with them. Why do you think all these people are flat earthers?
Yeah, we should probably have some kind of standardized questionnaire, I would think, with 2 or 3 questions at least. I really like Miggy's, are we talking on Discord?
Well, I ask people when I'm checking them in, I'm like, why do you think we're here? I don't know, man. Like maybe like some people are like genuinely honest, and I'll accept the answer. Like I don't know, maybe you know something that I don't, and that's fine. Like guess what? I do know something that you don't because you never looked into it, and the answer that we know because we all work here together on it is suppressed by like search engines. Like you can go on a search engine right now and type in flat Earth, and everything you're going to find everything on how to debunk it. Why do I need to know how to debunk it? I want to know why people think it's flat. I don't need to have a presupposition standpoint.
I really think something that I need to get better at, and I think maybe even this room could get better at, needs to get better at, is getting concessions and refusing to move on to another point until the previous point has been conceded.
I agree with you 100%, BK.
Conversations just run around in circles.
That's what you did last night, Timbo. You had some new guys in here. I ended up having to leave, but I heard you. Like, well, let's finish talking about the curve. Well, what about the sky?
He wanted to move on to the sun. I said, no, let's talk about what we were talking about. Talk about the curve.
It's frustrating when there's 4 or 5 people chiming in and you're trying to make a point, trying to get a concession, and then somebody else butts in and somebody else butts in. And it's like, I'm just trying to get this one concession. And the conversation just runs around in circles, and really nothing is ever accomplished because the person really hasn't admitted that it's a belief or that it's unfounded or that it's illogical or whatever. So really, we need to extract that concession from the person so that they can see it for themselves. Look, you said you don't know. You admitted this is a belief. You admitted this is irrational. You admitted this is a lie. You admitted this is illogical.
Well, as soon as you say like, okay, well, I can't see the curve. Well, if it's not curved, then what is it? It's straight. It's flat. That's the end of the story. That's the end of the statement. You can forget about everything else that you know about the sky and everything else you know about the system out there, all this and that. Once you agree that you can't measure the curvature, you can't see the curvature, there is no observation of curvature. If it's not curved, what is it?
Yeah, because everything else that comes after that curve, we know the Earth is this size and it curves at this rate. Everything in the universe is derived from that. It is. So if it's not curved, then all of that stuff is just crap. It's just made up.
And that is a hard thing to let go. It is. It is. Like, there's people here that it took like 3 years for them to come to the terms. Like, I'm not gonna lie, it took me like a few days, and like it was almost instantaneous when I heard it. But then now you have to break the programming. You know what I mean? Like, you can't call Earth a planet. And you got to know that there's no space out there. Like, so you have to drop all of these facades and along the way, and it's tough, man. It's tough.
It's easy to want to bite on a bit of bait that is leading into the weeds because you think you've got a good argument for it when it's actually going to just ignore the humongous elephant in the room, and that's where we need to try and prioritize and go, okay, hang on. Can this be brought back to, is this relying on something that they haven't addressed? Is it dependent on something that's already been raised, like curvature or the radius? So and bring them back to that. We've got to try and prioritize, and then deal with that, and then say, well, either okay, we can speculate now and go into the weeds a little bit, or just say, well, that's out the window. That secondary point. Because you haven't got the radius.
When they, as soon as you start talking about curvature, they start talking about the satellites. Well, you go, okay, well, We need to take it back, because if you've got satellites, you need curvature. So let's go back to curvature.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. You need that radius.
Yeah, it's not, for me, it's not always about curvature, because each person comes to this realization through, different various roads, and each person's going to have different blocks and different problems and different obstacles that they have to overcome. Sometimes, whether it's emotional or intellectual or subconscious or whatever it is. So I feel like sometimes this room brings it back to curvature while the person is over here trying to figure out this other thing, or somebody's working on gas pressure with them, and it's like curve. And the person is not, they can't understand that. It took me, even as a flat earther, a while to realize how important curvature actually was. I don't think I really realized that until I started, talking with you guys. How important that point actually is. It's like, oh, that is the entire argument. Duh.
Yeah.
But it took me a while to figure. It took me a while to figure that out.
Some people aren't ready for it. Yeah, like if they're coming in new, they're going, well, you can't detect curvature, so it doesn't matter. So let's move on to something else. Is that what you're saying? Like they might have something else that triggers them, so we could bring it to try other things.
I just, in the last few months, in like listening to a lot of conversations and being part of conversations, I feel like sometimes as a group, like Miggy is really good at getting concessions and refusing to move until you concede. That's how you win a fight.
Yeah. Well, that's how you win. He's good at reading people as well. Like he knows where they're.
He's a recruiter, isn't he? He does recruiting or management or something like that in his profession. Sure. I hear him. He's always saying that he's getting very good at interviews. So apparently he knows how to like interact with people. He does.
Yeah, you can really tell.
He's good about it.
It's just part of it is finding that finding common ground with people. The Bible says agree with your adversary quickly, and Miggy's really good at finding that common ground with people, because that's where you're going to be able to. That's where people are going to put their guard down, and they're not going to go into cog dis. You're going to realize, okay, we have some degree of commonality here. You're abiding by the laws of logic, or no, you're not saying that science isn't science. You're trying to define science, whatever it happens to be. And it's frustrating sometimes, because the conversation just runs all around the racetrack, and no concessions are ever given or demanded, and the person's in here for 2 or 3 hours, and then they leave and they feel like we're a bunch of idiots, or they leave confused, or they leave frustrated, and they don't really have anything. We don't have anything to show them at the end of 2 or 3 hours of conversation. And point out, hey, before you go, let's just you conceded this point. Do you have a different sense about flat Earth now than you did 2 hours ago?
That's their fault though too, because they come in and they're like, we're like, where's the curvature? And then they're like, well, there it is. And we're like, well, what about this? And they're like, well, then what about the sun? What about the sky? What about the solar system? What about the stars? What about this star?
Well, and that's our fault, because this is our room. We lead the conversation. We ask the questions.
I mean, they're confused anyway. Like they want answers for everything, and it's their fault for asking, for thinking that everything in the sky has to do with the shape of the Earth. It's not. It is our fault, but it's their fault. It's their understanding, and it's their paradigm. That's just the way it is. It's difficult.
Instead of placing blame, all I'm saying is we need to do a better job about getting concessions. I feel like you don't get the concessions, and the more people involved in the conversation, the more difficult it is to keep it on point.
But you also see some people will never concede. So, and
for me, that's when I just move on. Unless you just want to fill airtime, you go, okay, is there somebody else in the room, an intellectually honest person? Because I'm done talking with you. There are some people where I go, I'm done. There's no point in talking to you anymore unless you just want to fill the space. Or no.
All right, y'all. I'm on my way up to do the Dallas Black Swan.
Oh, awesome! You got a day off. Oh, it'd be nighttime for you.
I had to go to my work to do some modules that are due today, and so I don't have to dress in uniform, so I'm not part of the floor staff or anything like that. So I just take a break every once in a while.
So you're going to make an observation today?
I'm going to. I'm literally like at the elevators, getting ready to go up to the 4th floor right now. And I'm just hoping that like somebody in a suit and tie doesn't say, "Hey, you can't do that without permission." And I'm like, "Oh, just want to take one video."
Wait. So you're making an observation from your workplace?
Yes.
From like the top floor.
So I already did that on the 8th floor. I'm going to the 4th floor now, where like in Dallas, like the general consensus is that the like trees on average are like 20 to 30 feet high, and so I figured the 4th floor is kind of like, you know, a good height where I can look out. I shouldn't be able to see 25 miles.
Cool. Have you got a camera?
I got my P1000.
Ah, cool.
Silly question. Have you taken all the elevations into account and stuff like that?
No, I guess I could go down.
Or you just going off because someone said that you can't see the.
Yeah, so someone told me that. Someone told me that
Cowboy Stadium.
Someone told me they should be able to see Cowboy Stadium from 25 miles away. I'm like, actually, that would be kind of a cool experiment. Oh yeah. That might be a little bit difficult. I think there's some trees obscuring my view. I'm going to take the video anyway, though.
I'd do it if I could. I really want to see more of this infrared stuff.
Oh, infrared is absolutely fascinating, and the reason why is because there's less refraction in infrared, so that means it's hitting less particles, which means you can see even further without any kind of density issues.
Right. Yeah. Like
so, it's wonderful. I love infrared.
Like I want to see some black swans. I want to see something from 1 foot above sea level in infrared, man. If we can see that far without infrared, you know, wow, that'd be so cool with it. And compare, like, compare it, like, do one with and without at the same time, you know.
Right.
How do you do infrared conversions? I looked into it a while back. It looked fairly complicated, like you got to rip your whole camera apart. I thought you could just buy a lens, but
oh yeah, no, you have to peel off this coating. You have to use an acid in order to get it to release. Otherwise, it'll scratch the shit out of your lens.
I wasn't brave enough to do it to my camera.
I'm not doing that to a $1,500 camera, dude.
So you can't. You know where you can screw a lens protector onto the front of the lens, so you can't add a infrared filter on there.
Well, I only looked into it for a little bit, but it looked like you actually had to take your camera apart, and it was really only good for infrared after that.
Yeah, it is. That's the way it is. The film allows for the absorption of light, like all the different color lights on the spectrum. And if you remove that film, the camera itself naturally picks up infrared based off of the lensing.
I think you're very tech savvy. I was going to rip my camera apart. Like the little bit of, I spent like an hour looking into it, and everyone was basically saying the same thing. And like, oh yeah, it's easy. Just look at it. You tear your camera into 50 pieces, and destroy it, so that you can only take infrared pictures when you're done. Oh crap! Never mind.
Too low. Well, that's interesting to me. Interesting to know. Can't do it from the 4th floor. There's trees in my way. And for all those people out there, oh, you can't do it from the 4th floor. Like, yeah, trees have elevation, dude. They don't curve; they elevate.
I looked at your picture there, your observation there, Giz, and the calculator said that the horizon should be about 12 miles away, like 11 point something miles away. And when you look real carefully at your observation, you can see the cars driving in front of the stadium.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Is that
literally see the face?
Street level, or are those cars on an overpass? Do you know, or are they on street level?
No, so they're highway level, which means that there's probably some sort of elevation involved in that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like whenever they build highways and stuff, that's why they call it a highway, right?
Yeah, I don't know, but anyways, the obstructed view should be 120 feet. Even I said you were 90 feet in the air. What you said you were on the 8th floor? That should be about 90 feet off the ground.
Yeah, give or take. You take into account it's like 11.5 feet per floor or something like that. Something stupid. But I appreciate you doing the math on that.
It was really rough. I didn't get too far into the minutia there, but it was a cool observation, though, bro.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I'd like to thank the Glober for giving me the idea. Because I mean, my initial observation was like, I wonder if I can see Six Flags, because the rides are all tall and everything like that. And I can't really see any rides, but I mean, there could be construction going on over there. And if you look, you'll see construction cranes over there. And the Six Flags is not that far away from Cowboy Stadium. But I also know that Six Flags over Texas is covered in trees everywhere. So, I almost walked away from my phone. Anyway, so that's the 4th. You didn't get to see it, but that was the 4th floor. I think I might have to go up to the 6th observation to get past some of the trees that are out there. But even at the 8th floor, you said how many feet of curvature is supposed to be down?
Well, at 90 feet high at 25 miles, I think it said 119. 119. It was 11 miles to the, or 11.6 or something to the horizon, and it should have been 119 feet of hidden, whatever. So.
I appreciate that rough estimate.
Yeah, how tall is Cowboy Stadium? Do you know how tall it is? It's got to be like 30 stories tall or something, right?
How tall is Cowboy?
That would be 300 feet tall or something like that.
Yeah, 300 feet tall.
Oh, it is 300. Okay.
91
300
meters.
exactly? What is it?
No, 91 meters.
Oh, 91. Okay. So almost 300 feet. Yeah.
91 meters. But you can see the base of it. That's the problem with it.
Refraction, bro. That's why you can see a refraction, right? I mean, at this point, it really doesn't matter what you show somebody. I don't know if I'm becoming a pessimist or what, but it doesn't matter. I have so many friends and family, and just being in this room, it really, with some people, most people, it seems it does not matter what you show them.
Right.
They can see it with their eyes 100 times, and they will believe a lie. They'll say their eyes are lying to them.
I know. That's what I was trying to explain to somebody earlier. Like, they tell you what you're seeing is an illusion, and by the way your lenses and your eyes work, it is an illusion, because everything narrows when everything should be the same height all the way across. But that's just the way lenses work and how vision works.
Well, it's not an illusion. That's just how our reality functions. That's how it was designed. That's how perspective works. So it's not an illusion. It's actually reality.
Right.
But people
but like,
don't
if you drew
understand
a straight line from me to you, if we were at like saying like sea level and we were standing at 1,000 feet apart, you drew a straight line from the top of my head to the top of your head, it would be a flat, level, parallel line to the ground.
It doesn't matter, bro. People believe whatever they want to believe, What's crazy is people will say things like, they're so adamant that they're on a spinning ball and all this nonsense, and then they'll turn around and say science doesn't prove anything. And it's like, well, what the hell are we arguing about? So they say things like, well, you can't believe your eyes, but they literally use their eyes to do everything in their entire life. Read a book, drive a car. It's like, okay, dude.
Well, and you know what's even crazier is the immediate response after that, like science doesn't prove anything. When you say, well, what do you mean? Their immediate response is, I don't know, man. I'm just trying to go to work and make $1 and pay my bills. Like you literally corner them into that. And they just don't want to let it go. It's like, I'm going to die on that hill. And I'm like, why would you die on that hill?
Truth is painful, bro. The truth is, it hurts. Any the flat earthers who say I came to flat Earth in 5 minutes, 12 minutes after I heard flat Earth, it's like, oh gosh, it took me 18 months. Maybe I'm real slow, or you're lying, or something.
No.
I don't know how somebody can cut through all that programming and watching a 2-minute video. I'm like, that doesn't even make sense to me.
It's not that. Like, I watched several videos, but the more I watched them, the more it made sense. But no, for me, it was like over a couple of days. It was over a couple of days. And I can tell you exactly why. Like, all the other lies had already been dropped. That was the only lie left for me. Like, I went down all those rabbit.
Can you not hear Elbow, Kiss? Can you not hear Elbow?
Yes, bro.
It's still a stronghold in you, man. And you have an inner debate for months. Like, what in the hell? What if I'm just wrong? What if this is I'm just being duped somehow? It's no way you just come in 15 minutes, 8 minutes, whatever, and you get it done. Lying.
I've heard people say that, man. And I'm like, wow, I must be really slow on the uptake because it took me almost 2 years.
It took me a while to drop the facade, like to get to fix my words and use the correct words. But it was instantaneous for me, dude.
Mm-hmm. Programming is so extensive. I'm really starting to lean into the spiritual now and going, this is a sorcerer's spell that the entire world has been placed under, because it's I know fine people, intelligent people, good people, honest people, And when I show them all the evidence and show them all when they sit down and finally, okay, I'll look at it. And they become angry and they become, disassociative, and they don't want to talk to me anymore. And they start using language that they've never used with me before. And it's like, whoa, this is crazy. Like, this person turned into a totally different person. It's such a hot button and emotional issue. And it seems to me, once somebody else is compiled, because that's the great thing about this room is this community has already compiled all the information that you need to make a valid and logical decision. Unlike the process that most of us went through, as lone wolves, just trying to, read and watch a bunch of videos and figure it out on our own. Now that there's a whole community of people to help you through it, and the majority of the people still are unable to process the information. So it's maddening. I'm leaning toward the idea this is like some kind of spell. This is like witchcraft and sorcery.
It is. It's a spell to control the minds. If they got you thinking that there's no hope and that you're one of like trillions of billions of galaxies out there and there's probably life everywhere and you're not special, yeah, it's a spell.
Yeah, and you can't trust your senses, and you can't trust your eyes, and you can't do an experiment, at home, that only people in white lab coats with PhDs can do science, and
you weren't trained in that. You don't know how to.
Yeah, you're not trained. You can't understand very basic concepts, illogical, contradictory, presuppositions can simultaneously be true. It's like, oh my gosh, dude.
Just to elaborate on Elbow. Sorry, I was standing in line when Elbow had say like, and you as well. You were both saying that there's no way that could happen instantaneously. No, like I started, as weird as it sounds, right? So like I started on the whole 4chan, 8chan conspiracy theory thing, and I went down every fucking rabbit hole, dude. Every single one of them, Pizzagate, everything, and when I realized like all of that was true, to an extent, like there are some people out there feeding propaganda and everything. Once I realized all that was true, then I went down the Enoch rabbit hole. And then I realized like we've been lied to about all of our history, all of the deities that were worshipped in all the pagan religions were actually the fallen angels. Like the angels were even said to have like walked amongst us, and we used to have conversations with them, talk to them. But like then things started to make sense on that, and then I'm like having a conversation with one of my friends, and I'm like, dude, this all makes sense. He's like, you know what else they all have in common? And I'm like, what? He's like, they all believed in flat Earth. And I'm like, no fucking way. And so him and I had a talk about it, and like immediately I'm like it hit me, like it was, you call it the Holy Spirit or whatever, but I knew instantly that we lived on a flat, stationary plane. And it was beautiful. The only problem is, like, for the first 6 months that I was learning it, I was using the wrong vocabulary all the time because, like, I was still in that globe mindset. So I literally stepped away from this server for, like, 6 months and just basically, like, did my own perspective, life, trying to basically separate myself from everything, reprogram myself. And then I came back here and I feel a lot better about everything. But like, yeah, it took me a year to wash all that stuff out. But I knew instantaneously that we lived on a flat, stationary plane. I had to wash off all the dirt. Do what?
I can say that, a lot of the stuff, 9/11 and evolution and a lot of those other things that were broken off of me, that was the only reason that I looked at flat Earth, because it was like, well, wait a minute, I've been lied to about a lot of things that I was certain were true before. Yeah. And so that was really the only reason that I even entertained it. And then once I really started looking at it, it was like, wait a minute, this should be so easy to debunk. What the hell is going on? This is crazy. And then of course I had 3 sleepless nights in a row. Started going insane.
You're like, I'm gonna go home and go to sleep. No, I'm not. I'm gonna go up.
And then I basically almost drove my entire company into the ground. Spent researching Flat Earth 14 hours a day. So
I'm sorry, dude.
No, it is what it is, man. I can't believe that some people honestly just don't care about where we live. Like, whatever. How's it going to change my life? It's like, well, oh my gosh. It's not going to change your life at all if you could come to the, valid and verifiable realization that you and every single person that you know has been lied to about the very nature of where you live. That doesn't matter to you. That's not going to change your perspective at all on life. Okay, all right. I don't know.
Or maybe it would change their perspective on life, but they're not willing to deal with that. They're not willing to address that.
Well, they're afraid of what it would be. What if it changes it for the good? They don't know that. They think it might. What if it changes it for the bad? They're not willing to take
Good point, Orion.
But that's not how they perceive it. They perceive it as being like, oh crap, now I have to address the fact that I'm surrounded by a bunch of brainwashed people and have been lied to about a lot of stuff.
Right? They would rather be the last to know than the first, because then they have to deal with it.
Well, especially now that Flat Earth, I think like several years ago for me, it wasn't even a thought that I would be ostracized from, from my entire community in various ways by going down this, rabbit hole, so to speak. But I think now through the media and how much publicity Flat Earth has been exposed to, and that is actually a conscious thought in the minds of a lot of people that I will be ostracized. I could, lose friends. I could lose family. I could lose my job. This could cost me money. This could cost me status, because now it has been so ridiculed and so stigmatized to the point now where that's actually a valid consideration that I think people actually consciously consider prior to really diving into this issue.
My dad wanted to fight me when I was telling him there.
Your dad?
Yeah, my dad. I told my brother and I my brother kind of like, oh yeah, man, that makes sense. Da, 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 da. And after like 2-3 months, I said, let's tell dad. We went to tell my dad, and he just was going nuts. My brother and I are looking at each other like, yo, what the hell? Like, what's going on?
Is he military? Is your dad military? Is your dad military or something?
No.
Damn, that's crazy.
Did he work for NASA?
Shit, to flip out like that, want to fight?
It's crazy.
That sucks.
My dad, my uncle had a real bad reaction to it too. He actually unfriended me from Facebook. It was just weird. Like, it was just, I don't know. It kind of scared me to telling anybody else after that one, man. I was like, damn, why did they react like that? For me, I just took it like, man, that's a big stronghold they have on. That's all it is.
And I bet all you did was like give them logic that they couldn't answer against.
Yeah, exactly. And then I pointed out to, because he's Christian, pointed out the verses in the Bible.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. That's a big one, dude. You gotta stay away from the Bible. They are literally convinced that the Bible teaches a heliocentric ball, bro.
Yep. It was crazy. I remember my dad teaching like back in the days when they were like, yeah, no, because I remember him speaking about like, if he thought it was flat, because it's mostly scripture, but this is what it really means, just because it was a different time. So it was a weird wish-wash explanation of how they can say the teaching of the globe is still right, and it was just the way they looked at it as, you know, as not being literate people. So yeah, it was. I remember the whole teaching, and that's pretty much what kind of got me. Was like, he used to say that they were wrong because they just didn't know enough. But
well, there's ministries like Answers in Genesis and Kent Hovind. There are multiple ICR. There are multiple Christian creation ministries that are vehemently anti-flat Earth, and you know, early on, I mean, many years ago, I'd be out talking to somebody about Jesus or whatever, and they'd start yelling at me how the Bible's archaic and it teaches flat Earth, and I'm like, no, it doesn't, bro. Like, what are you talking about? But you know, that's a terrifying thing. I mean, if you really do esteem the Word of God as the Bible as the Word of God, then you believe that you live on a spinning ball and it's been scientifically verified, you know, and if the Bible taught flat Earth, then that would demonstrate that that's not from God. That's a logical, you know, you don't even have to think too hard to come to that realization. So it's a terrifying thing.
my brother and I was astonished. We were like looking at each other like, yo, this is shit weird. Like, why is he acting this way? I swear, I mean, it's like I say, it's like I was saying earlier, it's a spell that they have over them. It's just indoctrination. You know, all it is.
Programmed thoroughly.
Yeah, I can think of a really strange and inexcusable form of behavior, vaguely similar to that I encountered with one of my older brothers. You know, I was at a family dinner, and you know, I was just trying. Now, keep in mind, if I were to, in regards to any other subject, like maybe with the exception of like, you know, talking about pictures of dead bodies of people that were murdered or something really gross like that, like with the exception of something like that. There's no other reason, there's no other time when I could ever pull out my cell phone and be like, hey, Sam, or hey, anybody else, you know, can you just take a look at this still from this, you know, video camera footage and just give me a few words on it? Just tell me, just look at it and just tell me what you think about it. And that's all. I'm not going to push you on it. Just take a look at this still from a video camera. And like, he understands that I'm talking about the subject of the Earth being flat. And he was unwilling to even look at it, to the point where he got up and left the room because I just thought it was unacceptable that he was just, you know, behaving in such a strange way where, like, you can't take 10 seconds.
Like you're trying to show him some kind of inappropriate child content or something crazy.
Yeah. Like I'm trying to show him a picture of a dead body or something that he doesn't want to look at. Like, dude, I'm not showing you a picture of a dead body. I'm showing you a still from a video camera that was pointed off horizontally off the California coast. Like, this isn't amazingly terrifying or troubling, or at least it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, but you know, for him it was, and for a lot of people it is. Crazy.
I mean, this really is sadly. Wish I'd never even brought it up, but my very best friend, our relationship has been severely damaged by flat Earth. And the last interaction we had, I was like, dude, let's just take our families out to the lake, bro. Let's go out with 12, 14 miles apart. If we can see each other, you'll know that the water's not bending. And he actually said, no, dude, I don't want to do that because that won't prove anything. I know that sometimes people see a lot of weird stuff. It's like, oh my gosh. All right, whatever, dude. So it's just literally with some people, that doesn't matter what you show them for some reason. And I have to chalk it up to some kind of like spell now, because it's such a weird reaction from the overwhelming majority of people who are otherwise rational, good, intelligent, and decent, fine people. But with this subject, it's like you said, like we're trying to show them something that's highly inappropriate, you know, some kind of weird, you know, child fetish stuff, and it's like, what are you talking about? You're behaving like don't even know who you are right now. You've never treated me like this before, so very strange.
I got an idea. Next time I run into a problem like that, I'm gonna be like, "Hey, do you want to see this really cool picture of a satellite from NASA that they just put up?"
Right? Just living the fantasy with them, dude. I guess. Whatever, man.
We all lived in the fantasy since 5th grade, and isn't it fun if we were still living in a believable oblate spheroid Earth with the ever expanding universe and discoveries upon discoveries to be made?
I think probably most flat earthers have gone through that scene with Cypher in the Matrix, where he's like kind of wondering what it would be like to be put back. I've wondered that, like, am I glad that I found this out or not? Is my life better? And I wouldn't go back, but it's definitely seems like a difficult road.
I'm thankful that my children are young enough that I can still teach them and deprogram them.
Yeah.
So for me, there's no way I would want to go. Checking test. Hello.
Yeah, we're here, bro. I hear you.
I switched earpieces. One thing nice about these Bluetooth headsets, if you use one at a time, you basically can stay online for a long ass time. I'm so excited. I've got my own Black Swan now.
So you said not a Black Swan, Giz. But it's cool footage, but there's no Black Swan.
25 miles is pretty cool.
Too many variables, bro.
Too many variables.
You and I know what we're looking at. We know what we're looking at, but you can't provide evidence like that to these people. If there is an inkling, if there's a 0.0001% chance of a doorway being opened, they will run through that door.
Oh yeah. I should have brought moisturizer. Call it. I'll call it 85 feet high. Get my Earth curvature calculator out. Look, they took the Google search references out. I have Earth and then CURVA typed in, and it has, for my suggestions, Earth curvature formula, Earth curvature per foot. They don't want you using the calculator.
Crazy now, dude, to try and research flat Earth at all. You'll just get more indoctrinated if you don't have somebody to hold your hand and to provide you links and materials and resources, because they've buried all the good stuff.
Oh, definitely.
Like one of the best things that I got when I before the reason I came to this thing is a friend of mine at work introduced me to Dave Weiss's 24/7 flat Earth clock. What is it called? The FE clock on the App Store.
I don't like Dave Weiss. He has some good visuals, but
yeah, no, that's fine. Like, like I'm not going to discount the guy. The guy has put in his work. I don't know how. I'd like to talk to him and see how long he's been a flat earther. But regardless, like his app, when you hit the question mark on it and then you scroll through it, like there's a link to this Discord. And I'm like, well, I've been on Discord. I know how Discord works. I just click on it and join and see what it's all about. And I couldn't fucking be happier, dude. I'm truly
saying, man, just talking to you guys sometimes, some days gives me a degree of sanity.
Yeah.
Plus, there's just such a wealth of knowledge in here. If you're looking for a video or a document or a reference or whatever, there's usually somebody in here who can hook you up with that fairly quickly. You know, whatever you're looking for. So,
oh yeah,
that to me has been a tremendous resource. That's really great.
$129 feet of obscurity. So like almost half of the Cowboy Stadium should have been down below. Which it doesn't seem like it would have been much based off of that image, but that's half the stadium. It's still like, oh well, you know, it could. We don't know the conditions of the sky. Like I can tell you right now, it's a clear sky. It just got done raining yesterday, and so all the dust is all patted down on the ground. The ground is still moist, so everything up above it is clear. It's as clear as you're going to get down there.
It says who muted.
Who what?
It says who is muted. Why is that dude muted? Anybody in here? Can you guys unmute him?
I can't.
There you go, says who.
I got
A little bit of robotic. That's probably why he was muted.
That was Morvis.
Family, you
How
know,
y'all doing?
throwing up a big old fit. Hey, what's up? Who is that?
That says who.
Do you guys hear me all right?
I
hear you all right.
All right. Anyway, you were talking about your
cut out
from the topic. Am I still cutting out? Sometimes I don't do real. Okay. I'll talk a little louder because it's my Bluetooth, but
it's not that. It just sometimes like you'll cut out because of like reception that you have or something.
He got muted again.
I was just kidding, bro. I was messing with him now.
What the heck?
Oh, good one, dude. Good one. Good one, dude.
Anyway, both my brother-in-laws hate this topic. All right, and both of them are what you would consider, right, Bible-believing Christians. Okay, so it really gets. I mean, I kind of keep pushing the issue with them because at the end of the day, and they realize this too, but they'll deny it. Is they're denying the scriptures, right? What they'll say is that they kind of say what most atheists say, and that is that it's just a book written by a bunch of men, so you know they didn't know what they were talking about when they wrote it, right? When they described the earth as being motionless, when they described the earth as being a flat plane. And so it's sitting on pillars and enclosed, all this stuff. And so they're like, no.
Your robot is pretty good, says who. Says who, your robot, bro.
How about now?
Sounds better.
Better or worse? Okay.
Yeah, we didn't hear about the last 10
anyway.
seconds.
What they'll say is that even though the Bible describes the earth as flat, stationary, and enclosed, that those people way back then didn't know what they were talking about. You know, they were knuckle-dragging idiots, and they essentially were putting down false information. So now that part of the Bible, whatever describes the earth as flat, stationary, and enclosed, is fallible, right? And in the same breath, they'll also say that the Bible is infallible. And I'm going to be like, well, which one is it? Is it fallible or not? And they won't make up their mind because they insist on continuing to believe the religion of heliocentrism. They don't even realize to a certain degree that they're actually affirming a different religious system, which is a religion of men, is what it is. So anyway, I still have a lot of...
Once science fiction kicked in, right? So like with us, we're a new generation, right? So we looked at, we enjoyed science fiction. So they're not curious about shit like that, right? So we are. So the fact that all this shit didn't add up, right? So everybody was born into this idea, all right? The heliocentric models. These so-called Christians, that's how they were born, and they weren't born reading the Bible, dude. They were born. You came out of the womb believing the earth was round, was a ball. Then you were introduced to the Bible and whatnot. But their brain has already been set on the earth is a certain way. So you don't pick up on the stuff in the Bible because you have to have a certain mind. Because like when I read Joshua when he was fighting the Hittites or whoever the hell he was fighting, and he told the sun and the moon to stay still, right? So my idea, like, wait a minute, we've been told that the sun does whatnot, but in the Bible this says this. That always screwed in my mind. I could never rationalize that idea. It didn't make any sense. I'm like, how does the Bible say this, but these guys say this? But the same people that we consider Christians and had brought us up in the faith believe that shit. They can't see they can't see anything other than what they've been taught. So most people will never see it. But you have to understand that this ideology is not something that's soul salvation, right? Just because you live in flat earth doesn't mean you're not. Just because you don't believe doesn't mean you're not going to go to heaven or something like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's not something that's going to save your soul, but it's something that will help you understand what's coming on the earth in not in the soon to near future. You know what I'm saying? Because like they've got.
But it makes you doubt, though. But it makes you doubt, Fraud. Because I mean, like if that's wrong in the scriptures, what else is wrong?
Well, that's to them.
Now,
I mean, when I asked my like my cousins, and because they grew up in church, and I asked them, "What do you think of the Bible?" It's like, no, I think everything is allegorical. That's pretty much all. It's all. And nothing's literal, practically.
Yep.
You know what I find quite scary. When you know that he is the Word, and we all say we all agree that the Word is Scripture. The Word of God is Scripture, right? And he says and it says in Scripture in John that he is the Word since the beginning, and he was made flesh, and he dwelt among us. How can you say that you believe in the Messiah for him being the truth, the way, and the life? How can you partially just dismiss some of him as being the Word, being the truth, the Word of God, and go on with your life? I think, I mean, see, I can't judge based on this, and I can't say, that it's a life or death matter, but I can also not see how God would close his eyes to the obvious cosmology that he has described in his word several times all over the scriptures. It talks about the heavens and the glory of the firmament and the stars and disregarding all of that reminds me really of when Jesus was in front of the Pharisee and he taught the Pharisee how if you do not believe the earthly things I told you, how can you believe the heavenly things? So it's kind of sketchy. Like I think it's kind of scary, to just say it doesn't matter what people believe regarding the shape of the earth, because again in John 3:12, if I told you earthly things and you do not believe, how will you believe if I tell you heavenly things? And the cosmology structure of the very creation that he has made regarding being described in the word is earthly things, right? I mean, he's describing earthly things we observe, we see, and so forth. And if people already have a problem with, seeing that and believing that to be true, I don't know if they're really saved, truly saved, or filled with the spirit of truth, But on the other hand, I'm not the one who's going to judge, right? I'm not the judge, and I don't misunderstand me. I'm just putting out what I see from what I've understood regarding Scripture. I'm not saying that people who do not believe or do not understand what biblical cosmology is are going to hell. It's not upon my, thoughts or whatnot. I'm just pointing out what I have seen in the Scriptures regarding this topic. See, so I mean, it's just I'm unsure. I'm not sure if it matters or not. I personally tend to say it matters a lot to the Creator that His creation knows what He has made, especially when He has brought it forth in such detail, right?
Yeah, I mean, these two dudes, not your average everyday Joe Christian. Okay, one of them is a pastor. The other one is, a Bible fanatic. Studies it all the time. So both of them young Earth creationists, right? But it's that next step. It's like, listen, the people that are telling you that the Earth is millions and billions are the same people that are telling you that the Earth is a ball. But they refuse to make that extra step, right? And so it's really difficult, and it's odd. But I think what I've over the years figured out is a few things. It's the same problem that the ballers have. Is that I think they do count the cost of what it would cost them personally, relationships, jobs, whatever, if they actually go the other direction and challenge the status quo or what's popular, right? They're going to go ahead and say, well, it's way too risky. And by the way, heliocentrism is taught in basically every, seminary as well. Like this is buried deep in even the institutions that these people attend. So, like, you're up against a lot that is hard to overcome as far as their mental capacity. And they end up just going back to being Agent Smith like everybody else does, because you'll challenge what they believe, it'll freak them out, and then they'll attack you personally, because now you've kind of, undermined their pride, undermined their reality, and they don't like that, so they attack you back. And it's hard to kind of muscle through, but we're civil and cordial for now.
Exactly. But see, the thing is, the Messiah taught us that we should leave behind our old life, right? We should pick up the cross and leave all these old things behind, including with life. It also mostly includes also the thought patterns, right? That also includes the perfection of what repentance actually means, which means you should rethink what you've once been thinking, right? So what I see a lot of Christians, especially people who have been in Christianity for over decades, going to the same church and so forth, if they're presented with people like me, for example, that come there and say, hey, look at cosmology of the Bible, biblical cosmology, look, everything that we see in reality points out to be geocentric, and they dismiss it completely because of maybe there's something convincing about it, but they dismiss it because they have the fear of losing something. I think that is going against what we have been called to do, right? To rethink, to repent. And that's just one part of it. Don't think that I'm just saying repentance means to rethink something. It's just one part of the bigger picture. But see, I see a lot of Christians that, get stuck in this pride of, we have been taught this in school, and we have been taught the globe, and you can't tell me otherwise, and the scripture, regarding Genesis, the scriptures are not really to taken literally, and it's actually more like, all these kind of ways of escaping reality is kind of like washing down. It's like almost like, for me personally, it's kind of like pointing the middle finger towards the truth, which ultimately is the Messiah, right? Like you're saying, like, whatever you made, I don't care, even though I'm faced by the reality of it. So it's weird, Not that I'm saying that most of the Christians who dismiss this information are doing this intentionally, but there is a huge deal of ignorance going through the churches. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. This is something we were talking about before you guys got here just a little bit ago, and I'm convinced that it's much harder to become a flat earther now than it was 7 or 8 years ago. I wouldn't say infinitely, but by orders of magnitude. And for one of the reasons, besides the fact they're hiding a bunch of information, squashing stuff and deleting stuff, the fact that the campaign against flat Earth has been so extensive in the last few years. It was stigmatized before, but now people really do cognitively. They consciously understand that becoming a flat Earth is going to now cost them something. It's going to cost them status. It's going to cost them friends. It's going to cost their reputation. That people, like you said, people really do. And I don't think, like 7 or 8 years ago, I don't think that was as prevalent. I don't think people had to, quote, count the cost prior to becoming a flat earther or going down that rabbit hole or entertaining it now. I think that people really do understand that, oh my gosh, I can't even entertain this because the possibility of becoming a flat earther is too expensive. It's too expensive socially or financially or relationally or whatever it is. And so I think that is something that most of us probably didn't have to deal with, especially if you arrived at flat Earth several years ago. That's another thing on the table that newbies now have to deal with. that the people in the beginning of this movement, they didn't have to deal with that as much. I don't think nearly as much. And that's just another piece of the puzzle. It's really sad, but it's kind of it kind of works in the the underpinnings of the thought process and their subconscious, and I think now even in their conscious mind, they realize even though they're talking to someone they love, even though they're talking to someone that they trust, even though they're being shown information that looks valid and seems logical, they go, no, I cannot do this for these reasons. And
and what happens is they reject knowledge, right? They reject reject truth.
True. Yes.
And that's a problem, because Scripture talks really crazy about this. I mean, it says, one of the things that it says that they get people are destroyed for lack of knowledge, and not only that, it says because they have rejected knowledge.
Right. I'm not validating them, guys. I'm not validating their position and saying, "Oh, this is okay that they're doing this." What I'm saying I'm empathizing with them, saying, "Wow, this is something that I didn't really consciously have to actually. This wasn't another obstacle in my route that they're dealing with." That's all I'm saying. I'm empathizing with them.
Right. And it goes on. It says that and they're not gonna be priests unto me, saying that thou hast forgotten the law that God I will also forget thy children, which is crazy. I mean, it's pretty harsh on that.
The scripture
rejecting truth and knowledge. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were finished. I'm sorry, man, for interrupting. I'm just saying I found the scripture you just quoted was quite fitting, because when he says, "My people perish because of a lack of knowledge," it's literally what it is, right? People have a lack of knowledge because they stop seeking knowledge, because they go to a church, for example. And I think there's a certain sleepiness that is also slowly implemented in the life of a churchgoer, because he thinks everything is being presented on a silver tablet, right? I'm not saying that it's with every church, but in general, I'm skeptical of most churches, especially big churches. It's kind of like an escapism to make the preacher replace your own personal responsibility, yes, for research and gaining knowledge. Right?
That's something that's always affected the human race, though. I mean, this goes back, definitely prior, but like in Mount Sinai, when God invited all the Jews up the mountain, and they're like, "No, we're cool. We'll just stay down here." And we do that today. I mean, that's why, Orthodox Jews, they read the Talmud. That's why, Roman Catholics, they don't read the Bible. They read their, what do they call that? The Catechism. That's why Christians most Christians don't even read their own Bibles. They read books about the Bible. Most people, a lot of supposed Christians don't even have prayer lives. They don't want direct contact with the divine. We don't want direct contact with God. We don't, like you said, we don't want to carry that responsibility. So,
right. Well, that's kind of scary,
You need to separate God's people from the rest of the world, right? So, when that scripture just said, "My people," he has a certain people, children of Israel. That's it. Nobody else. After that, then you had the Christians. But God has his people. Satan has his, right? So there's a separation. There's wheat and there's tares. Okay, so there's going to be a separation first. God's going to separate his people from the rest of the wicked. Because once he's finished in the sanctuary, that's it. It's cut off. Probation's closed. That's it. So I mean, you're going to have a group of people that will never accept it. You got to remember when Adam and Eve sinned, right? Then you had the antediluvian world there. They were in the presence of God and angels, and yet they still chose wickedness, right? He had to destroy them. Imagine that, dude. There's a God. You see angels, you see the Garden of Eden, and you're still going to carry on like Cain? You know what I'm saying? That's crazy, bro. Imagine that, dude. You are in the presence of these supernatural beings, and you refuse to be obedient. You know what I'm saying? That's like your kid living in your house and then just throwing the food off the table, not making his bed and flicking you off, and you still let him live there. You know what I'm saying? You still let him live in the house, and he continues to disobey the rules. and it just takes a dump, then what I'm saying? You can imagine the stuff the kid would do. And
Right.
God said, I had enough. But us as humans, we wouldn't stand for that more than maybe 3 minutes. If your kid threw his food off the table and flicked you off, what would you do to your child, bro? I mean, can you imagine? So This is what they were doing. You know what I'm saying? Now, people have forgotten the Bible, have forgotten God. It's a little different now, but back then they were very wicked. So it took us a long time to reach that level, and we're almost there. We're almost to that level of wickedness in the world. That's why he's going to destroy it again and start all over and get rid of Satan and everything, man. So, like you said, my people suffer for lack of knowledge. His own people aren't even reading. You know what I'm saying? That's the crazy thing. That's the problem.
But think about sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'm done.
But think about the patience he has, right? Is unbelievable with all the wrath that is being filled in the cup, and by all the wickedness that is going on the plane. This is something I'm almost think about every day. I think about how can you be so patient. This is there's so many things. Like, there's not one day, and I'm not saying this to make myself look special or anything. It's just every day I think about him and his scriptures and his book and his creation. It's weird. It's like, I mean, not maybe weird is the wrong word. It's like, I don't know how to describe it, man. There's so much to think about when you think about the Creator. And it's actually the essence for me of joy in my life, thinking about him and all his work, right? Including me. I mean, you're all wonderfully made the same way as I was, through the hand of the same Creator. I'm the same as you guys, my fellow brothers and sisters. And that's just, what the joy that comes from this, knowing this just, it blows my mind every time I think about it. It's just so cool, so nice. Sorry, I don't know how to express myself here, but I hope someone understands what I'm trying to say. It's just, I don't know, I'm just happy for you, for everyone, that we can experience this.
Well, it is neat to come to the understanding that I can trust my senses, that up is up and down is truly down. And
yes, exactly.
I don't see curvature because it's not there, and I don't feel movement because it's not happening.
Amen.
So I really think that that's part of, the deception and the spell that has been cast upon us is so extensive, but that's just that's another small part of it, is to basically get us to not trust our senses. And you hear people say that stuff all the time, like, well, you can't trust your eyes. And it's like, well, wait a minute, we literally trust our eyes to do everything, bro. Like, you don't even wake up in the morning, get out of the bed and go to the bathroom without opening your eyes.
Yeah, imagine driving your car.
Can you imagine going through life going, well, I don't really know. Is that car really there? Should I really stop? Is that light really red? Should I really stop? We don't question our eyes. Our eyes, for the most part, they can be tricked, and that's usually, magic tricks or, optical illusions or whatever. They can be deceived, but for the most part, our eyes and our senses are very reliable, are extremely reliable. God's made our bodies in such a way that we can detect movement. We can see if something's straight or not. We can detect level. We can, so I think that's part of the spell, is convincing people that there is no up, there is no down. You can't trust your eyes. You can't trust your senses. And now they want us to believe that even genitals don't mean anything. Male, female, the markers of male and female, those don't even mean anything. They've attacked truth on every single level, so that now they're even attacking male and female and convincing a large portion of the population that XY chromosomes and genital don't actually mean anything. They're just philosophical constructs. And so,
and again, we see the downfall.
It's a masterful deception. Go ahead, bro.
And the sad thing is, we also see the downfall in again, people turning away their ears and eyes and faith from the truth of the matter, right? You will literally see a lot of churches just ignoring or even promoting this wicked agenda of, confusion.
Yep.
And it just shows how far the deception has gone, right? Even within the church. And I mean, I'm still skeptical to say if institutionalized churches are in the first place actually something that was, imagined or not needed, or is actually needed in a certain way. You know what I mean? Because I personally have went to a few churches. I've never really felt like this Holy Spirit there or anything like that. Like-minded people. I mean, they like praising with their lips, but when you go to the real topics about truth, how this world is run, and all like what we consider conspiracy. If you talk about these people, they have no knowledge. They're just like a normie, like everyone else, and that's just kind of like weird. It's like you talk with a wall, I mean, they know everything about the Bible or most of it, but they can't apply it. Like when it says that Satan's the ruler of this world, and you would say, yeah, point me out, or like, can you see this and that pattern? How Satan is influencing the music industry, and how literally Satan is behind this and that, blah blah. Like there's some people have no discernment at all, and it's just all kind of sad, in my personal opinion. And again, don't get me wrong, this is my personal opinion. I'm not the judge here, the ultimate like yes and no sayer that what I say is ultimately all true, right? I can make mistakes, and if I say something wrong, please correct me. I'm just talking from what I experienced so far in my journey, of being born again.
Yeah, I can't say that I share your experience in the church. I've seen miraculous healings. I've seen stage 4 cancer healed. I've seen a little boy who I had my hands on. He received his hearing. He was born deaf from birth. So I my family's grown tremendously. I don't know what I would do without a church community. And the church is just filled with people anyways. It's just, it's, and the church is also filled with a lot of unbelievers. It's not like everybody who goes to church is a Christian and has the Holy Spirit. And so, I think one of the reasons that God is so patient with us is in part for the same reason that a decent person would be patient with a retard. We're pretty broken, man. We're pretty stupid. We're pretty blind in a lot of ways. We need a lot of help, and we need a lot of patience ourselves. So
I love what you used as a metaphor. How a decent person would be patient with a retard. That's actually a very good metaphor, man. I like that. Because I for sure was a big retard for a long time in my life.
Yeah, I can say
he must
amen.
have been very patient with me.
I agree. I've spoken to you in private. You are a retard, Clay. So no, I'm just kidding.
I'm still.
No, I feel the same way. He's been infinitely patient with me and very gracious. And so, I don't know what I would do without the church community, man. I don't believe in lone gunmen and lone wolf Christians. I don't see how it can actually be done outside the body of Christ. We need each other. But it is frustrating because it does seem that even inside the church, where this message of FE should be received with joy and with discernment, that it's just simply not. And that's part of, there's a whole bunch of reasons, but I'm really starting to lean toward the idea that this is literally like a sorcerous spell that has been cast over humanity. And the methods that have been used to brainwash us into believing that we live on a spinning water ball shooting through a vacuum. Like, how did we ever believe that? When we were little children, we knew it wasn't real. We knew that wasn't. When I was 8 years old, in third grade, and I knew it wasn't real, but then they convinced me with magic tricks and peer pressure and authority and all of these things. And so, It's an extensive con. It's extensive. And when people say things, it really bothers me when people say that the heliocentric ball is so dumb and so retarded and so stupid. No, it's not. It's a masterful deception.
Yes,
it's an amazing. It's so well thought out and masterful. It's the ideas and the philosophies and the magic tricks and the con job that has been pulled on us is not of this world. It is otherworldly wise, demonic wisdom, but it is wisdom nonetheless.
Yeah,
it is. It's brilliance, really, in a lot of ways, and so clearly it has a lot of problems, and that's why we all left it. But when people say it's dumb and it's illogical and has no evidence, I just go, really? Really? Because the whole world was conned with something that was dumb and illogical with no evidence at all? That I don't think we're being realistic.
It's just like a magic trick. It will always it's just a perfect Antichrist creation story. That's how I see it. Like, it's the perfect, like, if Satan would have looked at the Bible for a long time, which he did, and he took for himself a very long time to, to come up with a counterfeit. Everything he's done in the past and doing in the present is always counterfeiting. Many of these truth movements are also using counterfeit methods of, like in the New Age, where people say, yeah, Jesus is like a what is it called? Like Buddha or something, like a good man that showed how you can get Christ consciousness or whatnot. Like all these little counterfeits that Satan has placed in this time and has throughout the centuries, especially in the heliocentric model, you see the manifestation of a magical sorcerer of counterfeiting the reality for what it is. Like, everything regarding the heliocentric model is upside down compared to what we actually experience in reality. It is literally turning everything upside down, like literally pure satanic. But not everyone can see it that way, unfortunately.
It is a complete inversion. And if God had created a spinning water ball shooting through a vacuum, we'd be told we live on a flat enclosure. So yeah, right. It's just everything is topsy-turvy, bro. I mean, who would have thought 10 years ago that if you call someone a male or female, you could lose your job or get fired or be sued or be brought to court or possibly arrested? I mean, that is psychotic. Look at the delusion and how fast humanity has spiraled into just degeneracy and complete and total madness. I can't get over the fact that male and female is now a controversial idea. That's psychotic.
Indeed, bro.
A total, complete disconnect from reality. That's where we are, man. That's where we are. So that people want you to believe that gas pressure exists in a vacuum and that there is no such thing as up and down, and science is testable and science is not testable, and the horizon is geometric and it's optical, and level actually means curved. That gravity is a force and it's not a force. It's all on and on and on with these ridiculous notions that make no sense anywhere but maybe in a mathematical equation.
I think the best hiding method of Satan is what you just said. There is no such thing as up and down, yes or no, true or false, good or evil. Everything is just a mixture of black glue or something, like even if you look at many movies nowadays, it's like alchemy, witchcraft, where you have the evil alchemy and witchcraft going against the good alchemy and witchcraft, fighting against each other. Still the same thing. You just need to choose one of it. Still, you're gonna choose witchcraft, which in its root is still evil. Like, what Satan does is he mixes up everything, until people are running around can't even say have any difference between a yes or a no anymore. There is no yes or no. There is no man or female. There is no up and down. There is no left and right. There is no false and true. You know what I mean? It's just a perfect deception, confusion, pure confusion.
Yeah, well, that's what Babel is. Babylon. Remember, the Tower of Babel is where God confounded the languages because they wouldn't listen, right? So now you have this confusion. That's what I looked up the word Babel. That's what it means. That's literally what it means. It's confusion. And so Babylon is coming again. So that name for a system is coming. So it's confusion. So man, woman, female, whatever the hell, no one knows what the hell they are anymore. So this is confusion, and you see it.
Yes. And like the Tower of Babel, he will also bring down like institutions of NASA and so forth. I mean, even though it might take time, and just think about it, space flights. I mean, the assumption of it to be in existence is just not true. But all the rocket stuff and so forth, it's just a new thing. It isn't going on for a long time yet, right? I mean, it hasn't even passed 100 years since we started doing this. And I mean, he didn't bring down the Tower of Babel in an instant, right? He let them. I think they started building, and then he destroyed the Tower of Babel, right? So he's definitely going to destroy and expose Ness. I mean, everything is going to expose at the end. But I guess you kind of understand what I'm trying to say here. I sometimes still struggle to get my point across, so I'm sorry for this.
Good, man. You're good. So we got any Glovers in the room? Anybody new? I don't see anybody. Perceptive Owl there. Perceptive Owl. We ever spoken to you before, brother? Freeman. Freeman has no roles. Yeah, I've seen you before, though, Freeman. Kiwi, what is up, my friend?
Kiwi. Wee Kiwi.
Oh, dear.
Now everything is very quiet.
Am I right, Globers? Where have you all gone? Was there a meeting? Did you guys decide not to engage anymore? Did you say, well, since we can't actually overcome the argument, since we can't actually prove a globe in reality, let's just not talk about it? I think that's what happened. The YouTube live stream that want to come in here and shut the server down, tell us all about it, show us the curvature in reality. That's all it would take. Just go ahead and show it to us in reality, and we'll tip our hat to you and say thank you. Actually, we'll say thank you. 7 years we've been looking for that. Now we can go back to real life, normal life. Get all of our friends back. I was wrong. Earth's not flat. It's a big old ball. See, there's a curvature. I can show it to you every time. It's always there. Or are you guys going to come in here and tell us how it's not a ball? Because that's usually what ends up happening. We don't really have anti-flat earthers. We have anti-globers who will tell us that it's a ball, it just doesn't look like one. It's spinning, but you just can't feel it. Right? All the things that we would require for it to be a ball, you're going to tell us how you can't see it, you can't feel it. Gravity's real, it just, there's no way to detect it. Right? Anti-globers? Is that what you guys are, really? I think you're anti-globers. I think that's what it is. How come I can't see the curvature? Well, refraction. So how do you know it's there? Wow, we measured it. What day without the refraction? As Nathan Oakley would call it, the no atmo day? Was that no atmo day, no air day? When was no air day? I'd like to know. Gravity, the bending and warping of concepts. The bending and warping of ideas makes things go down, fall down, go boom, boom. You globe zealots have any idea how stupid that is? I mean, can someone come in here and just be honest with us and admit that the bending and warping of ideas makes things fall? Creates balls? Just come in here and admit it. That's stupid. It's an absurd claim. You know it. We know it. there any heliocentric religious tribes that the space is expanding into? How about that? Any heliocentric religious tribes want to tell us about a vacuum without a container? Any heliocentric religious tribes tell us how cold and how that proves a spinning ball? Is there no? We had Mr. Sensible in here yesterday. He told us he wasn't sure of anything. So everything's just a belief. So everything's a religion. Nothing's objective. Nothing's for sure. Nothing's provable in reality. That's a shame. That's a sad worldview. Nothing can be known. There for certain are no absolutes. Absolutely. Double-speaking, contradictory clowns.
Hello? Anybody out there?
Yeah, people are out here, Gizbo, but your mic is pretty bad.
Okay, I'll come.
I'm on break, however, so I'm just listening for a little bit.
My mic still pretty bad.
I hear you just fine, Gizbo. Can you hear?
No, that person is also. Your mic is bad as well. Whoever that was. Is that says you? Says who?
Yeah.
Yeah, you and Gizbo are. You got, I don't know, bad connection or something.
I should be a little bit better now that I'm not in a dead area.
You're better now, Gizbo.
Yeah. Hey Miggy, I just took my own black swan. I'm gonna call it a black swan. I don't care what anybody says.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna post it in the chat right now. It's like not the official video because I don't have I have to download it off my SD card. But unofficially, it's a video of me on the 6th floor of my work, looking out, and you can see Cowboy Stadium 25 miles away, and like I'm panning around and everything, and then all of a sudden a plane starts to land. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm next to DFW Airport. Let's watch it land. So you literally get to see it land, and you like can kind of make out the wheels in it a little bit. There's a lot of atmospheric distortion, but you can kind of make out where just underneath the plane where the wheels are. And so yeah, I mean, if you can see the wheels on the ground of a runway at DFW Airport 14 miles away, I think that says something.
Nice, dude. Yeah, I'd like to see it later on when I have some time. Going back to work, so.
You sound like you're in the public.
The cafeteria, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, man. Just show it to me later on. I want to see what you did.
Absolutely, man. Hopefully I'll have it downloaded and give you the official version.
Cool. All right, later, man.
Have fun at work. Later.
Yep.
Recording a lot of megabytes. Of course, George Carlin was always on point. That's what I say Dave Chappelle is modern day George Carlin. Of course, both of those comedians had formal education. Don't think for a second that they were just like schmoes off the street. Anybody on TV had to pass the script test. By anybody listening, if you want to see my video, my unofficial video, I gotta go home and download it still, but it's a recording of a recording. Still makes out pretty good.
Are you talking about your observations today?
Yeah, the one that I just posted one. I got another one up a little higher, but I can resend that if I need to.
So what's the math? How does it work out? What's your observation height?
So the first video that I took earlier in the day was from the 8th floor of where I work. So you can estimate 85. You can go 90 feet if you really want to. You know, like there's always that little sway of like between 10 and 12 feet between each floor. But yeah, so 8th floor of the location that I was at, and I observed Cowboy Stadium, which was 25 miles away. And then, like, the reason why I chose the 8th floor was because I know there was a lot of trees in the way. And so I was taking that into consideration, kind of like looking over the top of water. And so I estimated that I could probably do it from the 4th floor, and went to the 4th floor. And unfortunately, I had too many trees to do that one. But I went up.
So at 25 miles, what's the hidden target height?
129 feet.
Oh, okay.
Do we have observer's height?
And Cowboy Stadium is 300 feet high.
The observer height is 300 feet above sea level?
No, the observer height is about 85 feet off the ground.
So 85 feet observer height, 25 miles, 129 missing, 129 what? Curvature?
Yeah, 129 feet below the curvature.
You were seeing it in that video.
And I mean, you could see, like, basically at ground level, maybe just a little bit above, but like I don't know how to explain it. Like that last video I posted, you can see it just fine, and I'm about 24 feet below what I was before, so you can see the same thing. And someone made the observation that you could see cars traveling on the freeway in that video. The freeway location is about probably 8-9 miles away, so it would be expected to be seen. It's not a bad observation. Like in that last video that I posted there at 45 after, I tagged Mickey in it. You can like I'm panning out across the horizon, and a plane is starting to land, and I'm like, oh yeah, DFW airport's right over there. So I just went ahead and recorded that, and looked up the measurement from what they say is from my location, direct line of sight to DFW airport. And I took the closest runway, even though it probably may have been the furthest runway that they were landing on. But I took the closest runway, and that was 14 miles away. And it's real grainy. I bet if I cleaned it up, you probably could see the wheels, but you can see, like, going along, you can see the little light that's underneath the cabin of the airplane. You know, the light when they're flying in the sky, you can see the lights up in the sky blinking. You can see that light on the airplane blinking as it's rolling by, and that's right next to where the wheels are. $125. That's so weird. It's different everywhere you go too. yours says 125 feet to the horizon. The Omni calculator says 129 feet to the horizon.
Now, if it says whether it says 125, 129, is that?
Oh, do you know why?
From the object, or is it?
I'm using it. I'm using the actual distance that was measured out on my on the thing. Let me show it to you. 25.2 miles.
Yeah, it's close enough. But the question I have is, if it's 129 feet of drop, does that mean that that's missing building height, or is it something different than missing height?
Yeah, it should be missing building height in that.
So it should be the Earth's hump should occlude 129 feet. Now, how tall are those buildings? Do you know?
So Cowboy Stadium is about 300 feet tall. So it should be estimated that like a third of it should be or more.
That would be half. That would be half, actually.
Close to half, yeah. Like 40% of it should be behind it. Like when you look,
more than 40.
You can't see it.
130
You can't
to
see it right here.
150. It's very close.
This was my observation at 85. Folks.
The Globers have an argument that the missing height or the curvature is not the missing height. They say it's roughly half because they say the calculator is counting the bow on both sides, that it's bending on both sides, not just one side. So they're saying it's going up to the hill curvature and then down to the hill curvature, which means that if we have 130 feet of curvature, it's supposed to have 65 feet of actual curvature. Have you heard that argument? Anybody?
No, like I know that they try to like throw something in like that, but like here's the thing, like if you are up at a height and you look straight out, the ball is falling away from your location. You're at the apex of where you're standing, no matter where you are. From wherever your perspective is, you are the apex of the ball. And so if they're trying to make an argument that it curves up and then it curves down,
That's actually not true. If you're at the apex, only if your observation is where you are. If you're looking at 10 miles, 25 miles, the apex
everything falls away from you. Everything falls away from you. Falls downward.
Okay, hang on. Let me say, if you're on a ball, okay, the apex should be between you and the observation, because if you are on the ball and you spread yourself out, let's say 10 miles, the apex should be 5 miles of the curve. So it should be between you and the observation. Yes, you are on the top of the quote-unquote ball, but when you look across, now you're looking down, and you're supposed to see Earth hump. And that's why the apex should be between you and the observation, to be clear.
Right. Do you know what the difference between true horizon and physical horizon is?
Well, I mean, the physical horizon is the physical curvature of the supposed Earth, right? The measurement of the 3959 given numbers, and the actual horizon is something that you see, right?
So the true horizon is looking straight out, and the ball falls away from you. Like I'm going to show you right now, so you don't get confused. Should have ever post. So on Wikipedia, if you look up nadir, nadir is beneath you, zenith is above you, and you have the astronomical horizon and true horizon. Sorry, true horizon is where the land, or there's a physical hump in the way. If you look out to the astronomical horizon, the Earth is always falling away from you. It's always falling downward and downward. Founding thing called It's not a slope. It's a.
I hear you saying, but it's not actually true. I don't agree. If be a sphere, okay, it would curve up. All right, not down. If you're on top of a ball, right? It does curve down. However, if your object is the distance, then there should be a hump between you and the object. If it's a sphere, just take a basketball, put two Legos on either side of the basketball. You'll see there's a hump in between.
Right.
However, standing on the basketball, yes, it curves down, but you're not looking at that. You're looking at through the hump. Through the hump on the other side of a distant object should be a hump in the middle, which means that your horizon should go. The Earth should move up to a hump and then back down on the other side if it was curving.
I guess so.
That's what I get.
I know. I'm sitting here like imagining it, and maybe it's because I don't have that veil over my eyes anymore. That I'm like, oh yeah, magic. You know, like it's even harder to comprehend now because it's like, okay.
I'll draw a picture. I'll take your picture and draw a picture of what I'm talking about and tell me if it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I understand like hilly water and all that stuff, like that concept that they like to throw at us or whatever. But I'm thinking the Earth curvature calculator takes into concept that I don't know. It ought to. If not, then all the Earth curvature calculators need to come off online. The fact that they're all up is bullshit, which they are.
The Earth is flat. That's a fact.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait to get the original video off of my camera. It'd be so much better than the grainy crap. Of course they do, because the curve doesn't exist. It doesn't. It does not exist.
So I just ask an AI to write me a poem, and a poem about flat Earth. So it wrote, "The Earth is flat. It's plain to see. NASA and Glover stare in cahoots, spinning tales of a round world. But we know the truth. They're just liars. They try to hide it with their satellites, but we see through their deceit. The Earth is flat, unchanging, plain, and they never convince us otherwise. They talk of gravity, but that's just a myth, a tool to keep us trapped in their lies. But we will not be fooled any longer. The truth is clear. The Earth is flat. So let them continue with their cowardice. We'll stand strong and never back down. For we know the truth. The Earth is flat, and NASA and globals are just lies." Okay, but let me ask: can you make a rap out of this?
You have to screenshot that.
Okay, it makes a rap now. The Earth is flat, that's a fact. NASA and Globers, they can't act. Spinning tales of a round world, but we know the truth, they're just liars. The Earth is flat, don't need no proof. NASA and Globers, they can't refute. The truth is clear, it's plain to see. The Earth is flat, just you and me. They try to hide it with the satellites, but we see through the deceit. They can't fool us with their lies. The Earth is flat, it's no surprise. The Earth is flat, don't need no proof. NASA and Globers, they can't refute. The truth is clear, it's plain to see. The Earth is flat, just you and me. They talk of gravity, but that's just a myth, a tool to keep us trapped in their lies, but we won't be fooled any longer. The truth is out, the Earth is flat. So let them continue with their cowardice, will stand strong and never back down, for we know the truth, the Earth is flat, and NASA and Globers are just liars. Okay.
You gotta screenshot this, dude. Or what website are you using?
Make me a rap about
Gizbo. I put a message for you. Yeah.
And Godric hanging out on flat Earth Discord. Gizbo and Godric, they're hanging out on flat Earth Discord, no doubt, chatting about the truth. They know the Earth is flat, they won't let it go. Flat Earth Discord, it's the spot where Gizbo and Godric, they hit the hot, talking truth and spreading the word. The Earth is flat, it's what they heard. They ain't scared of NASA or Globers, they know the truth, they're not novice. Gizbo and Godric, they're on a mission to spread the word of a flat Earth, no friction. Flat Earth Discord, it's the spot where Gizbo and Godric, they hit the hot, talking truth and spreading the word. The Earth is flat, it's what they heard. They talk of proof and evidence, but the truth is clear, it's self-evident. The Earth is flat, it's plain to see. Gizbo and Godric, they'll set you free. So come on down to Flat Earth Discord and join Gizbo and Godric in their ward. The truth is out, the Earth is flat, and together we won't take no back chat.
Fucking hilarious.
Dude, this is all AI, like literally made up in under seconds.
No, they search the ends of the internet for all the truth and all the information, and then they put it all together in a rough composite. That's hilarious.
Write me a text. Write me a song about Earth being geocentric and flat. Verse 1. The Earth is flat, that's a fact. Geocentric, it's where we're at. NASA and Globers, they can't deny. The truth is clear up in the sky. The Earth is flat, don't need no proof. Geocentric, that's the truth. The sun and stars, they circle around. The Earth is flat, that's the sound. They try to tell us it's all a lie, but we know the truth, we won't comply. They can't hide the truth with their science. The Earth is flat, it's not compliance. The Earth is flat, don't need no proof. Geocentric, that's the truth. The sun starts to circle around. Okay, that's the chorus. Bridge. They talk of gravity and space, but that's just a lie. We won't be displaced. The truth is clear, it's plain to see. The Earth is flat and geocentric, that's me. So let them continue with their lies. We'll stand strong and never compromise, for we know the truth. The Earth is flat, geocentric, it's where it's at. Man, it's so insane, you know?
It's funny.
Yeah. Okay.
What can we do another one on? Let's do something that's like similar to flat Earth, but not flat Earth.
Okay.
Do one about about gas pressure.
Okay. Make me a rap about Globers who do not understand gas pressure next to a vacuum and how they fall into cognitive dissonance.
Oh, I got your next one to look up. Make a rap about cognitive dissonance.
Okay, listen to this. Globers, they don't understand. Gas pressure next to vacuum, it's grand. They fall into cognitive dissonance. They can't comprehend. They need some assistance. Globers, they're lost in their own world. They don't understand gas pressure. It's unfurled. Food. There's some words I don't know. Next to a vacuum, it's plain to see. They can't grasp it. They are lost in their own fantasy. Oh. They try to deny the truth we know, but we see through their lies. It's not just for show. Gas pressure next to a vacuum, it's clear, but globers, they just can't seem to steer. Globers, they're lost in their own world. They don't understand gas pressure. It's unfurled. Next to vacuum, it's plain to see. They can't grasp it. They're lost in their own fantasy. They talk of science and experiments, but they can't see the truth. It's evident. Gas pressure next to vacuum, it's clear, but globers, they just can't seem to steer. So let them continue in their confusion. We'll stand strong and never lose our fusion. For we know the truth, gas pressure next to vacuum, but globers, they'll never understand, it's their doom. Okay. I mean, it's just...
What's the website you're using?
It's ChatGPT is what it's called.
Check GPT.
No, ChatGPT. Give me some random, give me something random that he needs to do a rap out of, like very difficult something, I don't know.
Do flat Earth cognitive dissonance. Let's see what it says.
Make me a flat Earth cognitive dissonance song. Cognitive dissonance, it's a state when the truth is clear but we can't relate. The earth is flat, that's the truth, but globers, they refuse to let it loose. Cognitive dissonance, it's a plague.
You have to screenshot this.
When the truth is clear but we turn the page, the earth is flat, that's the truth, but globers, they refuse to let it loose. They try to tell us it's all a lie, but we know the truth, we won't comply. They can't hide the truth with their science, the earth is flat, it's not compliance. They talk of gravity and space, but that's just a lie, we won't be displaced. The truth is clear, it's plain to see, the earth is flat, and globers can't agree. So let them continue in the confusion with... Okay, so he remembers previous things, and then you recycle certain things.
Okay.
The thing is, I can also see you have to read full text there. Now I can write. Can you use new sentences to make it more fun? Make it more fun. I don't know. Can you use new sentences to make it more fun? The flat Earth society is on the rise. NASA and globers, they tell a lot of lies. But we know the truth, the Earth is flat, and we won't be swayed by their fancy tricks or gizmos or facts. We see through their deceit, their satellites. They can't fool us with their lies. The Earth is flat, unchanging plane, and they never convince us otherwise. They talk of gravity, that's just a myth, a tool to keep us trapped in their lies, but we will not be fooled any longer. The truth is clear, the Earth is flat. So let them continue with their Caradus will stand strong and never back down, for we know the truth, the earth is flat, and NASA and globers are just liars. Okay, interesting. Interesting.
Of course, this website wants me to give my phone number in my first and last.
Yeah, you need to do that.
Because we got to verify you're real since we're not real.
Right, I gotta verify that you're real.
Right.
While you talk to AI or write to AI.
While we have safeguards in place, I gotta screenshot this.
You know what interests me? Let me see. How much curvature in feet do we have from Berlin to New York? How much?
I'm gonna laugh so hard there's no curvature.
I'm sorry, but I cannot provide an answer to this question as I'm a large language model trained by OpenAI and do not have access to the internet or up-to-date information about the Earth's curvature. I'm not capable of performing complex calculations or providing accurate information about geographical location or distances. Okay, let me ask you this. How big is a Big Mac? A Big Mac is a sandwich served at a fast food McDonald's. It typically consists of beef patties, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions, and special sauce and sesame seed bun. The exact size of a Big Mac can vary depending on the location-specific restaurant. It typically measures around 4 inches in height and 6.5 inches in diameter. The sandwich typically weighs around 10 ounces, though it can also vary depending on the location and other factors. So let me see. What is the height? What is the height of Mickey Mouse? Okay. As a cartoon character, Mickey Mouse does not have a specific height. Wait a second. The same as and such as Donald Duck or Goofy, which is typically around 3 feet tall. Dude. Okay, let me see. How much curvature do we have on the Earth when we drive 500 miles? I'm sorry, but I cannot. Dude, this is insane, you know. I literally nothing, like even this AI that literally answers you everything you want to know in detail cannot tell you the curvature rate. What is Earth's curvature rate? I mean, curvature rate. Now he can give me an answer. The Earth is approximately spherical in shape and its surface is curved. The exact amount of curvature on Earth's surface can vary depending on several factors, including the location and the altitude of the observer. On an average, the Earth's curvature can be approximated as an oblate spheroid with an equatorial radius of about 6,371 kilometers and a polar radius of about 6,356 kilometers. This means that the curvature of the Earth's surface is approximately 8 inches per mile or 0.00335 degrees per foot. However, these values can vary depending on the specific location and other factors. Golly.